Cultivation. My augmented statuses have unlimited duration. Chapter 151, External Reinforcement. They stayed on the flying ship for several days. The group on the flying ship finally arrived at their destination. The venue of the competition was the Misty Mountain Range, the location of the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm. Zhang Li stood on the deck of the flying ship and looked down. The mountainous terrain along the way did not change much, but he could see that the mountains below were gradually enveloped by a layer of white miasma. This was the origin of this mountain range's name. The Great Mountain region was famous because of the countless dangerous peaks in the mountain range. This place was also shrouded in thick fog all year round. It was not easy to find a hidden garden among these mountains. That Medicine Garden Mystic Realm is actually hidden in such a place. It's really fortunate that those two rogue cultivators could find it. It's said that this mystic realm used to be the spiritual farm of some immortal sect. This place is even covered by a large-scale maze formation. This fog can't be dispersed because it's gathered by the array formation. If your cultivation level is not high enough, you won't be able to discover the mystic realm even if you pass through this fog head-on. To be able to pass through the illusion array by accident, those two people's luck is really good. Their luck is good, but their brains aren't that good. They were discovered the first time they sold their gains. This opportunity has turned into bad luck for them. That's right. Now, many rogue cultivators believe that as the first to discover the mystic realm, they must have taken the most precious materials from the medicinal garden and hidden them. There are even rumors that those immortal herbs can allow people to easily break through to the immortal realm. I heard about it too. Right now, there are quite a few cultivators targeting those two rogue cultivators. There are even a few core formation cultivators among them. That's terrible. The speed of the flying ship had already slowed down quite a bit. On the deck, a group of disciples who were well informed were chatting about various things regarding this mystic realm. Regarding this kind of major event that affected the cultivation world, as experienced disciples, they naturally carried extremely high enthusiasm. The 4 flying ships of the sect gradually descended. Amidst the clamor of the disciples, they slowly drove into the miasma. As they entered the dense fog of water vapor, Zhang Li's hair was quickly dampened by the moisture, and the clothes on his body became wet and uncomfortable. In the fog, the flying ship moved steadily along a special flight path. This was a maze path that many high-level cultivators had opened up after a lot of probing. It was said that this route could be sold for a high price in the outer black market. Zhang Li flicked his hair and used his spiritual qi to isolate the water vapor in the outside world. However, this situation did not last long. After a few minutes, the white area ahead suddenly opened up. In the center of the circle of mountains, a vast and flat plain appeared. Zhang Li could already faintly smell the fragrance of herbs, and ahead was the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li could not help but be surprised. The concentration of spiritual qi here was actually 2 to 3 times higher than in the outside world. It seemed that other than the maze formation, there was also a large-scale spirit gathering formation set up here. Or maybe, there was an unexplored spirit stone mine buried under the ground of this region. This kind of spiritual qi was so dense that even if a mortal lived here, they could extend their lifespan and live without any illnesses or pain. To qi refinement cultivators, it was an excellent cultivation holy land. If this place was not publicized, with a little modification, it would be the foundation of a large sect. Towards this, countless people had illusions. If only they were the first to discover this mystic realm, they could definitely use these resources to get stronger and dominate an area. Even Zhang Li could not help but feel fascinated when he thought about the countless riches that could even change the entire cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. Even if he only sold the spirit springs to earn spirit stones, it would still take many years of hard work to match the gains. Looking down, at the entrance to the Mystic Realm's ground, a large number of neatly arranged buildings had already been built. The Medicine Garden Mystic Realm was sealed off by the combined efforts of many sects in the Great Mountain. A large number of cultivators could not enter, but they were unwilling to leave. Therefore, they stopped at the entrance of the mystic realm and spontaneously formed a market that shared everything. Not to mention that the concentration of spiritual chi here was far higher than the outside world and could greatly accelerate cultivation. As long as they waited for a period of time, when the grand competition ended, the development plan and distribution of the mystic realm would be set. A large amount of spiritual herbs and medicines would definitely flow out. At that time, this place would naturally be the first-hand market for spiritual medicine transactions. As long as they did transactions, they would earn a huge amount. Therefore, at the beginning, this place was only a small market. However, after this period of time, more and more rogue cultivators and forces gathered. The small market expanded and connected together, forming the scale of a city. As long as the mystic realm here continued to exist, this cultivation city would definitely become more and more prosperous. In the future, it was not impossible for it to surpass Nightless City and other places and become a true holy land of cultivators. At that time, Ma Dongui had even suggested to Zhongli whether he should open the store here, but he had firmly rejected him. There was no one living within a 500-kilometer radius here, so how could he purchase souls here? Although spirit stones and spiritual medicines were good, Zhongli had a limited demand for them. The ghosts that others looked down on were more attractive to him. The 4 flying ships of the scripture storage valley were extremely conspicuous in the sky. Once they exited the fog, they were discovered by the cultivators below. Not long after, a few rays of light rose into the sky and flew in front of the flying ships. Greetings to the 3 elders. Disciple Chu Yongxuan has not welcomed you properly. I hope that the 3 elders will forgive me. The person in the lead dispersed the spiritual light on his body to reveal his figure and appearance. In the next moment, the cries of the female disciples on the flying ship rose and fell incessantly, and it caused a large amount of goosebumps to appear on Zhongli's hardened skin. This eldest senior brother's charm really could not be hidden. Fortunately, he was not of the same age as him. Otherwise, even if Zhongli was 10 times stronger than him, it would be very difficult for his muscles to compare to the other party's ethereal grace in the hearts of female cultivators. This senior brother was also very polite as usual. In fact, with his status, he did not need to say these words at all, but he still lowered his attitude very much. The 3 elders smiled and went up to take over the matters. They were also very friendly towards this candidate for the sect master position. After all, if Daoist Wushi were to retire one day, everyone would have to address him as sect master. There should not be much trouble in the mystic realm. Otherwise, the sect would have known long ago about a communication spirit stone. Therefore, the so-called handing over was just a routine matter. After they finished speaking, they specially came to the 15 participants of the competition to encourage and greet them as their eldest senior brother. The other disciples had entered the sect for a long time and had seen this person before. Only Zhongli, who had always been out training, had never met him personally ever since he joined the inner sect. Later on, Chu Yongxuan came directly to the mystic realm to guard it, so they never had a chance to meet. This was the first time that Zhongli's main body had met this eldest senior brother of the sect who was praised by everyone. Your junior brother Zhongli, right? This is the first time we've met. I've known for a long time that junior brother has inherited Elder He's iron fists. Now it would seem like what they said was true. I'm Chu Yongxuan, just call me senior brother. I'll have to rely on junior brother Zhongli for this martial competition. Due to it being their first time meeting, Chu Yongxuan even came up to greet Zhongli. However, this round of praises made Zhongli not know how to respond. Senior brother, you're flattering me. I still have a lot to learn with my shallow cultivation level. Please take care of me in the future. Helpless, Zhongli could only praise the other party back. At this moment, a disciple shouted from behind, "Look, there's another flying ship behind us." Everyone also turned to look. In the thick fog, a vague outline became clearer. It was a flying ship breaking through the thick fog. The other party had obviously noticed them as well. In order to prevent a collision, they slowed down. The distance between the two sides gradually closed, allowing Zhang Li to barely see the other party. It was an even longer and sleek flying ship. From the looks of it, when it was designed and built, it did not seem to have much consideration for the transportation volume. What mattered was its performance and beauty. In comparison, it seemed to be of a higher grade than the flying ship of the scripture storage valley. Although he had not seen the flag clearly, Zhang Li could already confirm the other party's identity. It was the team from the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. This was because the sword cultivator clone was currently above. He was leaning against the railing and looking at Zhang Li. The Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, the number 1 sect in the Great Mountain region, naturally did not only have one flying ship. In fact, they could send out at least 2 flying ships from each main peak. However, the population was limited. If each main peak sent out a flying ship, then the participating disciples would probably have to personally steer the ship. That would obviously be inappropriate. In addition, the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak was probably the least enthusiastic about the production share of this medicine garden mystic realm. They only took in elites to begin with. While they were rich and imposing, they did not have many intersect disciples. A large number of troublesome matters were all handled by the subsidiary sects. The true disciples of the 5 peaks were basically all full-time sword cultivators who did not work in production. Only a few would dabble in some cultivation sub-occupations because of their hobbies. When had they ever lacked ordinary spiritual medicine? Basically never. Only the few precious herbs in the mystic realm could arouse their interest. The main purpose of participating in this martial competition was to display their might and ensure their status as the number 1 sect of the Great Mountain region. After the 2 flying ships approached, a few sword lights quickly rose from the opposite side and landed on the deck. As mentioned before, due to the friendly and harmonious environment of the sect, the disciples of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak were generally more righteous and easy to get along with. Coupled with the fact that there were not many fools in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region who would deliberately go against them, there were even more people who deliberately befriended them through various methods. Therefore, during their journey down the mountain, the Shu Mountain disciples would easily make many friends. There were naturally many in the scripture storage valley. Zhang Li thought for a moment before having his sword cultivator clone fly over in sword light to express his thanks to Chu Yongxuan. After some pleasantries, the few spaceships had enough of their presence in the air and landed at the temporary spaceport. There were still 3 days before the Great Mountain Cultivator competition. They had to stay at the sect encampment. The 15 disciples had to seize every minute and second to improve themselves and increase their chances of winning. Zhang Li also needed to complete the cultivation of the scripture inheritances as soon as possible and convert the 3 new scriptures he gained into proper combat strength. How could anyone who had a desire towards greater heights miss such a grand event in the cultivation world? After the news was spread, waves of cultivators surged over from all directions and gathered within this misty mountain range, causing this temporary city to instantly expand by several times. Moreover, due to certain considerations, the final outcome of the discussion among many sects and factions was that rogue cultivators who met the criteria were allowed to participate in the competition. However, even if they obtained the top 100 rankings, they would not win a share for any faction. However, as compensation, other than obtaining the high-grade spiritual medicines produced in the medicine garden as a reward, they could also choose to join any sect other than the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. Furthermore, even if they did not win, as long as they performed sufficiently well in the competition, many sects would still extend an invitation to them. To the sect, this was a good opportunity to recruit new and outstanding disciples from the outside world. To many rogue cultivators who were cultivating arduously, it was also a rare opportunity to find a home. Therefore, the rogue cultivators were also filled with enthusiasm for this competition. In this bustling area, a group of black-robed people walked out through the fog illusion array. They did not even look up and directly entered the bustling market. They kept a low profile and walked very quickly. They turned and twisted in the complicated streets. While preventing others from following them, their goal seemed to be clear. The group of black-robed figures left the city and walked all the way to the edge of the gathering place. The leader observed his surroundings for a moment before he seemed to have noticed a secret signal, and he directly pushed open the door and walked into a courtyard. This was an ordinary courtyard like the other buildings beside it, which had just been built. However, if a cultivator who was proficient in array formation runes were to carefully inspect it, they would discover that the array formation in this courtyard was quite high grade. To be able to silently construct such a level array formation in such a short time, the master behind this was definitely not an ordinary person. The people in the inner room of the courtyard sensed the arrival of the guests through the fluctuation of the array formation. The door immediately opened and a slightly stout figure walked out. He directly bowed to the black-robed figures. "Greetings, envoys. I am honored. Before the start of the competition, in order to cover up our tracks, I can only let the esteemed envoys temporarily stay here. This humble servant is extremely sorry." The stout cultivator's attitude was extremely respectful as he let the black-robed figures into the house. The few of them entered the room. After the array formation was activated in layers, they took off their hoods. Under the black robe was a middle-aged woman and 4 young cultivators. The hood and black robe seemed to have the ability to conceal one's aura, and the effects were quite impressive. When they wore the hood, they looked no different from a mortal. As soon as the hood was removed, several overbearing and fierce auras surged forth, especially the one in the lead. Her cultivation level was unfathomable, causing the fat man's body to tremble a few times. However, these black-robed figures were not wanted demonic cultivators. Instead, they were unfamiliar faces. In the Great Mountain region, be it the rogue cultivators or sect cultivators, they had never heard of these people. "Where's your pavilion master?" the middle-aged female cultivator leading the group asked in an overbearing tone. The other young cultivators also sized up everything in the room, as if they felt some disdain towards everything. "The pavilion master still has important matters to attend to. He will definitely rush over by midnight to receive the envoys. Please endure for a moment. It is my fault for receiving you poorly." The stout cultivator did not straighten his back as he repeatedly apologized to them. Then, he explained the general rules of this martial competition and the powerful opponents they might encounter in the competition. However, the 5 people on the other side all had disdain on their faces. They did not pay attention to the competition at all, as if it was very easy for them. After a long time, the stout cultivator realized that the 5 people were looking down on him. He finished his work and left respectfully. After walking out of the house, he could not help but sigh, "I hope these people from the headquarters are really that strong." The stout cultivator turned around, revealing a similarly plump and broad face. If Zhang Li was here, he would realize that he knew this suspicious fatty. This was the deacon of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, Fu Zhong. One had to know that the Immortal Ascension Pavilion known by all the cultivators in the cultivation world of this great mountain should be called the Great Mountain Branch of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. This was not a secret. Fu Zhong had introduced it to Zhang Li and the others when they first entered the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. However, to most people, the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's Great Mountain Branch was equivalent to the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. To them, there was no difference, so they subconsciously ignored it. However, since it was a branch, it meant that there was a headquarters. Under normal circumstances, due to the need to travel a long distance, not many branches would interact with one another. It was basically autonomous. As long as the pavilion master returned every few years to report his work, everything would be fine. It would not affect the other sects in the Great Mountain region. However, now that the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm had appeared, it had been decided that this kind of competition would be used to distribute the ownership. The immortal Ascension Pavilion that did not have any outstanding combat strength would not give up on this benefit. Therefore, they asked the headquarters for help. In fact, it was not only the immortal Ascension Pavilion that was seeking external help. Many sects, whether big or small, had such actions. In the face of huge benefits, all kinds of secret transactions emerged endlessly. However, if they invited external help from outside the Great Mountain region, it was hard to say whether this action was in line with the rules. After all, no one had thought of this at that time, so there was no special restriction on foreign aid. They only requested that the faction participating had to be a native faction of the Great Mountain. However, the group of elites from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion knew very well that even if this was not against the rules now, if news of external help was exposed too early and caused the other sects to be dissatisfied, they might change a clause the next day and directly stop them. Therefore, in order to ensure that the external helpers could participate smoothly, they had to maintain a low profile for the time being. Chapter 152, Special Privilege and Survival Tournament. Due to the fact that a large number of rogue cultivators had signed up to participate, the venue of the Chi Refinement Realm Grand Competition was soon filled to the brim. Because wherever it was, the base population at the bottom of the pyramid was always the largest. There were ones who could fight against Foundation establishment cultivators like Zhongli, and also those who were so weak that they had just cultivated a breath of spiritual Qi and could not even use a talisman properly. In essence, they were Qi Refinement Realm cultivators of all stages. As long as the age criteria was met, they would all fit the competition criteria. Due to the agreement made before the distribution of benefits, each sect could only send out 15 people to participate in the competition, 5 Foundation establishment and 10 Qi Refinement cultivators. However, because rogue cultivators did not have the right to participate in the resource allocation of the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm, and it was a different kind of disciple recruitment event, there was no limit to the number of rogue cultivators participating. In an instant, the number of Qi Refinement Realm cultivators registering for the venue surged. There were both strong and weak people mixed together. There were even some rogue cultivators at the mid-stage Qi Refinement Realm or even the initial stage Qi Refinement Realm who wanted to try their luck. This was especially true for those at the initial stage Qi Refinement Realm. They were truly ignorant. This was not a martial arts competition in the sect, so people could die here. Even Zhongli had not courted death like this when he was still at the initial stage Qi Refinement Realm. Almost 3,000 people rushed in at once, forcing the competition authorities to stop them. After some discussion, there were a few temporary registration rules. The cultivators participating in the competition had to pass a few simple tests, such as speed, strength, power, and spell techniques. In fact, the requirements for passing the test were not high at all, just getting a pass in one of the tests was enough. However, even so, a large number of applicants were still eliminated. Because of this, a grey industry was created near the registration venue. Some unscrupulous merchants specialized in selling low-quality talismans that had extremely short duration and poor stability. They were used so that they were just strong enough to meet the registration criteria. After using this method to loot a sum of spirit stones, they still sent a group of cannon fodder into the competition. The day of the competition arrived not long after. Due to the number of cultivators participating in the grand competition, it was obvious that an ordinary group arena could not accommodate so many cultivators. Therefore, in this grand competition, the Qi Refinement Realm had temporarily added a cruel survival competition. Zhongli left his closed-door cultivation and arrived at the venue of the survival competition with his fellow disciples. As disciples of the Scripture Storage Valley, they had some preferential treatment even in the competition. For example, the rogue cultivators were all standing and waiting for the competition to begin. However, they could sit. Not only did they sit, but they could also eat tea and snacks. There were even beautiful girls serving Zhongli. "Senior brother Zhongli, your shoulders are so stiff." The person who came to help Zhongli massage was a registered disciple of the Rejuvenation Hall. After all, it was the rejuvenation hall next door. There were actually quite a number of female cultivators who were interested in him. This was his exclusive privilege, no one else had such treatment. However, with Zhongli's rough skin and thick flesh, the young lady was on the brink of tears during the massage. Even massaging an ox demon was not so strenuous. Zhongli had no choice but to thank her and reject the offer. He turned around and observed the venue that he was about to enter like most of the participating cultivators. Although it was called a venue, the competition actually required many cultivators to set off from the inner circle of the misty mountain range and pass through an area that was like a maze. Finally, they would arrive at their destination near the periphery of the misty mountain range. Under normal circumstances, for a group of Qi refinement realm cultivators, crossing a maze of such a level was no different from courting death. However, the maze was designed to drive away creatures, so it did not have much lethality. It was naturally very difficult to enter, but going outside was far less difficult. Moreover, the alliance competition authorities formed by many sects had already familiarized themselves with the array formation terrain in this region. They had cleaned up some demon beasts that were too powerful on the mountain and had deliberately suppressed the might of the illusion array on this route. As long as the participating cultivators did not deliberately take a detour or fly in the sky, the competition would still be within the difficulty range of ordinary Qi refinement realm cultivators as long as they followed the designated route. Zhongli had also seen the road map. It was a mountain that was connected to 4 other mountains. It could directly penetrate the circular misty mountain range. Every cultivator who participated in the competition would be assigned a flying talisman. Then, these uncontrollable flying talismans would randomly throw everyone onto the first mountain. After overcoming the harsh environment, the demon beast attack, and the competition, they would trek all the way to the endpoint at the foot of the 4th mountain. During this period, they might encounter some other difficult hurdles. Regardless of whether cultivators were united or fighting, as long as they could reach the end, they would be able to obtain the chance to participate in the next round of the competition. The competition authorities gave the cultivators an hour to memorize the terrain of the 4 mountains. That was because the location would be completely randomized. Under the thick fog in the sky, one could not even use the sun to determine the direction. One could only rely on the terrain to determine their location and direction based on the map they remembered. Of course, a good memory was not as useful as a pen. Most of the disciples were working hard to copy the map. In an hour, the Qi refinement realm cultivators could memorize as much as they could. This might decide whether their journey would be smooth in the next few days. Soon, the jade wall with the detailed map was removed, which meant that the martial arts competition had begun. The 100 cultivators took turns to go forward. After being labeled with flying talismans, they turned into 100 crooked meteors that entered the thick fog and flew into the mountain. Being covered by the thick fog, even their flight trajectories could not be predicted. Due to the influence of the formation, it was difficult for spiritual Qi to travel far. As such, communication spirit stones were unusable. It seemed that it was quite difficult to meet up with his fellow disciples after entering the mountain. Senior brothers and sisters, this is for you. If you encounter danger, blow this. If I'm nearby, I'll try my best to rush over to help. Even though Zhongli called the others senior brothers and sisters, it was obvious that the other 9 had tacitly agreed to take him as their leader. After all, the difference in strength was obvious, so there was no need to compete. Zhongli handed over 9 white metal whistles. He kept one in his hand. The white whistle was only a short tube the size of a finger. In the middle of the short tube was a piece of carefully crafted mouthpiece. This thing did not have any spiritual Qi fluctuation. Therefore, when the other disciples held it in their hands, they had puzzled expressions. They were not ignorant enough to not know what a whistle was. The problem was that there were more than 4,000 cultivators participating in the grand competition this round. Their scripture storage valley only had a total of 10 people. Under this situation, they could not hope to successfully gather. At this time, if a signal was sent out, not only would the companions not receive it, a bunch of enemies full of malice would come first. Zhang Li did not think that they would understand any scientific knowledge. Facts spoke louder than words. He only blew at the whistle in his hand. The white whistle did not sound at all. Instead, it emitted a slight buzzing sound like a mosquito flapping its wings. Just as the other 9 people thought that Zhang Li's whistle was broken, the whistle in their hands actually also lightly trembled. Moreover, the shaking became more and more obvious, and soon, it actually released the same type of buzzing sound. It's ringing. There's actually no spiritual qi fluctuation. The 9 people looked at the thing in their hands in surprise. They could not understand how such an ordinary small thing suddenly shook in their hands. Zhang Li did not explain to them what resonance was. This thing was actually not very useful outside. Only in places where this kind of spiritual qi fluctuation was disturbed could one use it to send some simple information. The few inner sect disciples had lived in the cultivation world with spiritual qi as the foundation for everything for too long. It was inevitable that they would find things outside of other cultivation methods novel. However, that was all. Infrasound waves were vibrations in the air. They did not rely on spiritual qi to spread, nor could they be captured by the ears of ordinary humans. This was their advantage. However, its range of transmission and content was indeed limited. This kind of small tool could only let them know that there were allies nearby. It could not even point out a direction, so this was just slightly better than nothing. Unless, one of them had super hearing abilities that surpassed ordinary humans, such as someone who had the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. After they had settled on the rough plan of advancement and the whistle signal, it was their turn to set off. Zhang Li looked at everyone's expressions, and he was more excited than afraid. That whistle was only for insurance. After all, they were disciples of the 4 great sects of the Great Mountain region, so it would not be their turn to be afraid. The other cultivators should be trembling in front of them. Everyone, may the immortal fate flourish. May the immortal fate flourish. Then, Zhang Li stuck the flying talisman onto his body. The gravitational force on his body immediately disappeared, and a force pulled him up into the sky. At first, it was fine, but after entering the fog's range, he felt as if he was spiraling into the sky. The flight trajectory made him feel dizzy. That was because the effects of the maze were applied to him and the talisman paper, but the directions that were misled were not uniform. After the direction was messed up, this situation happened. After flying for a distance, Zhang Li could feel that the talisman's spiritual qi in his body was exhausted, and the height gradually decreased. Finally, after descending to a certain height, he left the range of the fog. The talisman papers on his body automatically turned to ashes, and the last bit of spiritual qi dragged Zhang Li to slowly land on the treetop. Raising his head by 2 meters, he saw fog. It was no wonder that they could not fly. If he were to fly in the fog, it would be fine if he spun around on the spot. However, if he were to accidentally fly to another mountaintop, it would really be up to fate and fortune. Zhang Li took out the whistle and blew it. After waiting for a moment, he did not receive any response. It seemed that his senior brothers were not within the range of the whistle. He took out a map from his bosom. That was the map that the staff member had stuffed under the talisman paper when he had given him the flying talisman. Along with the map was a small bolt of lightning cracker. For outstanding disciples of large sects like them, there was still a way out if something happened to them. The quality of this kind of lightning cracker was obviously better. It could rise to an extremely high altitude. There would always be flying ships patrolling the sky above the clouds. Once someone gave the signal, they would go down to rescue them. This was the reason why he had entered the sect back then and not as a rogue cultivator alone. Since there was privilege and injustice in this world that could not be eliminated, why not become one of those who enjoyed privilege? Compared to the map, Zhang Li also judged the location and walked towards the end at a moderate pace. He took out the coffin and it slid open automatically as a wisp of black qi floated out. It landed on the ground and quickly became a beautiful figure. After Qin Shuman came out, she knelt down in front of Zhang Li. "Young master, you are looking for me." The current Qin Shuman was rather respectful to Zhang Li. Zhang Li could not guarantee that the female ghost was really loyal to him, but as long as he could ensure that the female ghost could not escape his control and was sufficiently useful, that was enough. This place is within a large-scale maze formation. It was built by a cultivator using the natural terrain. Go take a look. This will be very helpful for your comprehension of the illusory art life record. Zhang Li pointed at the fog above. He had no intention of letting the other party break through the fog. That was simply a fool's dream. It had only been a few days since this female ghost obtained the Dao technique. If she could crack the illusion formation of the mystic realm, how could the other cultivators in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region still live in this world? However, it was just as he had said. Under a safe situation, one would not have a chance to observe such a level of illusion array at a close distance. This was quite beneficial to the cultivation of illusion techniques. Especially when the power of the array formation was deliberately suppressed, the veins would undoubtedly be clearer. "Yes, young master." Qin Shuman floated above him and observed carefully under the fog. As Zhang Li moved forward, she slowly followed. Zhang Li did not walk in a completely straight line. Instead, he was working hard to find a pattern. From time to time, he would dig a hole in the ground. To him, this grand array was also a top-notch lesson. In terms of size and borrowing of the power of heaven and earth, even the sect protection formation of the scripture storage valley was far inferior to this place. As he walked, the path that he was originally barely walking on became even more crooked, running around the mountain like a headless fly. After a long time, he finally found a place and took out a medium-grade yellow-rank earth attribute artifact. It was a shovel used to dig soil. This thing was amazing. When digging a hole to bury a corpse, as long as it landed on the ground, it would be a 2-meter square corpse hole. It was not troublesome at all. This was an artifact that Zhang Li had specially asked the weapon refinement hall to make. He could easily master it without needing an earth attribute spiritual root. Although it did not have much attack power, digging pits and excavating soil was extremely convenient. He dug a few holes into the ground as if he was playing a sandbox game. One soil cube after another was dug out from the ground and placed neatly at the side. In a few moments, a deep hole more than 10 meters deep appeared in front of him. Ding! Then, the shovel in his hand suddenly poked something hard. After Zhang Li peeled off a layer of soil, he was slightly happy. Sure enough, there was a formation node here. The terrain of this misty mountain range was not as perfect as the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. If they wanted the array formation to work well, they had to use the foundation of the array to guide the earth vein. This was the place where Zhang Li had most likely found the array formation node after much calculations. This stone must be worth a lot of money. Zhang Li rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. In the end, he did not choose to dig this thing out. Instead, he took out a pile of materials for setting up array formations from the coffin and set them up around the formation foundation. It was rare for him to come here. As a runic array master, he naturally had to leave a back door here. Chapter 153, 2 Battlefields. After Zhang Li finished setting up the array formation, he filled the soil cubes back into the hole seamlessly. In the end, only a few traces were left on the surface of the grass. With the urging of his wood attribute spiritual qi, the vegetation grew densely and soon, no one could see any abnormalities. However, his actions were seen by several pairs of eyes. "Little brother, your artifact is not bad. If you give it to me, I will protect you until the end. How about it?" Zhang Li carried the shovel and stood up. This voice suddenly sounded behind him. Zhang Li was expressionless and did not show any surprise. The other party had been following him for so long. If he did not discover this, then his cultivation of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra would have been for nothing. He had ignored the other party previously because he was certain that the other party would not be able to escape. Turning around, he saw a woman in red floating on a tree branch. She had a smile on her face as she looked down at him. Then, rustling sounds could be heard. Two male rogue cultivators who were close to 20 years old surrounded him from two other directions. It seems that rogue cultivators are not all fools. They actually reached a cooperation in such a short time. It really surprised me. You guys are not bad. Zhang Li was surrounded by the three of them, but his expression clearly showed that he was surrounded by the three of them. He was praising them like an elder facing a junior. Little brother, your words don't sound nice. Those two big brothers will be very angry. Why don't you take out everything you have and big sister will help you plead for leniency? The woman narrowed her eyes before she started to threaten Zhang Li. The two people behind him were slowly approaching as well, but they maintained a distance between them. Obviously, they did not really trust each other and were still on guard against their teammates. Are you planning to attack me? Have you thought of the consequences of attacking a disciple of the scripture storage valley? Zhang Li touched the chain on his waist, as if he was comforting a python, asking it to endure for a while and not kill everyone on the spot. Ha, boy, you still want to use the sect to suppress us. This is the venue of the Great Mountain Cultivator Competition. No one will say anything even if I kill you. See the fog above? If you die, who will know that we killed you? When Zhang Li heard this, he inexplicably admired the other party's courage. These large sects are really rotten. They actually let a young master like you join this kind of competition by paying them a sum. Humph, it's a pity that you met us. Hand over everything quickly, or else I'll definitely let you see what horror is. Behind him, there was a man whose malice was no longer masked. He tore the sleeve on his right arm, revealing a gorgeous tiger claw. This kind of operation of directly transplanting the organs of demon beasts was actually quite popular among the rogue cultivators. Although it might affect their future development potential, it could increase their combat strength quite a bit in a short period of time. Zhang Li touched his young face and felt a little helpless. Ever since his body refinement, his body had grown rapidly, but the immaturity had not completely faded. His age was really too deceptive. Cultivation required a long period of accumulation. To many people, being young meant being weak. Even if he wore the uniform of an inner sect disciple of the scripture storage valley, few people would acknowledge his strength. If one did not know the truth, it was not strange to think this way. Forget it, I'm not playing with you guys anymore. Miss Schumann, have you chosen your target yet? Zhang Li raised his head and asked before a phantom appeared behind the red-clothed woman. Qin Schumann grabbed her head and covered her eyes with her hands. The woman in red instantly lost all her senses and could not move at all. This was a sensory deprivation technique. After combining it with the Shu Mountain's illusion technique, its power was already extremely terrifying. Furthermore, with Qin Schumann's strength, although it was likely for her to lose against a Foundation establishment cultivator, it was not a problem to face a Qi refinement cultivator. Then, Qin Schumann forced the other party's head in front of her. Her pale lips opened slightly, and mist-like things poured out from the other party's air hole. She had used her ghostly innate ability to quickly draw out the other party's spiritual qi and vitality. Kid! You're courting death! The female cultivator above was instantly subdued. The two cultivators panicked as well. That female ghost looked extremely terrifying. The two of them combined were definitely not her match. He did not expect that this sect disciple who joined through connections would actually have such a cheat-level protective trump card. No wonder he was so fearless just now. To capture thieves, first take down the leader. Attack together. The female ghost, Qin Schumann, was treated as a protective trump card given to him by the elders of the sect. The two rogue cultivators knew that fleeing would only mean death. Their only way out was to capture Zhang Li and use him as a hostage. They rushed forward together, one tiger claw reaching towards Zhang Li's face, and a sickle aimed at his ankle. The two of them attacked together, and their cooperation had some tacit understanding. Bang! Bang! With a punch from the top, the tiger claw was smashed into a pile of mush. With a kick from the bottom, the iron hook was kicked into a pile of scrap metal. The attacks that the two of them relied on were easily shattered, showing no effect. Swoosh! The dragon imprisoning lock that had been waiting for a long time flew out and wrapped around the two people at lightning speed. Then, it suddenly tightened, and a huge force squeezed inward, instantly tearing the two people into pieces on the ground. Without any special methods, it was basically impossible for these Qi refinement realm cultivators to endure an attack from Zhang Li. Schumann, let's go! Zhang Li threw the corpse into the coffin. The master of the ghost city, Qin Schumann, also floated over with the female cultivator who had already turned into a dried corpse. After absorbing the vitality of a late-stage Qi refinement realm cultivator, her pale body now had a hint of redness. The human and ghost continued to walk towards the finish line as if they were sightseeing. Similar things were happening in the other areas of the Qi refinement realm's competition. There were more rogue cultivators, but other than a few true geniuses who were hidden until now and some children of heaven who had obtained the powerful legacies of their predecessors, the strength of these rogue cultivators was generally inferior to sect cultivators. From the ranks of cultivation methods, the might of spell techniques, and the grade of magic artifacts, when these differences were overlapped, the difference in combat strength would at least be raised by 2 levels. Many rogue cultivators knew their own limits. After encountering each other, they felt that they did not have full confidence in taking down the other party, so they temporarily traveled together and formed groups of 3 or 5 in order to fight against stronger sect cultivators. However, even so, they still lost more than they won. Apart from this group of people, if the fog above the mountain disappeared, the flying ship in the sky might discover that a wave of seemingly unrelated cultivators was gathering in the center of the first mountain from all directions. There were men and women among them, and there were both strong and weak. The places in the great mountain region were vastly different, and perhaps they could not even call each other's names. But as if summoned by something, they converged on one target. After they gathered, they did not have any intention of fighting. They only quietly waited for their companions to arrive. Before long, more than 30 rogue cultivators had gathered. After all, the Qi refinement realm was only the beginning of cultivation. The things that cultivators grasped were still too few. It was quite difficult to fight 10 people at once. As for more than 30 Qi refinement cultivators, this force was already sufficient to suppress any sect disciple other than Zhang Li. Damn it! How are they related? Not far from the rogue cultivators, 100 tempering mountain cultivator was quietly lying in the bushes, watching the scene in front of him in shock. With so many rogue cultivators at such a distance and such a strange scene, he would not believe that there was no plot between them. They must have grasped some method to cheat. There's definitely some plot in this competition. No, I have to spread this news as soon as possible. This disciple of the 100 Tempering Mountain was called Situ Rui. He was a descendant of one of the 2 great families of the 100 Tempering Mountain. While he possessed extraordinary talent, he had also obtained unimaginable resources. It could be said that he was an influential figure in this competition. However, even he did not have the intention to jump out and fight the rogue cultivators. Instead, he cautiously lay on the ground and retreated bit by bit. Rustle. However, footsteps came from behind. Unfortunately, a rogue cultivator rushed over from behind him. When the cultivator saw the 100 Tempering Mountain cultivator hiding behind the bushes, he stopped in his tracks and looked over expressionlessly. The next moment, the more than 30 cultivators turned their heads over. The disciple of the 100 Tempering Mountain cursed his bad luck. He took out a smoke bomb and smashed it on the ground. Immediately, thick black smoke spread out and completely enveloped the nearby area. Swish! The 100 Tempering Mountain disciple, Situ Rui, reacted very quickly and made a very accurate judgment. There were more than 30 people on the other side, and one of them was just behind him. As long as that person stopped him for a breath of time, the other rogue cultivators would surround him. At that time, not to mention winning, even fleeing would become a dream. The success rate of directly escaping was too low, so he immediately threw out the smoke bomb to block their line of sight. Then, he immediately took out the lightning cracker that was used to seek help and pulled down the trigger line. A bright and blinding red light blossomed on his hand. In just a moment, the distress signal would rise high into the sky and pierce through the clouds, bringing with it reinforcements that could suppress everything. However, Situ Rui's right hand, which was holding onto the cracker, suddenly sank. One palm pressed against the front end of the tube. In the next moment, the fragrance of roasted meat filled the air. How could that meat palm withstand the burning of the lightning cracker? It only took a moment before it was completely penetrated. Ordinary people would definitely be unable to endure such pain and immediately let go. However, this was not the case for the owner of the hand. Instead of letting go, he grabbed the red light and curled into a ball, enveloping it. Flesh and blood turned to charcoal, the intestines pierced through the stomach. This cultivator was about to die, but the red light that was shooting through the sky ultimately did not rise successfully. How is this possible? The black smoke slowly dissipated. Situ Rui looked at the half-charred cultivator on the ground in confusion, not understanding why he would do this. Then, he looked around in despair. More than 30 chi refinement cultivators had already surrounded him. Damn it! You'll regret this. His artifact emitted a bright light. Situ Rui still wanted to make one last gamble. After he threw out the artifact, he wanted to fly into the thick fog to escape. However, those cultivators were too close to him and did not care about his attacks at all. They directly rushed up without fear of death and pressed him down. In the end, this Situ clan disciple of the 100 Tempering Mountain was still pressed to the ground. Then, the disciple who was on the verge of death was dragged onto his body. The black hair on his head gradually turned white, and his entire body aged immensely. A seed rolled out from his mouth and landed in the mouth of the 100 Tempering Mountain cultivator. On the foundation establishment stage, the competition was also very intense. Although the number of foundation establishment cultivators who signed up for the competition was not as many as the Chi refinement stage competition grounds, it had already far exceeded their expectations. The Sect Alliance competition authorities had prepared 5 types of terrain venues: Mountain of Blades, Sea of Trees, Swamp, Volcano, Stone Forest, and so on. In each arena, 30 tokens were placed. After the participating cultivators were randomly disrupted, they entered the arena to snatch the 150 tokens. The competition authorities planned to raise the number of foundation establishment cultivators participating to less than 150. The sword cultivator clone, Tang Yan, was randomly assigned to the Stone Forest battlefield. Pillars that were hundreds of meters tall were pointed at the sky. They were densely packed and resembled a forest. There was not a lot of room for maneuver in such complicated terrain. It was quite an advantage for body cultivators and earth attribute cultivators. If it was his main body, his combat strength would probably be even higher. However, to a long-range fighter like the clone, having so many obstacles was not good. Then, Sword Kinesis Technique, Giant Sword Technique, Myriad Sword Technique, Exploding Flame Fire Sword, Liquor Heaven Burning Sword, Yellow Dragon Sword. There was an enormous sword shadow that had swelled to 100 feet in length, a dense rain of sword lights that descended from thousands of sword lights, an explosive sword chi that was impossible to guard against, the liquor fire sword chi that could burn the sky and split the ground apart, and an emperor's sword that was coiled by a flaming divine dragon. The pitiful stone forest battlefield was instantly ravaged by the terrifying sword waves. It was as if the sword cultivator clone did not know what exhaustion was. When other people released a powerful move, they would take half a day to recover. As for the clone, he attacked everything in the surroundings without regard for the cost. The dozen or so unlucky cultivators near the clone were instantly stunned. They had just entered and something had happened? What was that Shu Mountain sword cultivator trying to do? Was he trying to wait for death after expending all his spiritual qi? More than 10 foundation establishment cultivators struggled under the waves of sword qi and sword light. However, how could the sword techniques of the Shu Mountain sword cultivators be so easily withstood? Even if they covered an area and enveloped more than 10 foundation establishment cultivators at the same time, the pressure on everyone would not be much weaker. The protective light dispersed and the defensive artifacts shattered. One foundation establishment cultivator after another collapsed, but the sword cultivator clone did not show any signs of exhaustion. In the end, only 3 cultivators escaped from the sword light waves. The blinding red light on the flying sword burning rainbow slowly dissipated. After spinning in a circle, it returned to the sheath on the back of the clone. This was the current combat style of the sword cultivator clone. It did not seek the strongest, but the most energy-consuming moves. Be it cost efficiency, flexibility, or technique, they were all useless to the sword cultivator clone. After returning to the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak, he did not learn a single basic sword technique. He only studied the sword techniques with the highest expenditure. Great expenditure usually meant a wide range, strong power, and greater commotion. The combat style of the sword cultivator clone was becoming simpler. He simply stood on the spot and attacked crazily. However, being simple did not mean that it was not good. It was so powerful that there was no need to beat around the bush. The endless use of Spirit Surge technique caused the sword cultivator clone to go from an ordinary fire sword cultivator to one of the top 5 foundation establishment cultivators under the age of 30 on the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. From the pile of rubble, his clone, Tang Yan, took out a burning hot token. Somehow, he had already passed the first round of the competition. Chapter 154, 9 Nether Deo Scripture. After the sword cultivator clone obtained the token, he did not stay behind to farm points and snatch more tokens. That kind of action might be able to show off, but in reality, besides offending people, there was no other benefit. Especially since this was only a clone. At this level, so what if he was in the limelight? It still had no positive effect on his main body. The clone, Tang Yan, stepped on the flying sword and slowly left the stone forest field. None of the other nearby foundation establishment cultivators dared to stop him and allowed him to take away a token representing his chance to advance. Many of them suspected that the clone had run out of spiritual qi and could no longer fight. However, what if they guessed wrong? The flattened stone forest was still vivid in their minds. There were not many brave souls present who wanted to die. After casually tossing the token to the staff member, Tang Yan was surprised to discover that he was not the first to come out. On the jade board representing the foundation establishment stage, there were already 5 names. While he was using his ultimate moves to clear the scene, someone had already successfully obtained the token and came out to complete the task. Although the sword cultivator clone did not think of rushing for time and only slowly finished everything, it did not take long. He was not surprised that someone was faster than him. However, there were 5 of them. This was not an ordinary sight. There was actually a disciple from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion among the 5? The disciples of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion were not considered powerful among the many sects in the Great Mountain region. The general impression was that they were all mostly weak and only relied on medicinal pills and artifacts. However, this person's name was ranked 2nd on the jade board. Since when were the disciples of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion so capable? After handing over the token, Tang Yan's name was finally placed at the 6th position. He immediately shook his head and did not care about these trivial matters anymore. He did not intend to stay behind to continue watching the battle and instead rode his flying sword back to the sect's encampment. Not far away, a group of sword cultivators who were also carrying flying swords on their backs looked at his distant sword light and revealed expressions of praise. He won without arrogance. His temperament is not bad. This Tang Yan kid suffered a great calamity previously and managed to survive. It's time for good fortune to come. After being absorbed by the golden core zombie demon, he fell into the dirty yin corpse blood. Under those circumstances, not only was he fine, he even awakened a special talent in spiritual qi. This is a blessing for our Shu Mountain. The few Shu Mountain elders who were watching the battle outside gathered together. They were not stingy with their praises towards this resurrected disciple Tang Yan. Tang Yan had forgotten most of the Dao techniques he had learned in the past. Although he had awakened his sword heart, they were originally worried that Tang Yan would not be able to recover from this setback. Even if he did not, it would take him a long time to learn new spell techniques and recover his strength. However, he did not expect that not only would Tang Yan not be at a loss, but in a mere few months, he had risen to become one of the 5 strongest foundation establishment cultivators of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. But little Tang Yan still lost a lot of his memories. He doesn't even recognize me as his master anymore. A sword cultivator who was holding a wine jar in his hand and had a drunken flush on his face felt a little helpless when speaking about this. He raised the wine jar and took a few more gulps. Old fan, don't be sad. As a cultivator, eternal life is the goal. A mere 20-something years of memories is nothing. There's still a long way to go. However, I heard that when your disciple was under the Mother River, he seemed to have seen something incredible. What's the exact situation? An elder beside him asked. However, Zhang Li had already asked his sword cultivator clone to reveal a portion of the information earlier. He naturally did not say too much in detail. The most important part, the spiritual root, was not mentioned. This was because after obtaining the spiritual root branch, he already had the possibility of benefiting from the conflict between the two sides. If he revealed everything about the spiritual root seed in one go, it would first cause others to suspect that he knew of this information. It was very likely that he would put this clone in a disadvantageous situation. Secondly, if the information was completely leaked, perhaps someone would advocate a large-scale hunt to destroy these spiritual root seeds. However, there was no good way to identify the disciples who had been possessed. It was very easy for people to panic and cause chaos in the entire situation. It was even possible that someone would target the mystical ability of the spiritual root seed that could change fate and thus collect and use those seeds without permission, resulting in an even greater catastrophe. After all, greed was human nature. It could not withstand even a little test. Finally, there was also the point that Zhang Li did not care the most. From the appearance of the spiritual root branch, those spiritual root seeds seemed to have an extraordinary meaning to it and were rather important. That spiritual root branch was about to be made into a second clone by Zhang Li. At that time, these unknown spiritual root seeds would become easily obtainable for him. How could Zhang Li bear to give the benefits to others for free and give up? Therefore, he only used the memories of his death as an excuse to tell them about the huge monster hidden under the water, hoping that the sect could investigate it. As for what they could find out, it was not something he could grasp. I'm not sure yet, but Elder Zhou Kong and Elder Zhou Luo have already gone to investigate. If there's anything unusual, they should be sending back the news very soon. In the Battle of the Mother River, the people of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak had suffered a huge loss. Originally, they were still holding back their anger. It was only because the Golden Core zombie demon had been killed that they could not do anything else. Now, they knew that under the water, the Golden Core zombie demon was not all that was there. There were still existences hiding deeper in the shadows. As such, how could the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak endure it? They had already restrained themselves by not directly overturning the damned Mother River. How could they really remain unmoved? They had only sent out 2 Golden Core sword cultivators to scout the area. If they really attacked, it would be a rapid all-out strike. Many large and medium-sized sects would easily turn into history under the wrath of the Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak. Zhang Li's move was called manipulating a tiger to devour a wolf. He did not believe that a huge tiger like the Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak could not beat a tree. At that time, when the two sides fought, Zhang Li would be able to fish in troubled waters like he did back then. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Not long after Tang Yan obtained the token, another few cultivators walked out from within. Among them, there was another unfamiliar face. When the name on the jade board appeared, many people discovered in surprise that another person was registered under the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. Among the 10 people who received the tokens first, 2 were disciples of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. This was really abnormal. Obtaining the token the fastest did not necessarily mean that the cultivator was stronger. However, at the very least, it meant that the cultivator at least had the effect of suppressing the chaotic situation in a certain aspect in order to stand out in a stalemate. For example, unparalleled speed, artifacts that could not be destroyed, etc. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator of such a level to be unknown no matter how low profile he was. However, none of the 2 people present knew each other. It was not difficult to understand the reason behind this. Immediately, many people looked in the direction of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion with unfriendly gazes. After so many years, they had almost forgotten that the Immortal Ascension Pavilion was actually an external force. The other party had borrowed the power from the outside of the Great Mountain region. This meant that once the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's Great Mountain branch obtained victory, the benefits distributed would definitely be transmitted to the headquarters of the outside world. It was natural for them to do business within the Great Mountain region. However, if they were to take away a portion of precious resources and send it to the outside world, it would undoubtedly slow the development of the Great Mountain region. Not only that, but the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm would produce many high-grade spiritual herbs. Once they attracted the greedy gazes of the outside world, with wolves surrounding them, the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region would probably have to face a difficult war. Many factions looked at each other and quickly came to a consensus. They would definitely crush all of the people from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion in the next round. The clone, Tang Yan, did not see the tacit understanding between the sects. Even if he did, he would not care much. At this moment, he had already returned to his room and was sitting cross-legged. In the next moment, all the muscles in his body collapsed and his consciousness left his body. This round of the competition was simply not intense to the extent where he needed to use Sword Heart, so the use of his Sword Heart slash today was still kept. In the Misty Mountain Range, Zhang Li had also entered the coffin space. The Yin burial coffin then sank into the ground, leaving no traces on the surface. He used Mayfly's dream on the ancient statue, and the second parallel mind squeezed into the other party's consciousness. Then, he stood in front of the ancient tree together with the first parallel mind. At this moment, the ancient tree was incomparably miserable. The tree roots and leaves seemed to have been eaten by locusts, becoming sparse. The ghosts of the scaled demons hanging on it had long been exhausted. The ancient tree was covered in ravines as well. Sword strikes covered its entire body, and there were even 3 overlapping sword heart slashes at the center, and it was almost about to break this thing apart at the trunk. As for the towering divine tree in the distance, although it was still ridiculously tall, it no longer had such a powerful deterrent force. The distance between them was much greater than back then. This was because the connection between the mental world was definitely mutual. It showed that the spiritual root Zhang Li captured was already about to collapse. This will be the last strike. The sword cultivator clone was filled with confidence and was already very confident about this. During this period of time, he had been executing sword heart slashes every day. His sword heart talent, which had not awakened for long, had become more and more proficient. Perhaps he would be able to advance another step soon. All that remained of the ancient statue was a pitiful vine that waved in the air as it attempted to unleash its final attack. The ancient tree's vines were more effective against spirit bodies than the ghostwood tree. If a parallel mind was caught by the vines, they would suffer even if they were tied together. However, in the next moment, a blazing sword light that reflected one's state of mind blossomed in front of the sword cultivator clone. It instantly cut the vines that were sweeping over like pythons into several pieces. Then, it did not lose momentum as it ruthlessly slashed at the deepest sword scar in the middle of the ancient tree's consciousness. Crack! The ancient statue was finally cut apart in the middle. The two parts of the statue that were sent flying lost all their vitality in the air. The spiritual root in the distance finally disappeared completely, and the connection was severed. In the end, starting from the break point, the ancient statue tree gradually shattered, scattering into pieces of wood that slowly dissipated. However, how could a thrifty cultivator like Zhongli allow such a great opportunity to vanish in vain? The second parallel mind that was the size of a palm immediately went forward and displayed the soul observation, soul seizing, chapter of the Great Carefree Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. Immediately, an invisible suction force appeared from his second parallel mind. The floating green lights were instantly attracted to it. Countless green lights surged in, and his palm-sized second parallel mind quickly swelled. It was originally in a humanoid shape. Apart from its size, the second parallel mind was identical to Zhongli's main body. As it grew under the nourishment of the green light, its image gradually became more like a plant and not a human. On Zhongli's side, he seemed to be in a rather sorry state in the coffin as he squatted on the ground while holding his head. A large amount of information flowed through the filtering process and a portion of the most valuable information was selected. However, even so, this quantity of memories still tortured Zhongli until he felt like dying. The senses of plants and animals were different. The sensory memory of an animal was important. Many of the other details were subconsciously ignored even if their body accepted them. However, plants were different. Their slow nerves could receive feedback from every leaf and root without any difference. Perhaps it was just a breeze, a ray of sunlight, and a raindrop, but what this ancient tree remembered might be more than the sum of an animal's life. Such a huge amount of information was impossible for ordinary plants to bear. If they had memories, the duration of their memories would be less than 7 seconds. However, the one in front of him was a spiritual root branch. How could ordinary plants compare to it? It actually preserved all the information intact. Moreover, this spiritual root branch had existed for countless years already. The amount of information it accumulated was simply unbelievable. Therefore, even after experiencing the filtering of the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, this memory made Zhongli end up on the brink of tears. However, even with that said, while this kind of process was painful, Zhongli would not be willing to stop. It was because in these memories, the spiritual root branch's understanding of nature and itself was obtained in every moment. Most importantly, as Zhongli had expected, this spiritual root branch was also of the Yinwood attribute. After realizing this, Zhongli could not help but be overjoyed. It was no wonder he felt that this item was destined to be with him and could be of great help when he saw it in the cave. Even its attributes were the same as Zhongli's. There were many benefits that could be brought to him. If the ghostwood tree was a 1-star Yinwood and the blood-sucking wood was a 4-star Yinwood, then the spiritual root branch was at least an 8-star Yinwood. It was only below the spiritual root's main body. In Zhongli's eyes, the profundities revealed by every single action of this branch of memories were absolutely much higher than his main cultivation method, ghostwood art. Under the cleansing of the vast amount of memories, he could feel that his understanding of yin and wood attribute spiritual qi was rising rapidly like a rocket. Many of the originally difficult points in the spell techniques were now as simple as eating and drinking. He understood them immediately. This memory was instilled in him for an entire day. In the mountain range outside, with the cultivators fighting with their lives on the line, Zhongli lay in the coffin, quietly looking at the ghost flames above with lifeless eyes. He was completely indolent and motionless. After a long time, Zhongli shook his head and recovered from his shock. He stretched his body. He had stayed in the memory of the spiritual root branch for too long. He almost forgot what it felt like to have hands and feet. This painful and happy feeling could finally end. Zhang Li stood up and casually plucked a seed from a glowing vine by his side. He let go of the seed and threw it forward. A dense spiritual qi fluctuation instantly erupted, and the small seed emitted a dark green light. In the next moment, it suddenly swelled into a black wooden dragon more than 20 meters long. In an instant, it entangled a wandering zombie in front and tore it apart. Zhang Li nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he started cultivating his body, he had basically relied on the methods of body cultivators to fight. The Dao techniques and spell techniques he had learned had basically become supplementary ornaments. However, after experiencing this spiritual root branch's memories, the power of his spell techniques had also greatly increased, already surpassing most of the Foundation establishment cultivators. This was truly dual cultivation. In the future, who would still dare to call him a brute? However, this benefit was actually just an added bonus. Zhang Li stepped on the air as if he was walking up the steps, walking to the side of the spiritual root branch. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of talismans and rune chains that covered it automatically fell off. Evil Yinwood spiritual qi fluctuations instantly surged out. The spiritual qi and yin qi in the coffin were absorbed at a high speed. It directly formed a continuous spiritual qi vortex with the spiritual root branch as the center. Under the nourishment of this dense yin qi and spiritual qi, the spiritual root branch that had already become extremely weak finally recovered a little spiritual qi. Immediately, dense and mysterious characters slowly appeared on the spiritual root branch. This was a scripture bestowed by the heavens to the wood yin spiritual root of heaven and earth. Its name was Nine Nether. Chapter 155, Natural Counter. As the saying went, heaven had 9 layers, while earth had 9 netherworlds. This scripture was called Nine Nether, and if it was not false advertisement, then the meaning behind it was truly shocking. Not long ago, when Zhang Li had just stepped into the cultivation world, he had even complained about why he could not have a cultivation method that could allow him to directly ascend the path to immortality. Now, such a cultivation method was placed before him. Even if this Dao scripture bestowed to the spiritual root of heaven and earth could not be said to be a straight path to the great Dao, at the very least, there was no problem in cultivating to become a true immortal. The second parallel mind, which was his current spiritual root clone, had yet to receive the full legacy of the spiritual root branch. However, Zhang Li had already found out some information about this ancient tree that looked like a statue. First of all, his previous guess was not wrong. This thing's actual body was indeed one of the spiritual roots that was born when the world first developed. It was called the Nine Nether Wood. It was similar to the immortal peach, ginseng fruit, yellow core tree, fusang wood, bitter bamboo, and calabash vine. All of them possessed the miraculous power to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. According to the consciousness of the branch and the inherited memories of the spiritual root that was left behind, the ancient netherworld palace seemed to have been built using the Nine Nether Wood as the foundation. At that time, due to the importance of the 6 paths of reincarnation, although the Nine Nether Wood was unable to retain its freedom and its intelligence was erased like the others, the Nine Nether Wood had also become a rare of spiritual root of heaven and earth that did not have affinity with the mighty figures. After the ancient calamity, the immortal and Buddhist sects vanished while the netherworld palace collapsed. While the Nine Nether Wood gained its freedom, it nearly died due to the calamity of thinning spiritual qi. Fortunately, the Nine Nether was formed from the sinking chaotic turbid qi at the beginning of the world. It was much more condensed and sealed. The speed at which the spiritual qi dried up was not as fast as the 9 heavenly palaces. With the earth vein qi and the countless ghosts left behind by the reincarnation cycle as nutrients, this spiritual root of heaven and earth was barely able to preserve a chance of survival during the long calamity. It was not until the spiritual qi between heaven and earth was restored and the flourishing era of the cultivation world arrived that the original body of the Nine Nether Wood slowly recovered under the nourishment of the spirit vein. However, after the calamity, this world seemed to be filled with malice towards the ancient life forms. As long as the spiritual root's main body left the 9 nether, the most terrifying calamities such as the 9 heavens divine lightning, 9 flames true fire, and 9 flames divine wind would descend without even needing to say a word. At that time, all the external roots growing outside were destroyed bit by bit. Even if it was a spiritual root of heaven and earth, it could not withstand such torture, let alone the current strength of the 9 nether wood. Compared to the past, it was less than 10% as powerful. Therefore, even now, when the cultivation world became more prosperous, there was no sign of the 9 nether wood reappearing. Of course, the spiritual roots of heaven and earth were still plants. They liked to be quiet and did not like to move. As long as they stayed in a comfortable environment, they might not move their nest even after 10,000 years. Not to mention that its consciousness had been wiped away, leaving behind only its instinct in the 9 nether. Even without the restrictions of those calamities, the 9 nether wood's main body would most likely obediently take root underground and not come out at all. As for those spiritual root branches and spiritual root seeds, they were also split from it. Perhaps because these branches were born after a calamity and were not rejected by the world, they became branches of the 9 nether wood that scattered to the new world. As for its goal, this branch of the 9 nether wood that Zhongli had turned into a clone seemed to want to replace the main body. Zhongli looked at the branch in front of him. It was only about the height of an ordinary tree that was 10 years old. When he thought about the 9 nether wood's true form, the difference between them was really extraordinarily huge. However, after tidying up his memories, he realized that this thought did not seem to be wishful thinking, but rather an instinct. Because the intelligence of the main body had been erased by a mighty figure, the 9 nether wood had power but not its own will. Therefore, for countless years, the 9 nether wood could slowly reproduce and create branches. After being thrown out, the branches would develop on their own. It was as if it hoped that one day, there would be a sufficiently outstanding descendant who could grow to a certain level and return to the 9 nether to absorb everything from the main body, then replace it and obtain new life. All of the 9 nether wood branches existed for this purpose. Their goal was probably to obtain more nutrients to accelerate their growth. The 9 nether wood was naturally different from ordinary plants. It did not like sunlight, and the source of energy it relied on to grow was also somewhat special. The 9 nether wood could grow by absorbing spiritual chi, but that speed was too slow. How long would it take to grow to the same level as the main body? For this kind of spiritual root, the cultivation, talent, and spiritual root of a cultivator were the best nutrients to facilitate their growth. Spiritual root seeds were the best way to obtain nutrients. Seeing this, Zhongli could not help but frown. With the cultivator's cultivation, talent, and spiritual root as food, this 9 nether wood was actually a plant that ate humans. It was a natural enemy of cultivators. Zhongli's clone was too weak earlier and could not tell. However, if a certain 9 nether branch was allowed to grow too strong, then the cultivators of the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region would probably suffer a calamity. At this moment, a fat and ugly ghost lanternfish swam over with its disproportionate tail. It seemed to have been attracted by the abnormality of the spiritual chi vortex and came to patrol its territory like a boss. As the only living thing in the coffin, these ghost lanternfish really lived like kings. From ghosts to zombies, none dared act wildly in front of them. These few ghost lanternfish ate whatever they wanted to eat and bit whoever they wanted to bite. Even Qin Shuman could not tame them. Now that I have the spiritual root clone, let's see how arrogant you can still be. Zhongli stretched out his hand and grabbed a ghost lanternfish. This chubby fellow did not resist nor was it afraid. After it rolled its eyes at Zhongli, it shook the ghost lantern that was hanging in front of its head and seemed to be very relaxed. In the underwater graveyard below the thermocline, this kind of ancient fish lived for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. To other animals, the graveyard was a land of death, but to the ghost lantern fish, it was a beautiful Garden of Eden. After so many years, these fish had long forgotten the existence of their natural enemies. The spiritual root clone controlled a vine to grab onto a chubby ghost lantern fish. Just as he was about to let his clone teach this fat fish a lesson and let the other fish understand the dangers of the world, the ghost lantern hanging on the front of the fish suddenly swung, lightly hitting the vine of the clone. A ball the size of a basketball appeared. It was green and had thick black ghost flames. Immediately, a shocking scene happened. The green-black ghost lantern's cold flame only flicked once, and the 9-nether vine that was as thick as an adult's wrist was instantly ignited. The vine binding the ghost lantern fish was burned to ash in just a few breaths. The flames had no intention of stopping as they followed the vine and burned all the way towards the spiritual root branch. Feeling terror and fear as if he had encountered his natural enemy, Zhongli's second clone, which was the tree, trembled before the ghost flames of the fat ghost lantern fish. Slam! Zhongli was quick-witted and forcefully tore apart the vines. He hurriedly brought the remaining vines and ghost lantern flames away from the coffin. He threw the broken vine to the ground. The flames that burned the 9-nether wood vine touched the dead branches and leaves on the ground but showed no signs of igniting. Name: Ghost Lantern Cold Flame. Type: Talent Spirit Fire. Grade: High Grade Yellow Rank. Source: Burning Lantern of the Ghost Lantern Fish. Note: I can burn even hotter. Zhongli and the others were all stunned. They never imagined that a few weak ghost lantern fish would actually have a high-grade yellow rank spiritual fire burning on their lanterns. No, this ghost lantern fish's ghost lantern cold flame was definitely not this powerful at the beginning. It should have been eating too well in the yin burial coffin day after day, causing the spirit fire to burn brighter and brighter, reaching this level. However, spirit flames that could grow stronger were even more precious to Zhongli. Zhongli's palm approached the flames on the ground, but he did not feel any warmth. Instead, there was a chill that froze his soul, causing him to involuntarily withdraw his hand. Zhongli thought for a moment before he stretched out his hand to pull out a ghost from the coffin, and then he threw it towards the ghost lantern cold flame. Like hot oil poured on fire, the green-black flame suddenly rose more than a meter high. The ghost howled at a different frequency, and in just 2 to 3 seconds, it was completely incinerated. Zhongli slapped his forehead and couldn't help but feel terrified, and his heart skipped a beat. He had always used this ghost lantern as an illumination device. Only now did he realize that he had been putting more than a dozen detonators and 100 tons of fuel together. How densely packed were the ghosts in the coffin? How many were there? If some stupid fish accidentally lit it up, not only would Zhongli's 400,000 ghosts die in a day, but the coffin might even explode. This was extremely terrifying, so Zhongli did not dare allow these ghost lantern fish to move about freely anymore. He placed his palm on the coffin and isolated an area in the coffin space for them to live in. He would throw in 100 ghosts every day to ensure that they would not starve to death. Zhongli only heaved a sigh of relief after all the vines were burned to ashes and the azure-black flames were extinguished. When he returned to the coffin space, the vine of the spiritual root clone had already grown back under the nourishment of the spiritual qi. However, Zhongli could clearly still sense the fear that was instinctively transmitted from the 9-nether wood. Indeed, there was always a natural counter to a specific life form. He did not expect that a spiritual root branch would be so frightened by such a fat fish. He recalled the school of ghost lantern fish in the underwater graveyard and the scene where these ghost lantern fish used the spiritual root seed as a ball in the coffin. This was absurd. Not just Zhongli's second clone, but even the spiritual root branch in the underwater graveyard had clearly been bullied by them as well. However, Zhongli did not immediately boil the fish into soup. On the one hand, it was because after raising fish for so long, they still had some feelings for each other. On the other hand, this situation made Zhongli have some thoughts. If he could obtain this power of the ghost lantern fish, then the huge guy in the underwater graveyard might not be impossible to deal with. Moreover, the number of branches of the 9-nether wood was actually not small. If Zhang Li was interested in the true form of the nine netherwood in the future, then conflict would be unavoidable. This kind of ghost lantern cold flame that originated from ancient times might be useful in the future. The only problem now was how to obtain such a powerful innate spirit fire. He was not a cultivator with a fire spiritual root and could not refine it directly. Therefore, he could only let this flame automatically become a talent in his body. How should he do it? In his mental world, the second parallel mind was diligently absorbing everything from the branch. It had already grown to more than 3 meters tall and was gradually transforming into the consciousness of the spiritual root. However, the portion of the tree trunk resembled Zhang Li. Zhang Li's main body squatted in the coffin space and studied his second clone and the few ghost lantern fish for a long time. He was filled with interest towards these two ancient races. There was also the 9 Nether Deo scripture that was probably not inferior to the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. Zhang Li nearly sat down on the spot to cultivate qi refinement. Fortunately, the sensible sword cultivator clone reminded Zhang Li that he was still in the competition. Although he did not have to from the beginning for this cultivation method, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to half a month of bitter cultivation. The 9 Nether Deo scripture could be said to be a top-grade cultivation method above the ghostwood art. The mere ghostwood spiritual qi would only become the nourishment of the 9 Nether Deo scripture and would not be able to create any obstructions. However, once he started to recultivate, it would not be easy to stop. By the time he could successfully convert the cultivation method, the others would have already reached the end. This was not a good time to do that. Helpless, Zhang Li gave up on the idea of cultivating in seclusion and climbed out of the coffin again. Looking at the time, he had already stayed where he was for more than a day. If the other qi refinement cultivators were not dead, many of them would have already run to the second mountaintop. Then, it was time to catch up. Zhang Li put away the yin burial coffin and had just started shooting forward when he was not even 200 meters away. There was a whistling sound as something seemed to be coming toward him. Oh goodness! Was this an ambush? Zhang Li inexplicably became excited. Because this was a punching bag that delivered itself to his door, he would feel less pressure when fighting. Otherwise, if he went around deliberately provoking or triggering others into attacking, it would appear that he was not very righteous. Generally speaking, Zhang Li would only choose to do this when no one else saw him. He took a step forward and suddenly soared into the air, his pitch-black fist facing the falling object. Zhang Li, who had been pounding the ground all year round, had at some point become extremely addicted to the feeling of colliding head-on with those attacks. However, the next moment, what fell from the tumbling clouds was not an artifact, but a petite female sword cultivator in white. When Zhang Li saw a wisp of blood on the other party's body, he immediately reacted to it, and he transformed his fist into a claw to directly catch the other party. Moreover, he saved the other party in an elegant manner. After landing on the ground, he flipped the person over and placed her on the ground. Her body is really flat, cough cough, her injuries are really not light. She's so young. No wonder her body feels so uncomfortable. Wait a minute. This sword cultivator was really young. Zhang Li sized up the other party's face. The female sword cultivator was still unconscious. There was a pained expression on her chubby face. He was a little surprised. How could there be such a young cultivator other than him? The sword cultivators of Shu Mountain are indeed corrupted. Zhang Li had completely forgotten that he had been looked down upon by others because of his young age. He had also judged a book by its cover and decided that the other party had used connections to get in through the back door. He communicated with his sword cultivator clone who had been in Shu Mountain for quite some time. Moreover, they were both participating disciples, so it was impossible for his clone to not know her. In just an instant, the information was exchanged. Zhang Li looked at the little girl lying in front of him again, having found out her identity. He did not expect this lady to really be here due to connections, a huge connection that was. She was the granddaughter of the current sword sect master of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. This was truly a magical world. However, this young lady did not come to participate in the martial competition because of her background. Instead, she relied on her true strength just like Zhang Li. On the left chest of the other party, the symbol of two small swords, one blue and one red, crossed each other. This type of embellishment was unique even among the disciples of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. Top-grade water and fire dual attribute spiritual root. This was a talent that could scare people to death. It was not difficult to be the protagonist in another story. In addition, the other party was talented and smart, and her family background was strong. Ever since she was young, she had been nourished by all types of spiritual medicines and spiritual pills, receiving one-on-one education from Golden Core cultivators and above. Before she started cultivating, she had laid down a shocking foundation. She had started Qi refinement at the age of 8, and her cultivation had since advanced by leaps and bounds. Although she seemed to be younger than Zhang Li now, under the circumstances of dual cultivating fire and water, she had still reached the peak of the Qi refinement realm. It was even to the extent that she was already preparing to break through to the foundation establishment realm. One had to know that Shu Mountain was not like the scripture storage valley. There were not as many cultivation methods for her to choose from. If she said that she was going to dual cultivate, then it meant that she was going to cultivate 2 cultivation methods at the same time. While it would take double the time and effort, she still had to overcome the hurdles of fire and water. Under such circumstances, her advancement was so fast. She could be said to have a lot of resources, good talent, and a strong will. In just a while more, when she reached the foundation establishment realm, countless cultivators would lose their confidence because of a little girl like her. However, in the impression of the sword cultivator clone, this junior sister's fire-water sword art was quite extraordinary. It was also a top-notch method among the Qi refinement realm. Why was she so injured? Could it be that there was such an expert in this competition? It seemed that he should wake her up first. However, the spirit recovery pill was expensive. She did not need it for her injuries. Zhang Li looked around and found a bush beside him. After identifying the breed, he immediately had a solution. He gently caressed it with his right hand and a stream of wood attribute spiritual qi shot out. The short shrub quickly grew. In just a moment, it was as if several months had passed, and fresh fruits with little spots grew on the branches. He plucked a few astringent fruits and brought them to the sword sect master's granddaughter's mouth. With a gentle squeeze, green liquid immediately splattered and poured into her opened mouth. A strong sour taste filled her mouth. This young lady had been eating delicacies from a young age and had never tasted such a flavor. Her chubby mouth twitched from the sourness. After persisting for a few seconds, she flipped over and woke up from her coma. She leaned over and vomited crazily on the ground. Chapter 156, Wood Demon Awakening. Miss, are you all right? Zhang Li threw away the residue of the astringent fruit in his hand without a trace and went up to help the other party with concern. This beautiful sword cultivator had just woken up from her coma and did not understand the situation. She was like a frightened deer and instinctively wanted to push Zhang Li away. However, with her little strength, she could not resist at all. As Zhang Li helped her up, a stream of pure wood attribute spiritual qi flowed over. After this stream of spiritual qi passed, the other party's expression instantly became much better. They were both cultivators, so the condition of the spiritual qi in their bodies was most important. After receiving the nourishment of pure wood attribute spiritual qi, the injuries and pain on their bodies were quickly suppressed. Only then did she finally have the strength to survey her surroundings. After she raised her head and saw the word storage on Zhang Li's shirt, she finally relaxed greatly. In the past few decades, the relationship between the 4 major sects of the Great Mountain region had been getting closer and closer. From time to time, they would work together to facilitate communication. At the very least, without enough conflicts of interest, they were still rather friendly with each other. Most of the time, the disciples were more willing to be friends and help each other. For example, the disciples of the benevolent travel temple that Zhongli had seen before were like Yin Chu of the fire element peak. Although they met by accident, they got along quite well. After all, Zhongli had obtained a little something from him in the end. "Thank you, senior brother, thank you for your help. I am Shen Shan Wen Kaihua of Shu Mountain." "Thank you, senior brother. May I know your name?" Shen Shan Kaihua stood up with difficulty. She took out a bottle of pills from her bosom and poured a few into her mouth. Only then did her chaotic aura gradually calm down. After a slight recovery, she could barely stand on her own. Zhongli had never suffered such an injury before and felt a little uncomfortable. In his opinion, no matter how serious a cultivator's injuries were, they could still slap a mortal to death. How could they really not be able to stand steadily? However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Of course, the camel would still die from starvation. Therefore, Zhongli just stood there and watched. Even if he was seriously injured, he would recover in a few minutes. The sword cultivator girl wiped the sour juice from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve, somewhat puzzled as to where this strange liquid came from. However, she did not think too much about it. Under the current circumstances, she utterly did not have the time to pay attention to these minor details. After she slightly gathered a mouthful of spiritual qi to recover some strength, she cupped her hands and thanked Zhongli. "Junior sister, there's no need to stand on ceremony. We're fellow disciples of the same faction, so how could I just watch you die? I'm Zhongli from the Scripture Storage Valley." "How did junior sister Kaihua suffer such an injury?" Junior sister Kaihua's surname was Shen Shan. It was a famous clan even in the Great Mountain region. How many demonic sects had been destroyed by the sword cultivators carrying this surname? How many demonic cultivators gritted their teeth in hatred towards this surname while tossing and turning in bed every night? Up until now, it was said that there were still a few valleys that were created by the flying swords of the other party's grandfather. There were also many people who built temples there and erected monoliths to worship him. However, Zhongli looked at the other party's face and was thinking about the possibility of dual cultivating with her. Water nourished wood while wood fueled fire. Their spiritual roots seemed to be quite compatible. However, right at this moment, the plants swayed, and a series of footsteps sounded from all directions. There should be quite a few people currently surrounding this place. "Oh no! Senior brother, leave quickly. They're here for me." After discovering the abnormality in the outside world, Shen Shan Kaihua immediately became a little anxious. She made a hand seal, and two flying swords, one blue and one red, that had fallen with her earlier, immediately flew towards her. One landed in her hand, and the other circled around her. As an elite disciple of the Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak, the staff of the competition authority naturally gave her the lightning cracker to ask for help. But perhaps it was due to some sense of pride. Even if she did not deliberately expose others for cheating, the pride of her surname would not allow her to do it herself. Therefore, after entering the mountain, she directly threw away the map and lightning cracker. Regarding this, it could only be said that her family education was too good, or perhaps it was too much. At her age, she still could not understand many things. In this world, those who could stand at the top were all cheaters in some way. This small matter of cheating was actually nothing. Without the lightning cracker and being unable to call for help, there was actually no problem. With her strength, it would not be difficult for her to reach the end. After all, if even these geniuses felt that it was difficult, wouldn't the others be dead? However, the combined attack of dozens of rogue cultivators and even sect disciples caught her unprepared. Relying on the fire and water swords to attack and defend, she forcefully endured for a period of time. However, in the end, she was unable to withstand the opponent's numbers and suffered considerable injuries. She could only control the flying swords to escape through the clouds. When she rose into the sky, she was already quite injured. As expected, she lost her direction in the fog illusion array. After flying for a period of time, she fainted and fell near Zhongli. She thought that she had flown far away, but she did not expect to be caught up so quickly. She did not think that the other party would have a way to track her. It's too late. Zhongli stood on the spot indifferently, but they did not have much time to escape. Soon, a large net artifact enveloped over and completely covered the top of their heads. After more than a day of hunting in groups, many sect cultivators had already replaced the members of that group of rogue cultivators. Their strength and artifacts had also greatly improved, and their overall strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Just this huge net, which was made with interlaced threads flowing with spiritual light, was definitely of high quality. Even though it seemed to be filled with holes, in reality, not even a mosquito could fly through it. Now, even if Zhongli struck out his lightning cracker, it would probably be useless. Senior brother Zhongli, I've implicated you. I'll hold them back and create an opportunity for you to escape as quickly as possible. Zhongli looked at the domineering declaration of the young lady beside him and was momentarily touched. This was the feeling of being protected by someone. Shen Shan Kaihua also had her own thoughts. Firstly, this matter had nothing to do with Zhongli. He had even saved her, so implicating him was not in line with her principles. On the other hand, since the group of people on the other side was able to catch up to her so quickly, it was obvious that they had not taken a detour and had directly ran here. If she fled with Zhongli, there might not be a chance at all. As for why she did not choose to cooperate and dealt with these guys instead, even she did not think about it. After saying that, Shen Shan Kaihua also let out a muffled groan. She forcefully mobilized her spiritual qi, causing her injuries that were not light to worsen. However, that was all. The pain from her injuries did not interrupt her sword technique. The two flying swords moved up and down, and the two different types of spiritual qi interweaved together. The way the water and fire spiritual qi intertwined was simply like creating a bomb on the spot. However, her Dao technique was truly exquisite. The two types of spiritual qi did not explode. Instead, very quickly, a thin layer of water membrane formed in her hand, perfectly enveloping the fire-flying sword and a large amount of fire attribute spiritual qi. Floating water fire sword. It clearly contained a large amount of fire attribute spiritual qi, so this flying sword was as striking as the sun at this moment. However, at this moment, the spiritual qi fluctuation of this flying sword was not obvious at all. It could even be said to be quite obscure. If he did not see it with his own eyes, even Zhongli would have thought that the two flying swords had vanished. The flying swords took the initiative to fly through the air. A moment later, they exploded in the jungle dozens of meters away. Accompanied by three short screams, the breathing and heartbeat of the three cultivators in Zhongli's ears stopped abruptly. This sword technique was quite innovative. It used the gentle and stable water attribute spiritual qi to isolate the explosive and scorching fire attribute spiritual qi fluctuations. By the time they arrived, it was already too late for the enemy to react. This was originally a sword technique that was jointly executed by both fire and water sword cultivators. The sword cultivator clone and his junior sister had practiced it before, so Zhongli roughly knew about it. Shen Shan Kaihua could unleash a combined attack sword technique alone. It could be seen how outstanding her combat strength was. There are many of them. Run! Run in that direction! Shen Shan Kaihua had used this sword technique in order to break through the encirclement. After she asked Zhongli to quickly run, her legs went soft and she was about to collapse again. If Zhongli really ran off by himself at this moment, then she would probably die here. He did not know if the elders of the Shen Shan clan would regret establishing this lady's righteous values. In the next second, Shen Shan Kaihua, who had forcefully unleashed her sword technique, fell into a weakened state again. She felt a sense of weightlessness that caught her off guard. With a gasp, she was actually carried by Zhongli. Before she could react, a strong wind blew at her face. Her white clothes, which were stained with blood, fluttered in the wind. The huge wind pressure made it difficult for her to breathe, and she could not even open her eyes. She barely opened her eyes a crack, but the scene in front of her was pulled into strips of light and shadow, making it impossible to see anything clearly. The little princess of the Shenshan clan was also pressed firmly against Zhongli under the exaggerated acceleration. This speed. How was this possible? She had only experienced this kind of speed when her parents were flying with her. Moreover, in the boundless sky and forest with trees everywhere, the sense of speed was completely different. Under this state of speeding, the young lady's heart could not help but beat faster and she was extremely nervous. Zhongli carried Shenshan Kaihua, who was less than 50 kilograms in weight, with the flying sword, so his speed was not affected much. He transformed into an afterimage and instantly flashed out of the so-called encirclement. Before he left, he even kicked an enemy to death. They ran away. Someone's helping her. At the place where Zhongli and the girl had stopped, a group of cultivators gathered. The few people in the lead went forward to observe the traces and quickly came to this conclusion. One of them raised his hand, and the large net that covered the top of this area quickly began to shrink before transforming into a ball of light that landed in his hand. However, looking at this person's clothes, there was a red volcano pattern on his chest. He was actually an elite disciple of the 100 Tempering Mountain, one of the 4 major sects. It was not only him. Many people beside him were disciples of various sects. One of them had a bald head with a scar and wore monk robes. Even the disciples of Benevolent Travel Temple were not spared. If they were to capture Zhongli and Shenshan Kaihua, the 4 major sects would be completely infiltrated. One had to know that the cultivators who came to participate in the competition here were all genius disciples of various large sects and were the future successors of the sect. If they could control this group of people, it would be equivalent to controlling the future of the Great Mountain region. In a few hundred years, the upper echelons would undergo a change in structure. At that time, the entire Great Mountain region might become a breeding ground for certain spiritual roots. A cultivator took out a bamboo tube and poured a strange-looking worm into his palm. The insect had only one tentacle in the middle of its head. It could only dangle in the air. Soon, the insect seemed to sense something in the air. One of its tentacles pointed in a direction. That woman is injured. They can't run far. In that direction, give chase. The others silently stood up and intended to pursue Zhongli and the girl. However, how could Zhongli really choose to flee in front of such a group of people? Before he left, these people had already lost. There's no need to chase after them. I think you should all just die here obediently. You'll be happier that way. This voice suddenly sounded. The group of parasitic cultivators was instantly shocked. They immediately took up a defensive stance and formed a circle, looking for enemies that existed somewhere. However, the voice seemed to be everywhere. It echoed in all directions and they did not discover anything. Who is it? Still acting mysterious? Come out! A cultivator shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, his wish was fulfilled. A large tree beside him instantly revived, as if it had become a huge centipede. The trunk was a body, and the branches were 100 feet. It crawled quickly and instantly pounced on him to strangle him. The other cultivators were shocked and used their methods to rescue their companions. This was originally an ordinary tree. However, at this moment, the wood became as tough as metal. Several spell techniques struck down, causing wood chips to fly everywhere. However, they still did not rescue the cultivator who was tied up. They wanted to continue, but suddenly realized that the atmosphere was not right. They looked around and realized that they no longer had a chance. The 100 trees around them pulled out their roots from the ground and transformed into beast or human forms, pouncing at them. The huge body and strange movements caught them unprepared. This was the latest Dao technique that Zhang Li had obtained from Scripture Storage Valley's Scripture Imparting Hall. It was called the Demon Awakening Technique. Or rather, the Wood Demon Awakening Technique. In ancient times, some great demons who ruled over the mountains loved to use this awakening technique. It could very quickly create a large number of little demons to control. These demon soldiers were summoned in groups of tens of thousands but could not withstand a single attack. The demon awakening technique that Zhang Li had obtained was specifically targeted at plants, flowers, and fruits. It was useless against animals and other things. Originally, it was impossible for Zhang Li to learn this spell technique in such a short time. However, after receiving the memories of his second clone, his understanding of the Yinwood attribute had improved greatly. It just so happened that he had finished imparting the cultivation method. At that time, he naturally learned how to use it. Over 100 trees and lesser demons surrounded and attacked more than 30 cultivators at once. For a time, vines danced around and artifacts flew everywhere. A chaotic battle broke out. The violent spiritual chi fluctuation startled the nearby birds. One could hear the movements far away. After a long time, the battle finally came to an end. The results of this group of cultivators were indeed impressive. They had actually killed twice the number of tree demons that surrounded them. Of course, this mainly relied on the explosion of the powerful artifacts of those sect disciples to produce such a large number of exchanges. After the battle ended, other than a few unlucky fellows who were killed by their companions' attacks, the remaining 31 cultivators were all captured alive. Speaking of which, this demon awakening technique was quite suitable for Zhang Li. Using the endless and high-quality spiritual qi, Zhang Li could awaken a large number of small demons in an extremely short period of time. Moreover, he could strengthen their quality and guide their forms. For example, the wooden dragon that Zhang Li struck out in the coffin space was the effect of this Dao technique. Although with his current demon awakening technique, the success rate of permanently awakening a demon was still very low, this was already quite a practical spell technique. After the battle was over, an ordinary coffin rose from the ground. The coffin lid slid open automatically. A large number of tentacles suddenly stretched out from inside, pulling all the captives and corpses on the ground in. Immediately, the coffin shrunk to the size of a stationary box and chased after Zhang Li. What Zhang Li did not know was that such a casual action of his actually saved the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region 200 years later. Zhang Li, who had run far away, slowed down and stopped. Because of the exaggerated speed and unbearable bump, the sword cultivator Shen Shan Kaihua's wound was affected, and she seemed to be in extreme pain. Junior sister Kaihua, the distance is far enough. I think we can stop and rest. In just a short while, they had already run to the border between the first and second mountains. There was a stream flowing down here, which had quite a good view. No, there's no need. Those people must have some sort of tracking method. If I stop, they'll catch up to me sooner or later. I can still hold on. Shu Mountain's education was good, but it seemed that they had made this young lady a little too mature and serious. From the moment they met, she had been keeping a straight face. Her serious and inflexible appearance made Zhang Li feel a little uncomfortable. Although she felt that she was being pursued, there was no need to force herself like this. However, what she said made sense. Shen Shan Kaihua had fallen from the fog earlier. According to the effect of the fog, even she could not control her flight path, much less others. However, those people were able to track her so quickly. It was impossible for there to be no trick involved. Junior sister Kaihua, in my opinion, this can't go on. The problem should still be with you. They must have planted some tracking method on you. According to my understanding of the Qi refinement realm, there are the most tracking methods through smell. There's a stream here. Why don't you wash yourself first? We'll set off after removing the hidden danger. Zhang Li waved his hand and released his spiritual qi. The vines on the tree beside him started to grow crazily, creating a green barrier in front of Zhongli. It's best if you don't wear this outfit anymore. After you change out of it, if you don't mind, you can wear mine first. Zhongli righteously undid the disciple's uniform on his body, about to remove it and replace it for the other party. His expression was honest and indifferent, not having any improper thoughts. In fact, he had long seen that this lady's body was smooth and clean. Just now, there were a few mosquitoes that attempted to suck blood. She definitely did not apply any insect repellent powder. Under such circumstances, it would be easier to track her with smell if someone added some special powder. The small face of Shen Shan Kaihua, who had been maintaining a serious and calm expression, suddenly turned red. She hurriedly stopped Zhongli, and then she took out a set of clothes from a small pouch on her waist. All right, as expected of one of the top second-generation immortal cultivators in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. She already had a spatial artifact at the age of 13 and was only at the Qi refinement realm. Shen Shan Kaihua thought for a moment and felt that Zhongli's words made sense. She took her clothes and walked to the back of the vine barrier. Then, she blushed again. Because through the gap between the vines, Zhongli was staring at her. "Senior brother, can you make them grow more leaves?" Cough cough. Zhongli looked at the intertwined vine net in front of him. Was it not nice to cover only the majority of the view? However, since the other party said so, Zhongli could not pretend that his spiritual qi was exhausted. He could only follow her request and make the vines thicker. One Shen Shan is her surname, but it can be read as Divine Mountain. Chapter 157, 9 Nether Earth Fruit. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. After leaving the first mountain, the dangers in the environment gradually increased. Some poisonous insect demon beasts that were impossible to guard against would suddenly attack from time to time. Although it would not really injure the two of them, it was enough to cause them trouble. Some areas were even covered by the troublesome illusion array fog again, causing the areas that cultivators could pass to be compressed. On the few paths that were not shrouded by fog, there were even monsters guarding the pass. After all, this was the outer mountain range of the medicine garden. Apart from the fog, there were also many demons deliberately placed here to guard the mountain. In the sect alliance competition, it was easier to gather fodder on the spot. These demons were used as tools to test the participating cultivators. Some overly powerful demons had already been killed or sealed by them. However, there were some demon beasts equivalent to the Qi refinement realm and a few weak foundation establishment demon beasts, and they were the most difficult monsters to guard. Right now, what was placed in front of Zhongli and Shen Shan Kaihua was a huge swamp. The two sides of the swamp were covered in fog. At the entrance, someone erected a wooden sign that said, "The nearest and most dangerous path." From the looks of it, other than traveling, they would have to pass through the checkpoints before continuing forward. This is the closest route to the second mountain. We're 2 days later than the others. If we want to catch up, we can only pass through here. Zhongli stood at the entrance of the swamp. He picked up a tree branch and threw it in. In less than 2 breaths of time, the tree branch slowly sank. From the looks of it, it was absolutely impossible to walk through the swamp. If one wanted to get close, they had to fly at a low altitude. Doing this would not only consume spiritual qi, but it would also prevent cultivators from using the artifact for aerial combat, making them feel restricted. However, as the wooden sign said, this should be the nearest route. Zhongli had spent quite a bit of time in the coffin the moment he entered the mountain, while Shen Shan Kaihua had already walked quite a bit of distance. However, while escaping, she directly walked in the opposite direction in the fog, directly flying back to the original location. After dealing with the pursuers, it was impossible for them to set off immediately. They found a place and let Shen Shan Kaihua meditate for half a day before they set off together again. Therefore, this dragged on for 2 days. If they did not catch up soon, their rankings might be at the bottom. This second mountain was shaped like a camel. In the middle, the terrain of the camel's back was relatively flat and easy to traverse. It was covered in mud. The nearest route was through here. If one wanted to pass through this place, the most basic requirement was to be able to fly at a low altitude. Furthermore, one had to have a certain amount of combat ability while flying. There were so many Chi Refinement Realm cultivators participating in the competition, but just these two conditions would probably eliminate a large number of them. If he headed towards the two sides of the fog, there should be other entrances. The difficulty of the hurdles he encountered would be lower, but he might have to take a long detour and waste more time. Zhang Li saw many footprints at the entrance to the swamp. It seemed that many people had come here before. Some chose to continue forward, while others circled around the edge of the fog in an attempt to find another entrance. Zhang Li and Shen Shan Kaihua did not hesitate for long before they decided to pass through. Zhang Li took a step forward, and his feet seemed to be stepping on solid ground. However, if one observed carefully, one would notice that there was still a few centimeters of distance between his feet and the swamp. It was even simpler for Shen Shan Kaihua. Stepping on the flying sword was like stepping on a sliding board as it slid forward. She was even more comfortable than Zhang Li. Gurgle. Not long after the two of them stepped into the area of the swamp, the surface of the surrounding mud suddenly started to move, and a large amount of smelly air bubbles surged out. 3 swamp monsters over 2 meters tall suddenly burrowed out of the ground and pounced towards Zhang Li and Shen Shan Kaihua. That disgusting and dirty appearance was really the nemesis of body cultivators. At this moment, Zhang Li did not want to touch them at all. Bang! A black mud bomb flew over with a splash of muddy water. The 2 elite disciples hurriedly split up to dodge to the side. Among the 3 swamp monsters, there was actually one that could spit mud. The power of this mud bomb was not great, but it was extremely disgusting. Zhang Li, who was in a clean state, could barely endure being hit by this thing. However, if it hit Shen Shan Kaihua, it would at least make this young lady stink for 3 days. She would probably cry for a long time. At this moment, the two of them became extremely wary of the monster. They could not allow themselves to get hit. Shen Shan Kaihua stepped on the water sword and drew a huge arc on the flat swamp terrain, avoiding several smelly mud bullets in a row. She adjusted her direction and slashed out blazing sword lights with the fire sword. The first strike dried the mud on the surface, the second strike shattered the hardening mud shell, and the third strike finally killed a long-furred demon that was revealed from underneath the mud shell. This long-furred demon was the true form of the swamp monster. They looked like sloths or water monkeys. The swamp monster's true form was hideous and ugly. The fur on its body was black and hard, more than 3 feet long. It was these long fur that carried a large amount of mud that formed the swamp monster's appearance. Their bodies were covered in fur and thick mud, forming an extremely thick layer of mud armor. Their defense was quite strong. Even the sword light of the Shu Mountain sword cultivators took 3 tries to kill one. To an ordinary Chi Refinement Realm cultivator, it would probably be quite troublesome. It was unknown how many cultivators had already died in the mud. The remaining 2 mud monsters rushed over from the other 2 directions. Zhang Li could not just stand there and watch. It was not right to keep letting an injured person take action. He did not plan to solve the problem with his fists. He gently threw out 2 seeds. Demon Awakening. Wood Dragon Art. As the green light expanded, the 2 seeds that were only slightly larger than sand instantly grew and swelled, transforming into 2 wooden dragons that were 10 meters long in the air. With a silent roar, they swam nimbly in the mud, quickly rushing forward and wrapping around the other 2 swamp monsters. They tightened their grip and strangled the monsters on the spot. Zhang Li had dragon blood in his body. Although it was not much, he was still affected by it. When he cast the spell, a little bit of dragon chi was infused. Among the various demons he awakened, the dragon form was the strongest. After dealing with the 3 swamp monsters, the two of them had no intention of going forward to harvest the loot. It was said that the eyes of the swamp monster could be used as alchemy materials. 3 pairs of eyes could probably be sold for a few spirit stones. However, they were not people who lacked these spirit stones, and they could not stand this smelly loot. Seeing the 3 corpses sink into the mud again, the two of them continued forward, but they were also a little more wary of what was below their feet. In the coffin, the 9 nether clones still had not completely digested the legacy of its predecessor. However, at this moment, he still opened an eye on the tree statue and looked at the 31 captives below. On their bodies, the clones smelled a familiar scent. When they were out on a mission in the southern Seal Kingdom, Liu Qianqian could smell that there was something wrong with their blood. In front of the spiritual root branch, this smell could not be more obvious. If other spiritual root seeds landed in his hands, he would naturally be able to use them. A vine wrapped around the neck of one of the captives, pulling him into the air. The captive was tied around the neck and hung in mid-air. He was like a fish that had left the water and could not breathe. He struggled violently in vain. Then, a scene that was familiar to Zhang Li occurred. There was no need to throw in more waste pills. The spiritual root branches of the 9 netherwood were competing with each other. There was a special method between them that was specialized in snatching the power of their own kind. Stealing the spiritual root seed from the parasitic body was an instinctive action. Soon, the cultivator's hair began to turn white from the end, and the skin on his body gradually lost its flexibility and luster. In the end, his throat rolled, and a thumb-sized seed was spat out. It was caught by another tentacle that had been waiting nearby. Sure enough, this group of cultivators was once again unlucky to have been parasitized by the spiritual root seed. They wanted to infiltrate the major sects. It seemed that a certain spiritual root branch was quite smart. It used every method possible to squeeze into the sects. This level of intelligence was simply worlds apart from the spiritual root branch that Zhang Li had captured. One of them was still bitterly relying on a group of scaled demons' worship, while the other had already begun to infiltrate the cultivation world. The tree trunk of the clone had one eye open and one eye closed. This meant that half of his mind was receiving the memories of the predecessor, and the other half was focused on the scene before him. He casually threw the cultivator to the side and placed the spiritual root seed in front of him. The cultivator who had his spiritual root seed stripped away was in a very weak state. However, he did not die immediately. Instead, he lay on the ground gasping for breath. Although this state could not last for long, Zhang Li, who had already taken over the spiritual root branch, knew that as long as he was given another spiritual root seed, he would be able to keep his life. When the spiritual root seed entered the statue's mouth, many things immediately became clear to him. The cultivation base in this seed was of the earth attribute, but the exact quantity was not very stable. According to the normal chi refinement speed of a cultivator with a top-grade spiritual root aptitude, the cultivation in this seed was approximately 10 months, less than a year. After all, up until now, the highest spiritual root that a spiritual root seed could give was only a medium-grade spiritual root. In other words, there was a 9-fold difference between a top-grade and medium-grade spiritual root. This rogue cultivator had cultivated for about 8 years and was at the mid-stage chi refinement realm. Within the age of 20, such a speed was only average. This cultivation could also be used for different purposes. The simplest method was to completely turn it into nutrients to support the growth of the 9 nether clone. As for the spiritual root seeds that were emptied, they could be thrown back into other creatures' bodies and wait for them to grow before obtaining new fruits. Alternatively, he could refine this earth attribute cultivation base and turn it into a 9 nether earth fruit that he could consume directly. It was only a 1-star earth fruit formed by a chi refinement realm cultivator of the lowest grade. However, if he consumed it, not only could he directly increase his cultivation, he could also increase his lifespan and gain an artificial spiritual root. With a thought from Zhang Li, this cultivation base was immediately purified. With the spiritual root seed as the core, a branch grew out from the top of the spiritual root clone's head. Then, an earth-brown fruit grew out from the small and long body. After eating it, one could gain the cultivation level of a top-grade spiritual root cultivator who had cultivated for 5 months. The cultivation base was reduced by quite a bit, almost half. However, that was someone else's cultivation base after all. It was already quite heaven-defying to be able to inherit it by just consuming a spiritual fruit, even if it was only half. Of course, in the case of Zhongli, a top-grade spiritual root cultivation of 5 months was only 20 to 30 days of cultivation. In addition, this 9 nether earth fruit could be eaten regardless of the spiritual root attribute. However, spiritual fruits of the same attribute could quickly convert the cultivation. In other words, if one wanted to directly obtain the cultivation of this spiritual fruit, then one had to be an earth attribute spiritual root cultivator. If they were not of the same attribute, for example, Zhongli could still eat it. However, if he wanted to use the cultivation base, he had to wait for the spiritual root seed to transform into an artificial spiritual root and grow it well. This required some time. According to the grade of the spiritual root, it was approximately 3 to 10 days. The spiritual root seed would first grow a spiritual root with a corresponding attribute in the body. If the artificial spiritual root wanted to absorb cultivation, it would be slower and it would take some time to increase cultivation. However, in terms of lifespan, there was no such restriction. Just this spiritual root seed could directly increase his lifespan by 30 years. The conversion loss was more than double as well. As for the concern of whether the cultivation and lifespan snatched from another person's body would have the same effect as a demonic cultivation method, causing them to have an unstable foundation, the answer was no. From the mythological legends, just look at the effect of the immortal peach, ginseng fruit, yellow core tree. These things could increase one's lifespan by 100 years just by smelling them. One bite could increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years. Eating the yellow core tree's fruit was even enough to allow mortals to ascend to the immortal realm immediately. Who had heard of any side effects after consuming them? Top-grade natural treasures were top-grade. They were unreasonably powerful. One had to know that the 9 nether wood was also a spiritual root of heaven and earth, and it was not inferior to other connate spiritual roots. Although their sources of energy were different, the 9 nether earth fruit was still a product of such an amazing treasure. Why would there be side effects after eating it? Alright, if being parasitized by a spiritual root seed was considered a side effect, then it indeed had side effects. However, other than being parasitized by the spiritual root seed, there was no problem with this fruit. The cultivation obtained was not inferior to what he personally cultivated. Otherwise, the immortal peach and ginseng fruit would not have become divine items sought after by so many immortals. Therefore, Zhongli did not dare to eat the 9 nether earth fruit he snatched from the scaled demon lair back then. Now, this spiritual root branch was Zhongli's clone. If he parasitized himself, it would not affect him at all. Only then could he eat it without worry. After some thought, Zhongli took out all the spiritual root seeds from the remaining captives. 1 grape-sized 9 nether earth fruits hung on the top of the spiritual root branch, making people want to pluck them and try one. Zhongli did not care about those rogue cultivators in the coffin and let them fend for themselves. However, there were 11 disciples among them. If they were allowed to live, they might be more valuable than corpses. 11 branches with various fruits hanging on them slowly extended and approached their original owner's mouth. The 11 dying sect disciples opened their mouths in desire and immediately, the extremely precious spiritual fruits entered their mouths. The cultivation and lifespan that were extracted from their bodies quickly replenished their bodies. Their pale white hair turned black again, and their muscles and skin that had lost their flexibility became smooth and rosy again. These 11 fruits were originally intended to be returned to them, so the strength and life force naturally did not need to be purified too much. Therefore, after the conversion, they did not lose too much cultivation, only about 20%. When they recovered their vitality and crawled up from the ground, they had already become Zhongli's most loyal friends in terms of consciousness. From now on, Zhongli had friends in the four major sects of the Great Mountain region, friends who would never betray him. Chapter 158, An inferior version of Zhongli. Zhongli isolated a space without yin qi in the coffin and let these new friends use the dense spiritual qi in the coffin to recover first. In the outside world, he and Shen Shan Kaihua encountered a 10-meter tall mud monster that was as powerful as a foundation establishment cultivator. However, at this moment, the mud monster was firmly tied to the spot by some force. It could not move, and it could only throw mud at Zhongli and Yanhong from afar. This was clearly the work of the combined competition authorities. They believed that this monster was too excessive. If they did not restrict it, the Qi refinement realm cultivators might not even have a chance to escape. If one did not consider a certain cheater, this was indeed the case. Shen Shan Kaihua could already be considered an extremely excellent first-tier Qi refinement realm cultivator in this competition. However, her fire-water sword technique that specialized in both offense and defense had completely lost its effect here. The thickness of the mud monster's body was unknown, but it was at least a few meters thick. Under the effect of the monster's power, the seemingly ordinary mud became abnormally defensive. It was very difficult to deal with. When the explosive fire sword qi struck it, it was unable to penetrate the mud layer. Instead, the mud layer was like a swamp that directly swallowed the sword qi and disappeared. Even if she did not use sword qi and instead used fire attribute spell techniques to roast the mud on its surface piece by piece, it could still be replenished using the mud that was everywhere. Shen Shan Kaihua, who was known as the Water-Fire Dual Absolute Divine Mountain Sword, attacked her opponent for a long time, but it was still standing there perfectly fine. In fact, she got exhausted first. Even the Shu Mountain Sword cultivators could not casually cross realms in battle. Their true strength came only after they had awakened their sword heart talent. The sword heart that could ignore defenses and the terrifying might of the sword technique were the powers that awed the Great Mountain region. However, in the initial stages, they were only slightly stronger than others. Seeing that Shen Shan Kaihua could not be defeated after a long time, Zhongli also joined the battle. As usual, he used his demon awakening technique. Almost endless dark green light blossomed. A 40-meter-long wooden dragon landed in the mud, stirring up a vicious wind. The mud monster and Kaihua were dumbfounded. What was wrong with this guy? Why did he use such a powerful technique immediately? Was he not going to probe the enemy first? Did he not want to check if there were other monsters around? Looking at the huge wooden dragon, Shen Shan Kaihua felt a sense of familiarity from Zhongli. One of her senior brothers from the Fire Element Peak was like this. He attacked with flashy moves that had astonishing power, and the output was continuous. This kind of fighting style where one did not need to consider the expenditure of spiritual qi was really enviable. The mud monster was restricted by the runes and could only watch as the wooden dragon approached. The 10-meter-tall mud monster was entangled immediately. Through the wooden dragon, Zhongli could sense that the mud monster was sliding down. It was probably trying to escape by abandoning the mud outer shell. However, how could Zhongli let this guy escape? The four claws of the wooden dragon dug deep into the mud, firmly grabbing its body. Then, it pulled and tore it apart. Finally, it retrieved an ugly head from within. The huge body collapsed weakly. A large amount of mud flowed out after losing its support, revealing a headless, long-haired demon. After this demon grew larger, it seemed to have become even more ugly. Hey? What's this? As the mud peeled off, a square wooden chest appeared beside the revealed corpse. However, this wooden chest was also covered in layers of mud. It did not look like a treasure chest but trash instead. Junior sister Kaihua. Zhongli controlled the wooden dragon and grabbed the wooden chest with its claws, then handed the wooden chest to the other party. Without needing Zhongli to say anything, Shen Shan Kaihua already understood. With a raise of her hand, a stream of water landed on the wooden chest, and it quickly washed away the dirt on it. However, to Zhang Li's disappointment, this wooden chest was not some extremely precious treasure of the ancestors, and it was only a treasure chest that the Sex Combined Competition Authority had placed here in advance. With a wave of his hand, he used his spiritual chi to open the lid. Inside were 2 tokens shimmering with spiritual light. After all, they had defeated the Foundation Establishment demon, so it was not too much to give them some spoils of war. The 2 tokens did not look any different. The spiritual chi on them was not very strong either. It looked like they were only 2 ordinary tokens and not any special artifacts. Zhang Li took one and observed it carefully before passing the other to Kai Hua. He looked at the patterns on the token and felt that it was a little familiar. He was thinking about where he had seen it before. However, he realized that no one took the token he handed over after a long time. Shen Shan Kai Hua, who was standing beside him, did not have any intention of taking it. "Junior sister, what are you waiting for?" Zhang Li asked curiously. "That demon was killed by senior brother alone. The things in this box should naturally be senior brother's spoils of war." Shen Shan Kai Hua's values were really very rigid. She felt that she had not done anything in the battle just now, so she did not plan to share the spoils of war. In the future, if someone wanted to pursue her as their Dao companion, it would be difficult to even give her a gift. Zhang Li was somewhat used to her personality. He reached out and stuffed another token into her arms. "Junior sister, don't say such things. We were working together just now. Without your distraction, I wouldn't have been able to kill it directly. This token is the entry ticket for this maze formation. As long as you hold it, you won't be affected by the fog anymore. However, the effect of holding 1 token is exactly the same as holding 2. If you don't take this, it's useless for me to keep a second one. Thus, junior sister, you should take it." Looking at the introduction of another piece of paper in the wooden box, he finally understood the use of this thing. It seemed that the wooden sign at the entrance of the swamp did not only refer to the literal nearest path but also the use of the 2 tokens. Zhang Li held the token. He finally recalled where he had seen the patterns on it. This was very similar to the patterns on the array foundation stone that he had dug out back then. However, many of the runes on the formation foundation stone were very ancient. The patterns on this token were filled with the style of the great mountain cultivation realm that Zhang Li was familiar with. Clearly, this was an array formation expert from the various large sects. After breaking through the illusionary realm of this misty mountain range, they had created the authority token based on the array foundation runes. It was equivalent to opening the lock and matching the key according to the lock core. Zhang Li, who was also a runic array master, knew that the difficulty here was extremely high. At the very least, he was far from reaching this level. Even if he could barely reach the standard, this was a job that required a considerable amount of time and effort. Generally speaking, it was not something that an array master could do. Otherwise, he would have gone to test it out himself when he dug out the array foundation stone. Zhang Li took the token and walked into a fog. Although his vision was still blocked, the strange feeling of him moving up and down did not appear again. He turned around and steadily walked out of the fog. As expected, the effect of the maze was blocked. The young lady from the Shenshan clan was also shocked when she saw this. The effects of this maze formation were tormenting all the cultivators. With this token, it meant that they could directly fly to the end point. Didn't that mean that they had passed the first test? She hesitated for a moment before accepting the token upon Zhang Li's insistence. After all, it was a shame to waste it. In any case, she had to repay him for saving her life. She would repay him more later on. As if thinking of something, Shen Shan Kaihua's face flushed red. There were still many traps and poisonous miasma on the 2 large mountains ahead. However, they no longer needed to undergo those trials. They only needed to take the tokens and fly to the end. Shen Shan Kaihua stepped on the flying sword and rose into the sky. Zhang Li also stepped on the air and rose up step by step, disappearing into the clouds. He originally wanted to stay a little longer and try to carve a copy of the token himself, but he discovered that the rune on this token had been done with a rather brilliant secret precaution. With his standards, he could only give up. The speed of flying was naturally much faster than walking on complicated paths. After breaking through the second mountain, the third and fourth mountains appeared before them. The competition authorities deliberately used the fog to form a huge maze, covering the last two mountains and linking them together. The competitors had to move through the maze and face all kinds of dangerous traps. However, in this maze, besides danger, there were also many good things, such as artifacts, medicinal pills, tokens similar to those in Zhang Li's hands, and many special miasma removal pills. These were pills prepared to deal with the poisonous miasma on the fourth mountain. In this aspect, those rich cultivators were at an advantage. This was because as long as it was a higher quality detoxification pill, eating a few more would be able to deal with the poisonous miasma. They did not need to spend much effort to specially search for the miasma removal pills. Buzz buzz. Right at this moment, the small white whistle that Zhang Li wore suddenly vibrated slightly. He had long forgotten about this small prop and did not expect it to react at this moment. He silently counted the time when the whistle sounded and used the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra to increase his hearing to search for the direction of the sound. This was a cry for help from a fellow disciple. I saw the two of you. Hand that thing over obediently. If you wait for me to act, it won't be so easy for you. In the maze below, a young man held two large dark red walnuts the size of a child's fist in his hand and skillfully rotated them in his palm. Opposite him were two disciples of the scripture storage valley. This person had an unfamiliar face and wore gorgeous clothes. He did not seem to be a local cultivator of the Great Mountain region. He seemed to be quite relaxed against two people. Impossible. This is what we obtained by painstakingly killing the demon. Why should we give it to you? Zhang Li knew the person who spoke. She was a female disciple of the Scripture Storage Valley's Demon Vanquishing Hall. He did not remember her name. However, her nickname was Lady Ironthorn, which suited her very well. With the Ironthorn whip in one hand, she was very valiant, and her entire person was like a hedgehog that could not be easily approached. Although she was ranked at the bottom among the 10 Qi refinement realm cultivators, it was already quite rare. However, at this moment, her Ironthorn whip was broken into two and tossed to the side. The right hand holding the whip also hung weakly. She was clearly injured badly. Why? Humph. Because of this. The dark red walnuts in the youth's hand suddenly erupted with spiritual qi. They carried an abnormally terrifying might as they suddenly struck towards her. Be careful. Another disciple beside her hurriedly rushed out, holding a flying sword as he blocked in front of the walnuts. With a clang, the flexible sword was almost bent and was about to touch his chest. This person was precisely the close combat sword cultivator from the Internal Affairs Hall that had fought Zhang Li, Mu Luo, who used the Wind Chance sword. Relying on the effect of the whistle, he and Lady Ironthorn finally gathered together. After that, they relied on their cooperation to successfully kill a wolf demon that had been weakened greatly and obtained a token that was inferior to Zhang Li's. This token could allow them to ignore the maze fog on the ground and pass through it, but it could not be used in the air. However, this was already powerful enough. However, this scene was discovered by the young man who happened to pass by. The two people from the Scripture Storage Valley were already exhausted to begin with. Furthermore, the other party launched a sneak attack first, injuring them in an instant. Lady Ironthorn's artifact, the Ironthorn Whip, was also directly snapped into two, and her combat strength was reduced by 70 to 80%. Seeing the other party's weapon flying at him again, Mu Luo could only raise his sword and step forward. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to block the walnut. Then, in the next moment, the other walnut in the other party's hand shot out again, sending Mu Luo flying far away. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood in succession, and the wind chant sword and the token were also flung away, landing in the dust. Humph! I gave you a way out, but you didn't leave. You insisted on seeking your own death. Don't blame me for this. The 2 walnuts in his hand floated up automatically, spinning faster and faster around each other. Then, they turned into 2 blackish-red rays of light that shot towards the 2 people on the ground. Boom! Dust rose high into the air, and large cracks spread on the ground. It could be seen how powerful the collision was. The 2 people who were hit by this attack definitely had no chance of surviving. The youth shook his head in disdain, then picked up the token and turned around to leave. He waved his hand with his back facing the dust and smoke, intending to summon the 2 walnuts back. However, a second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds passed. The young man had already taken several steps, but the 2 walnut artifacts that he had been carrying for many years still did not fly back. He turned his head in puzzlement and looked at the spot where the dust was slowly dissipating. His artifacts were clearly there, but no matter how he summoned them, they did not fly back. Creak! 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 At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the dust. The dust finally slowly dispersed, and it was a burly youth standing in front of the 2 people from the scripture storage valley. The sound came from his hand. The 2 dark red walnuts were locked in his left palm. Not only were they unable to escape, but they were also squeezed by a tremendous force and twisted in his palm, almost grinding into a different shape. That's how you play with this thing, right? Don't you think I'm pretty good at it? Zhongli took out 2 bottles of healing pills and threw them to his fellow disciples behind him. He then continued to hold on to the 2 walnuts and walked towards the other party. Earlier, he had rushed down from the clouds in time and used his palm to forcefully shield the 2 fellow disciples before they could be hit. The enormous impact was not caused by the artifact hitting its target, but by Zhongli falling from the sky and crashing into the ground. Who are you? Quickly return my redwood beads. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. The young man was not afraid, and he continued to threaten Zhongli with extreme confidence. He took out a short stick from his pocket, and it was obviously an artifact of high quality. So this thing is yours? Friend, you're wrong. How can you throw things around casually? Even if you don't hit anyone, it's not good to hurt the flowers and grass. Both sides clearly harbored ill intentions. They approached each other step by step, and the spiritual qi in their bodies surged endlessly, ready to attack at any time. The youth hid the short staff behind him. It quickly grew several times longer at an angle that Zhongli could not see. The distance between the 2 of them was already close to 3 meters. The young man was the first to move out, and he waved the wooden stick that had grown in length before striking directly at Zhongli's head. Judging from the imposing aura, it had to be a profound rank artifact at the very least. Tiger Staff. Crushing Strike. The long, green tiger staff smashed over. This cultivator had a wood attribute spiritual root. This was the first time Zhongli had fought against an opponent of the wood attribute. Swoosh! Zhongli did not raise his head to look at the staff that smashed over, and his footsteps did not stop at all. The dragon imprisoning lock on his waist arrived first and firmly bound the staff. When his opponent's attack was blocked, Zhongli took 3 steps forward, and then his left hand grabbed the 2 walnuts and smashed them fiercely at his opponent's temple. Boom! Boom! The youth was sent flying to the side by the huge force. After colliding with the ground several times, he finally stopped after deflecting the exaggerated force. However, in less than 2 seconds, the other party got up from the ground again. Other than the right side of his face swelling up and his right eye unable to open, he looked fine. Zhongli had not held back in his attack just now. A slap from him could have easily blasted the other party's head apart, but now, it only had this effect. He looked at his left hand and recalled the blow just now. It was indeed not right. It was as if there was a layer between his fist and the other party's head. Zhang Li observed the other party again and discovered that there was a small sapphire earring on both of his ears. He vaguely remembered that the other party's right earring had lit up. It was that explosion of spiritual qi that had saved his life under Zhang Li's fist. Now, the earring on the other party's left ear lit up again. A gentle light emitted, causing the injuries on his face to quickly recover. "Who are you exactly? Tell me." Zhang Li's figure vanished, and then he fiercely kicked his opponent on the waist, causing his entire body to transform into a V shape before plowing forward for a long distance. This time, Zhang Li saw it clearly. A thin water screen appeared automatically and blocked his feet, absorbing most of his strength. To be able to achieve this extent, the defensive artifact had to be at least at the low-grade profound rank. The artifacts on this guy covered the aspects of ranged, melee, defense, healing, and all of them were of high quality. It could be said that he was fully armed and could crush people to death with just his artifacts. Even the Shu Mountain Five Elements Peak had never given their disciples such luxurious treatment. "Cough cough cough, you dare hurt me? Good. You actually dare to hurt me. I'll make you regret it." Tiger Staff. Slaughter Forest. The healing earring on the left ear was also quite effective. That guy was not at the Foundation establishment realm, so his body was still weak. Even if he had artifacts to defend himself, his kidneys would have definitely been shattered by his kick. However, he could move so quickly after the impact. He roared angrily at Zhang Li as if the latter had done something horrible to him. Zhang Li was just about to step forward and give his opponent a vicious combination punch to see just how hard the tortoise shell was when he saw his opponent plunge the tiger staff into the ground. Damn it! A strand of wood attribute spiritual qi flowed swiftly underground. Zhang Li immediately realized something, and his figure instantly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed two of his fellow disciples and jumped into the air. The moment his feet left the ground, a dozen emerald green tiger staffs pierced out. They grew to a height of 5 meters before coming to a halt. They were just a step away from killing Mu Luo and Lady Ironthorn. "Senior brother Zhang, do you need help?" At this moment, Shen Shan Kaihua also rushed over. She stepped on her flying sword and looked down solemnly. "That guy had too many artifacts. Help me look after them." Zhang Li did not stand on ceremony. After saying that, he threw the two of them even higher and got Shen Shan Kaihua to receive them. The bones in his body started to crackle. Those who were familiar with him knew that Zhang Li was going to get serious. "You really made me a little angry." He took out a handful of seeds and casually threw them down. Demon Awakening. Plant Army. A vast amount of wood attribute spiritual light spread out, and the seeds turned into more than 100 demon beasts that pounced on the other party. When the young man saw this scene, he was shocked as well. After that, the tiger staff stabbed into the ground again, and more copies stabbed out from the ground, piercing through the little demons that were charging forward from bottom to top. This tiger staff might be the strongest artifact in the opponent's hands. Its power was truly shocking. Zhang Li's demon awakening technique that had always been successful was forcefully resisted by him. Over 100 wood demons had at least 3 tiger staffs pierced through their bodies. They were pinned to the ground and could not move. However, the other party was not completely fine. His face was pale, and his figure swayed as if his body was exhausted. He could not stand steadily. However, the expenditure just now should have drained 10 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators dry. The reason why the other party could still stand was because of the jade token hanging around his neck. That artifact had helped to supplement at least 90% of the spiritual qi needed. Zhang Li was really curious now. Who exactly was this fellow? He was covered in practical high-grade artifacts, and it was almost as if he was an inferior version of Zhang Li himself. However, the qi refinement realm was still just the qi refinement realm in the end. He could not even unleash the full might of this set of artifacts, so it ended here. Zhang Li's figure vanished from the sky, and he kicked out once more. His opponent's combat experience could only be said to be slightly better than an idiot, so how could he react to Zhang Li's attack? He was kicked into the distant mist, and then he vanished. The coffin that had been waiting in the fog caught the person. Then, it shrunk to the size of a palm and flew away from the spot. Chapter 159, Top of the Rankings. He ran away. You guys leave first, I'll be right behind. After kicking the young man into the fog, Zhang Li left behind this sentence before his feet followed into the fog. Senior brother Zhang, be careful. Shen Shan Kaihua also wanted to chase after them to help, but due to the two injured people in her hands, she could only put them back to the ground before riding her flying sword into the fog. However, with Zhang Li's speed, she could no longer see where he was after a few seconds of delay. At this moment, Zhang Li had already entered the coffin space. Inside, the young man who had been kicked in was beaten up by 11 sect disciples as soon as he entered. He was already heavily injured and his spiritual qi was exhausted. How could he be a match for these elites? Not long after, he lay on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. All his artifacts had been stripped off. In order to prevent him from hiding any more treasures, he was not even left with a pair of underpants. Then, he was tied up by the spiritual root clone with vines. When Zhang Li entered, he saw a tied-up man who was being judged by 11 cultivators. He looked frightened and somewhat in shock. It seemed that he had never expected to be treated like this. He still spat out some threatening words, trying to use the influence of the faction behind him to scare others. How is it, friend? Who is regretting it now? The spiritual root clone and Zhang Li's minds were connected, and it immediately sent the young man to Zhang Li's feet as the latter stepped ruthlessly. Needless to say, it was purely humiliation. Where did this guy get his courage from? From the beginning to the end, he looked at them with disdain, as if he was superior to them. When facing Zhang Li's two fellow disciples, he did not hold back at all and attacked with his killer moves. Zhang Li felt that this guy had to learn the reality of the world. The youth looked at the foot that stepped on his body, his expression contorting in shock as he felt intense anger and humiliation. However, he was at the mercy of someone after all. He no longer had any ability to resist, so he could only forcefully calm down and speak to Zhang Li. However, it was still not begging for mercy, but offering a deal. Take your filthy foot off me. Let me go. I am from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's headquarters. If you kill me, you will suffer endless retribution. Believe me, your sect won't offend us for a mere Qi refinement realm disciple like you. Zhang Li looked at the person under his feet in surprise. Although his voice was trembling as he spoke, under such circumstances, it was already quite difficult for him to clearly analyze the consequences. He did not refute the guy. Why would the Immortal Ascension Pavilion attack the Scripture Storage Valley for a Qi refinement realm cultivator? From this guy's artifacts, it could be seen that his identity was definitely not ordinary. Zhang Li did not reply and gestured for the other party to continue. When this young man saw Zhang Li's reaction, he thought that his threat had succeeded, and he immediately became excited while his tone became much more smooth. Let me go. As compensation, I can give you all the artifacts in my possession. That's 5 profound rank artifacts and a storage artifact. They're priceless. It'll absolutely satisfy you. Moreover, don't worry. I can guarantee that this is a fair trade. After this, I definitely won't take revenge on you. The youth knew that he did not have much of a chance to bargain. Since the artifacts had already been snatched away, it was impossible for this guy to return them. It was already a blessing if he could use such a guarantee to exchange for a way out. As long as he could leave this place alive, with the Immortal Ascension Pavilion backing him, he would be able to take back everything. In his mind, he was already planning how to continue bargaining after Zhang Li rejected him. As long as Zhang Li became greedy and took the initiative to ask for the ransom from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, he was confident that he could be sent back to the Elder. Oh, really? Since you plan to give me these things, introduce them to me first. However, Zhongli was unexpectedly easygoing. After hearing his suggestion, he did not show any interest, but he did not refuse either. After removing the foot that was stepping on the guy, he inspected the row of artifacts on the ground under the young man's introduction. After being robbed, he still had to explain the stolen items. This feeling made him feel a little strange. However, he had no choice but to bow his head. As long as he could return alive. As long as he could return alive. This time, Zhongli's spoils of war were extraordinarily abundant. When he was fighting with his opponent, he specially avoided these artifacts and allowed them to be preserved intact. At most, they would be slightly out of spiritual qi. The two dark red walnut redwood beads were a low-grade profound rank wood attribute long-ranged artifact. The emerald green short staff, tiger staff, was a medium-grade profound rank wood attribute main combat artifact. The pair of sapphire earrings were both low-grade profound rank water attribute healing and defensive artifacts. The pure spiritual jade token was a medium-grade profound rank spiritual qi support artifact without any attribute. In the end, he even had a spatial pouch that was 2 cubic meters in size. Each of these items was a treasure, and all of them were top tier among items of the same grade. Even Zhongli could not help but feel a little tempted when he saw them. These artifacts would be of great help to him. Your Immortal Ascension Pavilion is really rich. You're actually willing to put all these artifacts on a Qi Refinement Realm cultivator. Aren't you afraid that others will snatch them away? Or is it that after taking your things, we will suffer some terrifying revenge, so you're not afraid of being targeted? Zhongli picked up the tiger staff and waved it twice in his hand. It was rather refreshing. Speaking of which, he was a Yinwood attribute cultivator, but he had never used an artifact that matched his attribute. It was quite strange. The young man instantly panicked when he heard Zhongli's words, and he hurriedly explained. Our Immortal Ascension Pavilion has always valued honesty. Even under such circumstances, we will never go back on our words. You can rest assured about this. If you don't believe me, we can sign the contract. After all, his life was still in someone else's hands. If the other party was afraid of revenge and directly killed him, then how regretful would he be? This youth did everything he could to stabilize Zhongli and make him believe the words so that he could live. However, contracts were only useful to low-level cultivators without strength or background. There were more than one way to break the contract for high-level cultivators and sects. His words were actually not very convincing. Sign a contract? No, 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 there's no need to go through so much trouble. I believe in you. You definitely won't betray me. You just need to eat this. The spiritual root clone stretched out a vine. On it hung a spiritual root seed without any skin or flesh. Zhongli removed the seed, then very kindly brought the seed to the other party's mouth, indicating that he should eat it directly. What's this? You don't have to do this. I really won't take revenge. The young man did not really want to eat such strange things, but Zhongli just smiled at him and completely ignored what he said. Obviously, even if it was poison, he had to eat it. Then, all right. The youth put the seed into his mouth, still thinking of hiding it in his mouth to try to bluff his way out. Furthermore, even if he was discovered, he could just eat it. With the standards of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's medical cultivators and alchemists, they could resolve any slow-acting poison. Trying to use poison to control him was laughable. The youth had a good plan. Since the other party had even taken out poison, it was obvious that he did not want to kill him. Otherwise, there would be no need for so much trouble. Therefore, he did not resist much and put the seed into his mouth. However, as soon as the seed entered his mouth, an extremely tempting and sweet taste surged forth. He could not help but grunt as he swallowed it. I clearly didn't want to swallow it. Once the spiritual root seed entered his stomach, it was already too late to spit it out. The seed disappeared without warning in his stomach. Immediately, the youth's consciousness became more and more blurry, and he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the fear in them had completely disappeared. The spiritual root clone controlled the vines to release him. The young man turned around and knelt on one knee in front of Zhongli. The other 11 disciples knelt down and shouted in unison, "Master!" Zhongli nodded in satisfaction. Through his spiritual root clone, he could clearly sense their loyalty. He then picked up the few artifacts on the ground. "Oh right, what's your name again?" Zhongli asked the youth. "Master, my name is Huangfutai." The disciple from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion headquarters hurriedly replied. The parasitism of the spiritual root seed was like the ant queen to the worker ants, making the parasitic cultivator obey unconditionally. However, it could not read memories together like a parallel mind. Therefore, there were still some things that needed to be asked. Huangfutai, remove all the markings on these artifacts." Zhongli gave an extremely overbearing order, but there was not the slightest hint of displeasure on the face of this Huangfutai. "Yes, master." He was even grateful for his usefulness. With that, he shut his eyes and obeyed. A moment later, Huangfutai's pale face became even paler. He knelt on the ground and was about to collapse. It was the spiritual root clone who extended a vine and pierced into his navel. After instilling quite a bit of vitality and spiritual qi into him, he did not faint on the spot. It was normal for him to receive injuries after severing so many deeply related artifacts. Although Huangfutai was already his subordinate, others did not and could not know about it. Zhongli had his own plans for the Immortal Ascension Pavilion, so he naturally had to put on a show. In addition, Zhongli was indeed quite interested in these artifacts. He mobilized his spiritual qi with all his might, and dense Woodyin spiritual qi wrapped around a few artifacts. Under the condition that he did not care about the expenditure of his spiritual qi, he quickly completed the initial refinement. But then he stopped. If he increased the degree of refinement, he could control the artifacts more freely and make their power higher. However, these few artifacts were not worth it. Zhongli hung the pure spiritual jade token on his chest and forcefully pierced 2 holes in his ears, wearing the pair of sapphire earrings. A large amount of pure high-grade spiritual qi surged into the jade pendant and the sapphire earrings. The 3 artifacts that had consumed a lot of spiritual qi were soon filled with energy again and emitted a gentle and warm glow. Then, let's see if the temporary amplification effect of an artifact is considered a status. Zhongli formed hand seals and forcefully utilized the 3 artifacts. He used a method that would damage the artifacts themselves to release their power at maximum output. Immediately, 2 blue lights and a white light appeared on his body. Activated the effect of the pure spiritual jade token. Added status, Spirit Nourishment. Spirit Nourishment, spiritual qi strength below the core formation realm will be increased by 100%. The upper limit of spiritual qi will be temporarily increased by 8,000 points. Duration, 300 seconds. Plus. Activated the effect of the Lake Heart Earrings, right, artifact. Added status, Lake Heart Protection. Lake Heart Protection, water attribute spiritual qi defense will be formed on the surface of the body to spread out the effect of attacks and reduce lethality. The upper limit of this defensive layer is against the late-stage foundation establishment realm. Duration, 300 seconds. Plus. Activated the effect of the Lake Heart Earrings, left, artifact. Added status, Lake Heart Healing. Lake Heart Healing? Plus. Zhongli's guess was correct. This method could be established. If he simply let the artifact augment his body, then it would definitely be unable to form a status effect. However, if he were to stimulate the effect of the artifact and use it on himself, it would form an amplification status that would gradually dissipate with time. In this way, it would be within the scope of his cheat. Zhongli casually removed the earrings and jade token. These 3 artifacts were already useless to him. The effects of these 3 artifacts were indeed not bad. It was impossible for a normal cultivator at the late-stage Qi refinement realm to withstand 3 strikes from Zhongli and survive. This showed how powerful the artifacts were. First of all, the healing effect of the lake heart healing status was naturally inferior to the entire set of recovery statuses on Zhongli's body. However, it could also serve as an icing on the cake. It was not a bad addition. The other 2 statuses were more important. Lake heart protection had a special ability to disperse attacks. This meant that if Zhongli was attacked by flying swords again, the piercing effect would be greatly weakened against him, which would greatly reduce the pressure on his defense. This water attribute protective layer could also withstand attacks of Foundation Establishment realm strength several times. It practically doubled Zhongli's defense when he did not use the Overlord body art. He had grown tankier. As expected of a medium-grade profound rank artifact, the final spirit nourishment status not only doubled the strength of his spiritual qi, but it also increased the upper limit of Zhongli's current spiritual qi storage. Just this effect was enough to make his spell technique's effect not inferior to that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. In short, these 3 statuses did not cause a qualitative change in Zhongli's strength. It only allowed his strength to double once more. Yes, it was merely better than nothing. Zhongli walked out of the coffin space with a smile. Behind him, 12 figures followed suit. Remember, be yourself. Do what you must. Especially you, Huangfu Tai. Since I robbed you, don't forget to bring people to take revenge on me. After he gave the last order, everyone suddenly changed their expressions like they did not know each other at all. They each found a direction and quickly left. Zhongli also put away the coffin and walked towards the direction he came from. As expected, the 2 fellow disciples and Shen Shan Kaihua did not leave him behind. Instead, they waited on the spot. Zhongli threw a token that appeared in his hand over, and it was caught by Mu Luo, who hurriedly stood up. Senior brother Mu, senior sister Ironthorn, I'll return this token to its original owner. Junior sister Kaihua, you've waited long. Let's go out together. When the 3 of them saw Zhongli return, they all revealed happy expressions. Mu Luo and Lady Ironthorn were so grateful that they did not know what to say. After some pleasantries, the 4 of them walked towards the finish line. There was no need to consider the maze or the poisonous fog. They simply walked straight through the layers of the fog wall. It only took them half a day to complete the final distance and step out of the misty mountain range. Zhongli and Shen Shan Kaihua walked at the front, chatting and laughing. The little princess of the Shen Shan clan, who had never had much social experience, was curious about everything. She spoke with Zhongli very easily, and their relationship became much closer. It was as if they had been good friends for many years. Mu Luo and Lady Ironthorn walked behind them. As they only had 1 token, they could only use their fingers to tie the token in the middle. They did not speak much along the way, but it seemed to have developed into a rather ambiguous atmosphere. However, if these 2 people became Dao companions, with this senior sister's personality and that Ironthorn whip, Mu Luo, this sword practitioner, would probably have a difficult time in the future. After walking out of the 4 mountains, the temporary destination was not far away. From afar, one could see a jade list standing there. There was not a single name on it. There were only 2 cultivators standing guard below the jade board. When they saw Zhongli and the others coming out, they did not react for a long time. It was obvious that they had not expected anyone to reach the end so quickly. You are participating cultivators? So fast! Gasp! They even obtained 3 tokens, they are truly disciples of Shu Mountain and Scripture Storage Valley. The 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators were shocked before one of the older cultivators recalled the important matter. Cough cough, congratulations on passing the first round of the test. Please leave your names on this jade board. Which of you is first on the list? The ranking on the jade board originally did not have any substantial benefits. However, this was the Great Mountain Cultivator Competition, and it could be said to be a major event that made one famous throughout the world. As long as one could ascend to the jade board, their name would be talked about enthusiastically, let alone be ranked at the top. That could bring about a huge reputation that ordinary people could not imagine, especially in the righteous path. Sometimes, reputation and strength were just as useful. However, faced with such tempting honor, the other three did not have the slightest intention of fighting for it. They all looked directly at Zhang Li. Zhang Li smiled and didn't act modestly as he walked forward and reported his name. The registered cultivator looked at Zhang Li in surprise. After all, he was still very young. Although Shen Shan Kaihua looked younger than Zhang Li, the reputation of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak was there. It was very easy to accept her as the number one. However, no one expected Zhang Li to be unanimously acknowledged by the others as the top of the rankings. It was not the two older cultivators nor was it the Shu Mountain disciple, but the seemingly ordinary and slightly burly Zhang Li. Outsiders did not know what it represented, but the Scripture Storage Valley's Zhang Li's name was on the jade board for the first round of the Qi Refinement Realm competition just like that. After him, the second place was the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak's disciple, Shen Shan Kaihua. The third and fourth were Mu Luo and Lady Ironthorn. Out of the top 4 positions on the jade board, the Scripture Storage Valley directly occupied 3 this time. It would probably make the other sects red-eyed. Chapter 160, Changing Cultivation Method. The tokens in their hands were finally taken back by the competition authorities. However, with their statuses, it would not be difficult for them to obtain a better one through the sect in the future. In addition, they had another pleasant surprise, which was that the top 10 cultivators had the right to skip the next round and directly participate in the final round. To Zhang Li, this was good news. Right now, he needed some time to enter into closed-door cultivation and digest the benefits he obtained from his spiritual root clone. While the jade board was being updated, Zhang Li's thoughts were no longer here. After bidding farewell to Shen Shan Kaihua and then rejecting the offers of many fellow disciples, Zhang Li directly returned to his room. Zhang Li's current cultivation level was already close to foundation establishment. If he did not change his cultivation method soon, it would be too late. In the small room, he shattered the tiles with a punch, then threw out the yin burial coffin. After entering the coffin, he sank into the ground together. Since he wanted to cultivate, then to Zhang Li, there was no environment better than the coffin space. He took 2 deep breaths in the coffin space. It was extremely dense and practically formed a layer of thin mist of spiritual qi and yin qi on the ground, causing Zhang Li to feel refreshed. After adjusting his state for a moment, Zhang Li immediately sat cross-legged. Due to the fact that his mind and enlightenment attributes were incomparable to before, his spirit had already entered a meditative state in just a few breaths' time. This was the reason why spirit refinement cultivation methods were rumored to be able to assist in cultivation in the cultivation world. It was because they really could. Although the 2 attributes of mind and enlightenment were extremely difficult to improve, the effects of these 2 attributes could be said to be extremely useful. They could increase all aspects of a cultivator. Even as a body cultivator, Zhang Li was restricted by his mind attribute several times. Only after the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra developed a certain effect did the situation change. After calming down, he entered his spiritual world again. The environment in Zhang Li's consciousness was currently a night sky. Under the illumination of the moon, lush and strong ghostwood trees were shaking their leaves slightly. This was the ghostwood tree that Zhang Li had visualized for more than half a year from the Qi refinement realm. In the beginning, what he visualized was only a seed. As he continued to cultivate, the seed sprouted and grew, eventually forming an excellent tree trunk that was 5 meters tall. But now, it's time for you to play your final role. The ghostwood art that was slowly circulating in Zhang Li's body suddenly stopped, and then the pure and dense spiritual qi started to circulate in a strange and unfamiliar manner. The rules of this sort of spiritual qi circulation path were different from the cultivation methods of the current cultivation world, and it revealed an ancient and mysterious aura. The 9 Nether Dao scripture deserved to be called a Dao scripture. It was extremely profound and matched the wonders of heaven and earth. Before Zhongli officially started, the yin qi and spiritual qi in the surroundings started to gather spontaneously, as if they were worshipping an emperor. What was the reason for being surrounded by spiritual qi and yin qi in the center? Even Zhongli, a cultivator of this cultivation method, currently knew how but not why. However, he did not have to think too much about it for the time being. After another complete qi circulation, the effects of the cultivation method that was superior to the ghostwood art in Zhongli's body made the tree start collapsing. However, the ghostwood spiritual qi did not dissipate and disappear directly. Instead, it was firmly locked in his body by the newly formed cultivation method. In Zhongli's sea of consciousness, the ghostwood tree was already swaying in the wind and rain. The ghostwood cultivation method that was originally circulating smoothly under many buffs suddenly suffered a huge blow. On the other side, Zhongli connected to his 9 Nether clone again, and he sent over the memories and fragments of the former spiritual root branch. At this moment, Zhongli, who was visualizing the creation of the spiritual root, 9 Nether wood, had these fragments that contained precious memories and comprehension insights. Without a doubt, he had placed the answer and the steps to solve the question in front of him, and he could directly copy them. It was even much easier than when he had first cultivated the ghostwood art. In next to no time, a pitch-black oval seed appeared in Zhongli's sea of consciousness. Immediately, the illusory figure of the ghostwood tree swayed even more, as if it was deeply afraid of something. A large amount of leaves fell, forming a thick layer on the ground. Zhongli's consciousness appeared out of nowhere. He grabbed the seed and directly shot it into the trunk of the ghostwood tree. As the ghostwood tree withered, the seed representing the 9 Nether wood finally began to sprout. Dense roots and vines crawled out, piercing through the lush ghostwood tree. Zhongli wanted to use the ghostwood art as nutrients to quickly push the 9 Nether Dao scripture forward. This was also the correct way to change cultivation methods. Soon, under the nourishment of the ghostwood art, the cultivation of the 9 Nether Dao scripture began in his body. It was as if a bottomless hole had appeared in Zhongli's stomach, greedily absorbing all the spiritual qi. It had to be known that the ghostwood art and the 9 Nether Dao scripture were both yinwood attribute cultivation methods. The conversion of spiritual qi between them was practically without any loss. However, it was still a top-grade ancient scripture after all. The amount of spiritual qi required to cultivate this thing was far from what the ghostwood art could compare to. The first level of the 9 Nether Dao scripture was quickly reached, followed by the second level, and the third level. The cultivation of the ghostwood art in his body was quickly devoured by the bottomless 9 Nether Dao scripture. At the same time, Zhongli absorbed and refined it as well. There was an endless flow of high-grade spiritual qi in his body, and the yin burial spiritual qi was everywhere in the coffin space. Regarding cultivation and spiritual qi, the 9 Nether Dao scripture welcomed all the nourishment it could get. The speed of cultivation was far above the ghostwood art. His cultivation progressed very smoothly. By converting the cultivation base while adding in his own spiritual qi, by the time this conversion was completed, Zhongli's total spiritual qi would not decrease but increase instead. However, that did not happen. Zhongli roughly calculated that he usually had to use 3 or more portions of the ghostwood art to be able to form a portion of the 9 Nether Dao scripture. This was because the 9 Nether Dao scripture cultivation method was truly too high level. The quantity of Zhongli's spiritual qi was already extremely shocking, but it was much inferior when compared to the 9 Nether spiritual qi. If this continued, even though Zhongli would still become stronger, or even much stronger, his qi refinement cultivation would probably return to its former state because of this. According to this ratio, returning to the mid-stage qi refinement realm was inevitable. It was not impossible for him to return to the initial stage qi refinement realm. After all, the 9 Nether Deo scripture was a top-grade cultivation method in the ancient era where immortals and Buddhas coexisted. It was normal for there to be such a gap between it and the ghost wood art. When faced with such a situation, ordinary people might accept their fate, but Zhongli could not endure it. He had painstakingly cultivated to the late-stage qi refinement realm. He absolutely could not accept this. Fortunately, Zhongli had quite a few good things in his possession. His usual accumulation and preparations allowed him to have a little capriciousness in front of key issues. Long before he embarked on the path to immortality, Zhongli had obtained the first spiritual root seed from a scaled demon. The second time was in Cloud Stream City. From the rat's body, he forced out the largest one that was suspected to be the traitor Elder Duan Zhuang's Golden Core Realm spiritual root seed. The third time was when he controlled his sword cultivator clone to attack the scaled demon lair. He obtained 2 cherry-sized spiritual root fruits and 4 spiritual root seeds. Among the 4 spiritual root seeds, there was one seed that originated from a Foundation establishment scaled demon. In the end, he harvested the 19 spiritual root seeds from the Misty Mountain range a few hours ago. Originally, there were 31 pills. The 11 pills were returned to the cultivators of the sect, and the last was given to Huangfu Tai. He could convert all these spiritual root seeds into the 9 nether earth fruits. Currently, Zhongli could condense a total of 27 spiritual root fruits. He could create 25 Qi Refinement Realm spiritual fruits, 1 Foundation Establishment Realm spiritual fruit, and 1 Golden Core Realm spiritual fruit. Of course, the spiritual root seed that had absorbed the essence of a Golden Core cultivator was extremely precious. Zhongli did not plan to use it here, so he did not touch the spiritual root seed for the time being. Among the other 27 spiritual fruits, there were 4 wood attribute spiritual fruits and 2 yin attribute spiritual fruits that Zhongli could consume directly. They were all from Qi Refinement Realm cultivators. Zhongli controlled his spiritual root clone and used the energy in his clone's body to continue infusing nutrients into the 6 9 nether earth fruits. He had to try to instill all of them into the limit of a 1-star spiritual fruit. In other words, a single spiritual fruit was equivalent to the full cultivation of a cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi Refinement realm. However, his spiritual root clone, which was already slightly malnourished, could not even provide this bit of energy. It could only begin to devour the other 9 nether earth fruits to provide nutrients. This kind of conversion was very costly and would cause a severe loss of energy. He sacrificed a total of 9 1-star earth fruits and more than half of the nutrients in the spiritual root branch. On the treetop of the spiritual root clone, there were only 6 perfectly round 9 nether earth fruits. 4 of them were green in color and filled with vitality, while the other 2 were black like obsidian. The tempting fragrance of these fruits filled the entire coffin space. The hundreds of thousands of ghosts were all excited and restless under the temptation of the spiritual fruit. Even Qin Shuman drooled as she looked at those fruits from afar. However, they were all firmly controlled by Zhongli and the coffin, unable to do anything. This point could be deduced from the immortal peach and ginseng fruit. Although the lowest grade 9 nether earth fruit was still far from their level, they were essentially spiritual fruits of heaven and earth. Its powerful effect was that even a rookie cultivator who had just entered the Qi Refinement realm could directly break through to the 9th level of Qi Refinement after eating this 9 nether earth fruit and prepare to enter the Foundation Establishment realm at any time. However, Zhongli, who had switched to the 9 nether Deo scripture, was still wondering if these spiritual fruits could allow his Qi Refinement realm to not fall by a minor realm. The expenditure of the 9 nether Deo scripture was truly too great. After the 3rd level of the cultivation method, Zhongli also clearly felt the existence of a bottleneck, and the expenditure of his cultivation suddenly increased. Zhongli had always relied on his augmentation statuses. Ever since he started Qi Refinement, he had almost never felt the existence of a bottleneck. Now that he had changed his cultivation method, he finally obtained this kind of unpleasant experience. The Ghostwood Art's spiritual qi was quickly flowing away, and the spiritual qi of the 9 nether Deo scripture was rising along with it. Zhang Li continued to change his cultivation method for 2 days. If it was anyone else, their body and meridians would definitely suffer some injuries after being continuously refined for 2 days. After this, they would need a considerable amount of time to slowly recover. Fortunately, Zhang Li did not need to consider this problem. The recovery speed of his body was much faster than the speed of damage. When the last bit of the Ghostwood Arts cultivation base was exhausted, Zhang Li's 9 Nether Dao scripture level barely reached the 5th level. He was stuck at the mid-stage Qi refinement realm, which was neither high nor low. The 5th level? As expected. Zhang Li raised his hand and gestured upwards. A 9 Nether Earth fruit automatically fell from the tree and landed in his hand. It was extremely sweet and dense, and it had an irresistible smell that filled Zhang Li's nose once more, causing his entire body to tremble. Towards this sort of heaven and earth spiritual fruit that only immortals and Buddhas could enjoy in the ancient times, he had long wanted to try it. He ate the spiritual fruit in 2 or 3 bites. The flesh of the fruit was soft, sticky, and juicy. After it entered his mouth, the extreme delicacy and satisfaction almost made Zhang Li feel as if his mouth was about to melt. It was truly an exceptional delicacy that was hard to forget after eating it once. Moreover, this 9 Nether Earth fruit was not only delicious, but as the flesh entered his stomach, a stream of pure spiritual qi instantly surged into his body, directly causing the cultivation of the 9 Nether Dao scripture that had stagnated to advance by leaps and bounds again. Unfortunately, this kind of effect of directly increasing one's cultivation level was similar to using the experience fruits in a game to directly increase one's experience value. It could not form a status. Zhang Li could only cultivate honestly. 2 days later, he reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. 4 days later, he reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. 6 days later. In the outside world, the Great Mountain Cultivator competition was still ongoing. The ranking boards in both arenas were continuously updated. As more and more cultivators crossed the Misty Mountain range, the first round of the competition gradually came to an end. There were very few Qi refinement cultivators who could reach the end. It was good that some cultivators could recognize reality and themselves in time and return to the entrance to give up their qualifications. At the very least, they did not have to worry about their lives and could still watch the commotion outside. A portion of the cultivators did not know how to act according to their abilities. If they went too deep, they would not even be able to return. They could only stay where they were and bitterly endure, waiting for the rescue team after the competition ended. On the other hand, a large number of Qi refinement cultivators were directly buried within the mountain. Their flesh and blood would be eaten by demons, and their souls would transform into wandering ghosts and remain in the mountains. However, this tragic number of deaths and injuries was not noticed by the vast majority of people in the cultivation world. No one would remember the losers, everyone's gaze would only be on the most dazzling few people standing at the top. In the competition, heroic cultivators from all over the world, rogue cultivators, and dark horses emerged endlessly. All kinds of trump cards were used to trick people and emerge victorious. In this competition, even if one was the most knowledgeable elder, they might not be able to call out everyone's cultivation methods. Some unexpected unorthodox methods even caused many sect cultivators who were originally thought highly of to fall in defeat. In these exciting and varied battles, many geniuses made their names known and were talked about enthusiastically by people. There were even many people who placed their bets. The cultivators threw money and gambled their spirit stones on these young cultivators. As the second round of the battle continued, the names on the 2 jade ranking boards also began to jump continuously. Some of the rankings changed drastically, while others directly disappeared from the jade ranking boards. As the top of the Qi Refinement Realms arena, Zhang Li's name had already spread out of the scripture storage valley and was known by more people. Many cultivators were curious if the scripture storage valley's Zhang Li was a superhuman. To their surprise, this top-ranking contestant vanished from everyone's sight after the first round of the competition ended. This disappearance lasted for 12 days. In the coffin, after the sixth earth fruit entered his stomach, Zhongli silently sat on the glowing moss. Due to the long period of pressure, the layer of vegetation on the ground had already withered and died. At this moment, the aura on Zhongli's body had already far surpassed his former self. If he did not say it himself, no one would think that he was still a Qi refinement realm cultivator. After eating the sixth earth fruit, he had to work hard in one go. After another long time, the dense spirit Qi that surrounded Zhongli suddenly shrunk and entered his body. After that, it transformed into a breeze that blew towards the surroundings, and this also announced the conclusion of his long period of closed-door cultivation. Huff, it's finally over. After taking a deep breath, Zhongli lay down on the soft moss. He was very satisfied with the outcome of this swapping of cultivation methods. Of course, he was even more satisfied with the effects of the 9 nether earth fruit. Name, Zhongli. Age, 13. Lifespan, 282 years x 500%. Race, human. Spiritual root attributes, wood, yin. Zhongli opened the interface and the first thing he saw was the new lifespan column. He had yet to break through to the foundation establishment realm. In theory, his basic lifespan should still be around 100 years. But just now, he had eaten 6 9 nether earth fruits nourished by Qi refinement realm cultivators. Each of these earth fruits could bring Zhongli about 30 years of lifespan. This added up to 280 years. The last times 500% was even more impressive. It was an effect from the status dragon tortoise blood tattoo. The speed of cell aging was reduced by 80%, so 1 year of life was equivalent to 5. It directly increased his lifespan by 5 times. Counting with his fingers, he realized that he had 1,400 years of lifespan. The current Zhongli was almost 14 years old, and it was equivalent to only spending 1% of his long life. In other words, he was still a baby among mortals, the kind that had not left their mother's embrace. Right now, Zhongli's entire body was brimming with vitality like a newborn baby. Overall, it was extremely comfortable. If he wanted to hide, he could find a valley and cultivate for more than 10 centuries before coming out to play. At that time, he would not be invincible, but it should be enough. However, this was just a thought. Even if he hid in a mountain valley, there might still be a calamity that came from nowhere. Furthermore, although it was good to get stronger passively, he still needed to interact with the outside world. He had to continuously obtain more and more powerful statuses in order to continuously increase his speed of becoming stronger. After sweeping through the status panel again, he looked at the cultivation method column below. Cultivation methods, 9 Nether Deo Scripture Qi Refinement Chapter Level 9, Beast Blood Diagram Level 4, Mountain Crushing Scripture Level 8, Great Carefree Bodhisattva Heart Sutra Level 2, Incomplete, Age Tiger Technique Level 8. The ghostwood art that had been there for a long time had already disappeared. What replaced it was a Level 9 Nether Deo Scripture. In other words, Zhongli could already start preparing to break through to the foundation establishment realm now. Chapter 161, Attacked. The 9 Nether Deo scripture was powerful, extremely powerful. The quality of this Daoist scripture was not inferior to the Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. In Zhongli's hands, there was a 9 nether wood branch that could assist in cultivation. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was blessed by heaven. His cultivation naturally progressed very smoothly. Even now, just the strength of the 9 nether spiritual qi was sufficient for Zhongli to crush his former self with a raise of his hand. As for the other mysteries of the Dao scripture, Zhongli still had to slowly explore them himself. At the moment, there were 11 spiritual fruits hanging on the treetop of the spiritual root clone. 10 of them were qi refinement realm fruits of various attributes, and another was the 9 nether earth fruit of the water attribute foundation establishment realm. Of course, there were also 9 spiritual root seeds that had all their nutrients sucked dry. Right now, Zhongli could still choose to consume the 9 nether earth fruits of other attributes to increase the production of a new artificial spiritual root. However, he would definitely not waste his time and effort on cultivating the new artificial spiritual root. At most, he would get another supplementary method. Zhongli thought for a moment and eliminated the 3 types of spiritual roots that were unrelated to him: metal, earth, and yang. He had several choices left. Water attribute spiritual root, fire attribute spiritual root, and ice attribute spiritual root. Yes, the spirit root seed that was the size of a durian seed had already thrown it into his 9 nether clone. Now, he could confirm that the power contained in this spiritual root seed came from a golden core cultivator with a variant ice attribute. It was naturally the elder, Duan Zhuang. It seemed that the genius elder of the demon vanquishing hall had successfully separated the spiritual root seed before he died and was then swallowed by the red-robed rat. In this way, Zhongli was much more at ease. He lived in the old estate of the other party and dug out the other party's inheritance. Now, he didn't have to worry about the revenge of a golden core cultivator in secret. As for how to deal with that power, Zhongli naturally wanted to test what the 9 nether earth fruit condensed from the essence of a golden core cultivator tasted like. Consuming this 3-star earth fruit could not only allow him to obtain a rare variant ice attribute spiritual root, but it could also allow him to become an ice attribute core formation cultivator in a short period of time. The temptation was naturally extremely great. If it was someone else, they would eat it without saying anything. However, to Zhongli, that was all. The realm that he could reach after eating the earth fruit was core formation, not golden core. That was because Elder Duan Zhuang had just advanced to the golden core realm back then. It could be said that he did not have any accumulation in terms of golden core cultivation. After he died, this spiritual root seed even experienced a transfer midway. It stayed in the red-coated rat's body for a while before it was forced out by Zhongli with waste pills. This kind of eviction was very damaging to the spiritual root seed. This was already known when Zhongli was experimenting with the Maha fish. If he were to turn this spiritual root seed into the 9 nether earth fruit and consume it directly, due to the difference in attributes, the effects would definitely be reduced again. The golden core that Zhongli had been thinking about for a long time would be completely ruined. Elder Duan Zhuang took the risk of betraying the sect and dying to refine the golden core that was infused with the elements of life and death. No matter how he thought about it, Zhongli knew that the golden core was definitely not ordinary. Even Zhongli would feel pain if he lost such a thing for nothing. Therefore, no matter what, Zhongli planned to preserve the golden core first. In addition, for the current Zhongli, having an ice spiritual root at the core formation realm might not be of much help to him. In fact, it would only harm his future. One had to know that a Dao foundation was the foundation of a cultivator's great Dao. It was the beginning and foundation of everything. It was a stage that could not be neglected. With Zhongli's current situation, he cultivated 3 cultivation methods of spirit, body, and qi. Moreover, they were top-notch cultivation methods passed down from ancient times. When he reached the foundation establishment realm, it would not be too much to say that it would shock the world. At that time, with the combat strength of a core formation realm cultivator, he would most likely not be too weak. However, right now, if he used an artificial spiritual root to hastily build his foundation for a mere core formation realm and wasted all his previous accumulations, it would be the biggest loss in his life. Therefore, after thinking about it again and again, Zhongli still gave up the temptation of the ice spiritual root. He planned to completely absorb the energy of this spiritual root seed for his 9 nether clones so that he could use every bit of strength to the greatest extent. Then, Zhongli had 2 choices left. Water nourished wood, so he could use the cultivation of an artificial spiritual root to continue strengthening the power of the 9 nether Dao scripture. Wood fueled fire, so using an additional fire attribute spiritual root and the enhancement of the 9 nether spiritual qi to obtain a fire attribute cultivation base was similarly not bad. This caused Zhongli to be unable to make a decision. After letting his spiritual root clone digest the golden core realm cultivation, Zhang Li finally walked out of his room. In the encampment, most of the cultivators ran to the spectators' area. There were not many people in this area. Zhang Li suddenly turned around to look at the nearby street corner, and a gaze just happened to meet his. The other party was an outer sect disciple that Zhang Li did not have any impression of. After Zhang Li noticed him, he immediately revealed a panicked expression as if he had been caught doing something bad, and then he turned around and actually fled immediately. At this moment, Zhang Li's mind attribute far exceeded that of ordinary people, causing his spiritual senses to be rather strong. At this distance, he would immediately be noticed by others if they looked at him. The moment he stepped out, he noticed this situation. From the looks of it, that person had been monitoring him for a long time. Judging from his behavior, he clearly had ill intentions. Zhang Li frowned, but he did not take it to heart. He left his hut and strolled toward the rejuvenation hall. The scripture storage valley encampment in the medicine garden mystic realm was not big. Furthermore, it was very close to the demon vanquishing hall's building. He quickly arrived. However, it was obvious that the medical practitioners of Rejuvenation Hall were definitely on standby at the edge of the field. This time, Zhang Li had gone there for nothing. In the area of the Rejuvenation Hall, there were only a few registered disciples drying and arranging the herbs in the courtyard. These were all high-aged spiritual herbs produced in the medicine garden mystic realm. A single lingzi was the size of a basin. It looked quite exaggerated. After Zhang Li took a glance, he originally intended to leave and go to the combat area to look for senior sister Chi Yu to help, but he saw a familiar face. Lu Qian? Long time no see. In the courtyard that was covered in medicinal herbs drying under the sun, a petite registered disciple was cutting a few pieces of herbs that were the size of radishes. When she heard Zhang Li's voice, Lu Qian raised her head. Her original baby face had gone missing after a few months, and she had already lost weight. Both her sleeves were tied up, and it could be seen that she had become much more capable and experienced. It seemed that the outer sect was really a place to train people. It was very difficult for people who did not work hard to survive in that kind of environment. Senior brother Zhang Li. When Lu Qian saw Zhang Li, she was obviously stunned. Then, her expression became complicated. In the past, they were actually considered friends. They had listened to lessons in the cultivation hall together, gone out of the sect to do missions together, and even formed a small group that helped each other in the outer sect. However, due to Yu Bangxia's incident, an awkward barrier formed between Zhang Li and the small group. Especially Lu Qian, although she did not blame Zhang Li for not saving Yu Bangxia. However, the key was that Yu Bangxia had died at Zhang Li's hands. This was a sect mission and Zhang Li had no other choice, it was not wrong. However, in Lu Qian's mind, it was hard to be so rational. I asked you to save him, but you killed him in the end and took this opportunity to become an inner sect disciple. This logic was hard to accept in the minds of ordinary people. However, Zhang Li was actually not very familiar with her. Helping her was out of kindness, and it was not his duty. She had no reason to blame Zhang Li. Therefore, in the end, this awkward situation ended up with them not meeting up anymore. He did not expect to meet her here again after a few months. You don't have to be so polite. However, when did you enter the Rejuvenation Hall? We can be considered neighbors in the sect now. Right now, they were inner sect and outer sect disciples respectively, and their statuses were different. The other party called him senior brother, so Zhang Li smiled and accepted it calmly. However, Zhang Li also recalled that Lu Qian was a medical cultivator and had the foundation of her family's legacy. As long as her cultivation level was passable, it would not be difficult for her to join the Rejuvenation Hall to do odd jobs. I've only been in the Rejuvenation Hall for a short period of time. Senior brother is usually busy, so you naturally don't know. Lu Qian's reply was still a little awkward. Clearly, she was not used to speaking to Zhang Li in a respectful tone. Zhang Li did not care much. After casually chatting for a while, he suddenly recalled something. Yan Hong and I opened a store in Nightless City. We're short-handed right now. If you're willing, you can come and help. Just go find Yan Hong. In fact, Yan Hong had already invited them when Zhang Li had just entered the inner sect. On the one hand, it was because of their past relationship. On the other hand, they were really short-handed. However, perhaps out of pride, they ultimately rejected Yan Hong's good intentions. After all, everyone had medium-grade or high-grade spiritual roots. It was indeed not easy for them to submit to others. But now, Zhang Li and Yan Hong were getting along better and better. Any slight benefit that leaked out from their pockets was sufficient to make their lives much better. With Zhang Li's current status and methods, as long as he requested, it would not be difficult for him to recruit a few subordinates. Instead, there would be many people who would do anything to join him. Now, he was only giving them a chance because of their past ties. Thank you, senior brother Zhang Li. I'll go talk to Chu Qianfan and the others. It's just that the rejuvenation hall is quite busy, so Everyone had their own choice. It was already quite kind that Zhang Li gave them this chance. It was simply impossible to get him to waste time and counsel these people. Yeah, it's fine. The rejuvenation hall is quite good. Oh right, have you seen senior sister Chi Yu today? After he asked where senior sister Chi Yu was located, Zhang Li bid farewell to the other junior sisters and walked out of the encampment. On the street, Zhang Li took out a small ball of paper. Lu Jianqian had stuffed it to him before he left. At that time, she wanted to say something but hesitated, as if she had something important to say. After opening the paper ball, he glanced at it. On it was written, "There are outsiders who want to harm you. Don't leave the encampment for the time being." There was not much written on the note. Zhang Li casually picked it up, and the note turned into powder that dispersed. He did not go back to ask Lu Jianqian about it. This did not mean much to him. What Lu Jianqian knew was limited. From the looks of the outer sect disciple who peeked at Zhang Li's residence earlier, there was an 80% chance that someone was secretly bribing the outer sect disciples of the scripture storage valley to let them gather and pass on information about Zhang Li. They probably approached Lu Jianqian, which was why they were noticed by her. However, Zhang Li, had always been kind to others. Who would deliberately plot against him? This was really something to look forward to. Zhang Li licked his lips and walked around the increasingly prosperous market. This grand competition was indeed worthy of being a grand event in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. There were extraordinarily many cultivators gathered. All sorts of strange, real, and fake things broadened Zhang Li's horizons. The artifacts, medicinal pills, and other things sold here were all extremely ordinary things. Zhang Li could not even be bothered to look at these trash. Have you ever felt the body temperature of a young girl of the purest yin? Have you ever wondered what the tail of a beautiful fox demoness smelled like? The large conch shell on the Red Sea's shore, the ice lotus on the peak of the snow mountain, and some local specialties outside the Great Mountain region were all sold. Such a large market without any rules could be said to be hard to come by. Before there was anyone managing it, there were no restrictions. Even Zhang Li was feeling generous. He bought a lot of things that were of use to him and spent his monthly allowance for several months. "Young master, my master would like to speak with you. Please come with me." Right when Zhang Li bought a bag of rootless flower seeds and was about to pay, a young servant by the side suddenly walked forward and helped Zhang Li pay with spirit stones. Zhang Li stuffed the seed into the yin burial coffin in his arms, and then he sized up this attendant who showed a respectful attitude. It did not look like a bad person if they helped him pay for no reason. "Who is your master?" Zhang Li asked curiously. "Master knows you, young master. Please follow me." The attendant handed Zhang Li an embroidered cloth. After Zhang Li received it, he opened it and saw two small swords, red and blue, embroidered on it. Zhang Li smiled and did not refuse, and he followed the other party forward at a steady pace. The route they took was full of twists and turns. The further they walked, the farther away they got from the center. In the end, he even left the market area and walked towards the edge of the forest. The servant in front looked a little anxious and nervous. From time to time, he would look back. However, when he saw Zhang Li following calmly, he revealed an expression that was unknown if he was puzzled or relieved. Only after entering the forest and completely leaving the sight of the other cultivators did the attendant finally stop. "Young master, we are here. Please wait here for a moment. My master will be here soon." The attendant bowed to Zhang Li and was about to leave. When he wanted to move, he discovered that he suddenly could not lift his feet. The servant lowered his head. At some point, several roots broke out of the ground and firmly bound the servant's feet. The servant looked up in shock, only to find Zhang Li looking at him expressionlessly. "Lord Envoy! I brought Zhang Li here. Lord Envoy, Lord Envoy, save me! Save my life!" As soon as the attendant shouted this, his body started to dry up and wither. In a few breaths of time, he shrunk into a wrinkled ball the size of a monkey. Everything in his body, including his soul, had been sucked dry by the roots of the 9 netherwood branch. "Kid, you're so bold. You actually dare to commit murder in front of everyone." From the forest, a figure in luxurious clothes shot out with an extremely fast speed carrying vast spiritual qi. A blinding golden light flashed before Zhang Li's eyes. It was actually a heavy golden abacus that smashed towards Zhang Li's heart. But from the looks of it, it was not just gold. Zhang Li's expression immediately became solemn. His right fist instantly became pitch black like ink, and he exerted an enormous force to face it without any fear. Boom! A pitch-black fist and a golden 4-colored abacus collided. The two terrifying energies collided immediately. It was spiritual qi colliding against spiritual qi, strength versus strength. It was a head-on collision without any gaudy display. How savage was Zhang Li's physical strength? How tyrannical was the 9 nether spiritual qi that originated from the ancient times? With this punch, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would die on the spot and be turned into ashes. However, the golden light was not weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger than him. Clap! 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 The calculation beads on the golden abacus jumped one after another, and the power was actually still rising steadily. The two opposing forces only lasted for a moment. A figure turned into a straight stream of light and shot backward. In an instant, wherever his figure passed, dozens of trees were broken at the waist. Wood shavings flew everywhere and huge trees toppled. In the end, the flying figure adjusted his posture in the air and kicked the air behind him twice before finally stopping his retreat. In the collision, Zhang Li was actually sent flying. In a head-on collision, it's been a long time since I've suffered such a loss. Zhang Li looked at his bleeding right hand and his dislocated joints. A look of excitement and pleasure appeared on his face. A core formation cultivator? This is simply too good. Chapter 162, Fighting Against a Core Formation Realm Cultivator. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Spiritual Qi touched his right arm, and the dislocated joint immediately returned to its original position. Immediately, the injuries recovered completely in just a few breaths. He looked behind him and saw the inner edge of the fog illusion array. If he had not used the cloud-treading boots to counteract the force, he would have been directly smashed into the fog at this moment. Rustle. A few footsteps stepping on dried leaves approached. Soon, 5 people darted out from the forest and surrounded him. I really never expected that a handkerchief would be able to trick you to come out. Zhang Li, oh Zhang Li, you never expected this day to come, right? The owner of the voice was extremely frivolous, as if it was filled with the pleasure of getting revenge. The core formation cultivator with the abacus-shaped artifact was not among the 5 people who surrounded Zhongli in a semicircle. Instead, the leader was a mere late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Wasn't that the good friend of Zhongli, Huang Futai, who had been hung up and beaten by Zhongli, and had even lost all his artifacts? He came to take revenge the moment Zhongli stepped out. The efficiency of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion was really not low. So it's you, Huang Futai. What? Instead of going to the group arena, you came to find me and pretended to be a woman? It seems your hobby is quite special. Zhongli and Huang Futai looked at each other. A tacit understanding flashed through their eyes. He had to put on a full show. Zhongli pressed down the corners of his mouth that were about to curl up. He took out the embroidered cloth and waved his hand, tearing it into pieces. As for the handkerchief, Zhongli had long known that it was fake. Shen Shan Kaihua was indeed a genius of water and fire, but the twin swords were only the symbols of the 2 Shu mountain sword peaks. How could a 13 or 14-year-old girl think about the sect all day long? In her heart, she still liked cute things. The embroidered cloth on the other party's body was clearly that of a silly spotted cat. Zhongli, who had been nearby when Shen Shan Kaihua had fainted, knew this very well. The Immortal Ascension Pavilion had used the name of Shen Shan Kaihua to trick him into coming out. This method was very creative, but the only reason for its success was Zhongli's intention. Little friend Zhongli, you shouldn't speak rudely in the current situation. Please return the envoy's item. I guarantee that you will be able to leave this place safely. Seeing that the two of them were about to start a war of words, the cultivator who injured Zhongli stepped forward and spoke. The abacus in his hand radiated golden light. It was a blatant threat. It seems that the reputation of your Immortal Ascension Pavilion is only so-so. The oath you make is not as credible as a prostitute's sweet words. However, you dare attack me, a disciple of the Scripture Storage Valley. Does your Immortal Ascension Pavilion not want to continue being in the Great Mountain region? The aura on Zhongli's body was also rising incessantly. Dark and cold spiritual qi directly seeped out of his body. Using this method of spewing out spiritual qi, he forcefully raised his aura that was not inferior to others. When Zhongli reported the name of the Scripture Storage Valley, the core formation cultivator and the 3 foundation establishment cultivators beside him immediately revealed hesitant expressions. Clearly, they knew the consequences of this matter, but they could not disobey the orders of the envoy. After all, their Immortal Ascension Pavilion was a business organization. They had to rely on others to make a living. The Immortal Ascension Pavilion did not have a powerful branch in the Great Mountain region. If they offended the Scripture Storage Valley, the consequences would be dire. If it was not for this envoy with an extraordinary status promising to bring them back to the headquarters to take up a post, they would not have been able to make up their minds to attack Zhongli. After this matter is over, this humble servant will naturally come to your sect to apologize. But now, young friend, you should hand over everything. My golden abacus doesn't hold back. If we kill you by mistake, it will be a tragedy. Little friend, don't make a mistake. Due to Zhongli's identity, they actually did not want to kill Zhongli because that would cause the matter to be impossible to resolve. After all, one of the reasons to take back those artifacts was for Huang Futai to obtain a good ranking in the competition. The benefits involved were not small. However, they were sneak attacking after all. If they were discovered after stalling for a long time, they would definitely not gain anything. When robbing, it was best to end things quickly. The other party looked at the storage bag tied to Zhongli's waist. It seemed like he no longer had much patience. Who's your little friend? That sounds disgusting. If you want to kill me, come at me. Zhongli shook the pouch at his waist provocatively, and then his hands suddenly slapped the ground with exaggerated spiritual qi. Stop him! Huang Futai shouted with gusto, but his body was very honest. After a moment, he retreated far away. The others immediately raised the artifacts in their hands and charged towards Zhongli. However, the next moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. The ground cracked, and rocks rolled up as if something huge was awakening from underground. The four people who rushed over immediately lost their footing. Rise to the air! Don't let him escape! The core formation cultivator gave the order. His luxurious clothes lit up, and his feet directly left the ground. The other foundation establishment cultivators also reacted and wanted to fly. However, at this juncture, a figure shot out and pounced at one of the foundation establishment cultivators. Damn it! How dare you hurt them? In the air, the core formation cultivator suddenly swung his abacus, which immediately attacked Zhongli's vital points. If this strike landed, even if Zhongli had multiple defenses, he would still be smashed until his bones broke. Roar! However, just as the golden abacus flew over, the ground suddenly exploded. A huge dragon head broke out of the ground. Its terrifying body was filled with rough wooden patterns. It was an exaggerated wooden dragon. Demon awakening. Earth rootwood dragon. Boom! The wooden dragon stretched out one of its front claws and blocked the path of the abacus, colliding with the golden abacus that had turned into a golden spiritual light. The golden abacus was like a tiny bean in the palm of the wooden dragon's claw. It was so small that it could not withstand a single blow. However, in the next moment, the mini golden abacus completely shattered the huge dragon claw. There was a disparity between the size and strength. This made this collision look a bit strange. However, this result was not unexpected. In the cultivation world, size did not mean everything. After all, they were both in the core formation realm and the chi refinement realm respectively. There was an entire 2 realms of difference between them. To be able to produce such an outcome when colliding with each other already meant that Zhongli was ridiculously powerful. After shattering the dragon claw, the golden abacus exhausted the power of this attack and could only spin back. After catching the abacus, the expression of the core formation cultivator from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion turned ugly. He looked down. Zhongli's fist directly pierced through a foundation establishment cultivator's chest and turned a large piece of flesh into mush. You're courting death. These 3 foundation establishment cultivators were his capable subordinates. Originally, they were fully confident in this operation. He did not expect that one of them would be killed just as he started. It was no wonder that he felt heartache and anger. However, Zhongli did not care about the other party's anger at all. He looked at the other 2 foundation establishment cultivators who had already risen into the sky. The current situation confused them. Who was the foundation establishment realm cultivator here? Why would a dignified foundation establishment cultivator appear so weak in front of a chi refinement realm disciple? The original helpers had now become a burden, making the core formation cultivator unable to react for a moment. He hurriedly got his subordinates to retreat and wanted to quickly finish Zhongli off. However, that wooden dragon's huge body was not for show. It swayed its body and blocked in front of the other party. In his fury, that cultivator fiddled with the abacus in his hand a few times. A few heavy golden beads were lifted, and the spiritual chi fluctuation on the abacus immediately soared. This was a special artifact forged by the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. It could adjust the power of the abacus and the output of spiritual chi through the calculation bead placement. It was a little silly to use it, but its power was extraordinary. At the next moment, the abacus was ruthlessly thrown out. Boom! The huge dragon head instantly shattered into pieces, and an abacus pierced through the huge dragon head. The spiritual chi of the demon awakening technique dissipated, and the wooden dragon that had half its body left under the ground had already turned back into ordinary wood and lost its ability to move. In the relationship of the 5 elements, metal was the bane of wood. Furthermore, his opponent was controlling an artifact with a core formation realm cultivation to attack the spell technique cast by a chi refinement realm disciple. It was already very rare for it to be able to withstand 2 attacks before being defeated. This elder grabbed the abacus that flew back, but when he looked at his subordinates again, he noticed that they had already been blasted flying by a single punch from Zhongli, and they were lying on the ground in the distance. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. You dare! Die! Clap! 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 3 more of the gold abacus's calculation beads were raised, and the golden light rose again. Even Zhongli felt a strong threat from it. Swish! The dragon imprisoning lock automatically flew out and wrapped around Zhongli's right arm. The muscles under the chain bulged up, and the interconnecting chains were pulled taut. The golden abacus was flung out. It spun in the air as if it had turned into a golden wheel. It blossomed with a dazzling light that represented metal attribute spiritual qi and smashed fiercely at him. Yin wind art. Zhongli raised his head and spat out a mouthful of bone-chilling cold wind. In the cold wind, there were 100 sorrowful and evil spirits mixed in. The abacus that was flying over immediately dimmed a little when it was blown by the cold wind. However, it immediately tore apart the cold wind and shattered the ghosts and spirits before continuing to smash towards Zhongli. Zhongli blew out the yin wind art to first impede the enemy, then his feet suddenly stepped on the ground. After leaping up, he stepped on the air again and again, rushing upwards at a constant speed. The accumulation of kinetic energy quickly reached a limit. Zhongli stepped on the air and lowered his shoulder, using the mountain-crushing scripture to collide with the golden abacus flying over. Mountain-crushing demon ape. Boom! Swoosh! The two energies collided, triggering a shockwave that was like a hurricane. The surrounding trees swayed crazily, and half of the dense leaves were scraped off. Zhongli's right ear only heard a momentary sound before it was shaken to the point of deafness. The arm wrapped in the dragon imprisoning lock collided with the abacus, causing scorching sparks to fly. It had been a long time since Zhongli had used the mountain-crushing scripture. It was not that the mountain-crushing demon ape was weak, but it was unnecessary. This collision was practically the limit of his physical strength. Not many people in his batch or even within the Foundation establishment realm could withstand it. Only now could he use it without any fear. This stalemate lasted a little longer, but it was only for a little while. Zhongli was once again sent flying by the golden abacus. His body crashed into the ground, raising an unknown amount of dust. Lying in the pit, he could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood. Releasing the chain on his arm, the blood vessels inside also exploded due to the immense pressure, flowing out. However, even with such injuries, Zhongli's expression did not change. In slightly more than 10 seconds, hemostasis, healing, swelling, and cleansing were completed. Zhongli got up from the ground and blew away the dust and stretched his muscles as if nothing had happened. As long as they could not kill him, they would make him stronger. Zhongli looked at the well-dressed cultivator above with an eager expression. See this? If you don't beat me to death, you'll be the ones dying. Zhongli took out the lightning cracker. When he reached the end point, he returned the token, but this thing was kept. As long as he shot at the sky and attracted the attention of others, he could let the other party see what it meant to bully others with numbers. That cultivator was a little exasperated. He wanted to point his abacus at Zhongli and say something fierce. However, he discovered that a circle of colorful flowers had grown on his golden abacus at some point in time, covering it completely. What? You knew you were going to die and even prepared the wreath in advance? Zhongli mocked. This was a rootless flower that would continuously grow with spiritual qi. He had done this during the collision just now to disgust his opponent. The metal attribute spiritual qi swept across the rootless flower and removed the flower wreath that was growing longer. However, this thing was like a weed. Once it started growing, it would not be cleared easily. Zhongli gave it enough spiritual qi. So before the enemy could start attacking, the entire abacus turned into a flower wreath again. The abacus was covered in flowers, so he was unable to move the calculation beads. Zhongli took this opportunity to step forward again. Unfortunately, even if the calculation beads were not moved in time, the power of the golden abacus was still enough to suppress Zhang Li. Zhang Li collided time and time again and was slapped flying again and again. However, if he was not beaten until he was half crippled, he would not even have to take a breather to heal from such injuries. On the contrary, the barbaric mountain-crushing scripture cultivation in his body was stirring. After the 25th time, the rootless flower on the golden abacus finally stopped growing. Then, the well-dressed cultivator, who was already angry to the point of going crazy, reached out his hand and flicked the abacus. With a series of cracking sounds, a total of 10 beads were picked. "You're just a chi refinement cultivator. Just obediently fall down and obey. This is your last chance. Hand it over, or don't blame me." In the beginning, this Immortal Ascension Pavilion elder did not want to go too far, leaving room for reconciliation between the two sects. However, being toyed with by a Chi Refinement Realm disciple for so long would make him angry. He did not care about anything else, he just wanted to suppress this damn Zhang Li first. Although he was only a Void Core Realm elder and was not good at fighting, it was impossible for him to lose to a Chi Refinement Realm cultivator. Did he not care about his reputation? The golden abacus emitted a blinding light. The depletion of spiritual chi under this condition was not so easy for him, even if he was at the Void Core Realm. For Zhang Li, this strike was similarly not like before. Danger! A huge exclamation sounded in Zhang Li's heart. It seems I've truly infuriated this guy. His mental strength is really weak. He tapped his feet, and his figure transformed into a stream of light that flickered disorderly on the ground. When the Immortal Ascension Pavilion elder saw this, he sneered. Zhang Li wanted to use this method to avoid being locked onto by a core formation realm cultivator. He was dreaming. Was he looking down on his void core? However, in the next moment, Zhang Li suddenly flashed to the side of the dead Foundation Establishment cultivator, and then he grabbed a token before directly charging into the fog behind him. Chapter 163, Beaten Up. The core formation realm cultivator holding the abacus was stunned. Why did Zhang Li suddenly enter the fog? Their initial plan was for him to make a move and throw Zhang Li into the fog, and then use the illusion formation to restrict Zhang Li's movements. For this, they even specially found an excuse to apply for a few authority tokens for an illusion array from the Sex Joint Competition authorities. The plan was to use the restriction of the illusion realm to control Zhang Li without any issues. However, the elder did not expect that the strength of this Chi Refinement Realm disciple would actually be so strong that he did not have the chance to succeed. After fighting for more than 20 times, he was actually unable to defeat his opponent. On the contrary, 3 of his subordinates were killed by the other party. Fortunately, the envoy from the headquarters was smart enough to run away quickly. Otherwise, if Huang Futai died, the elder would no longer be able to survive. Now, when he saw Zhang Li run into the fog, he was stunned for a moment, thinking that Zhang Li was courting death. But then, he realized the problem. The authority token was taken away. Damn it! Didn't this mean that he could come and go as he pleased in the illusion formation? He could not let this lad escape. The core formation cultivator could not stand the result of him failing to capture a mere Chi refinement cultivator. He immediately grabbed his big, golden abacus and rushed into the fog. Just one more hit. Just one more hit would end it. The well-dressed cultivator rushed into the fog and searched everywhere for traces of Zhang Li. His vision was poor in the fog, so he used the profundity of the core formation realm to continuously sweep his spiritual chi around his surroundings and quickly searched everywhere. However, after passing through the fog and sweeping through a large area, he still did not find any trace of Zhang Li. If you fight me in the jungle, aren't you just looking for trouble? At this moment, Zhang Li was hiding in an empty tree while listening to the sounds of the air being torn apart from outside. The other party passed by his hiding spot several times but did not discover anything. If Zhang Li's current cultivation method was still the ghost wood art, then the method to conceal his tracks would definitely be unable to surmount 2 major realms to prevent his opponent from finding him. Only the 9 Nether Deo scripture could allow him to achieve this. However, hiding was not an option. He had to defeat his opponent. Facing a core formation cultivator with just the Chi refinement realm cultivation level, it was already something to be proud of if he could escape. In the eyes of many people, wanting to cross the gap of 2 realms to defeat the other party was simply a fantasy. However, with Zhang Li's style of doing things, how could he allow himself to easily take risks without sufficient certainty? He took out the coffin and gave an order to the spiritual root clone in the coffin. The statue mouth of the spiritual root clone gradually opened. A gentle spiritual light blossomed. A moment later, the yin burial coffin shook slightly. From within, a pill the size of a dragon's eye, black and white, flew out. Name: Heavenly Lightning Indestructible Zombie Core. Type: Cultivator's Golden Core. Spiritual Chi, 28%. Attributes: Ice, Yin. Formation: Core refinement by lightning tribulation, combination of life and death. Description: The Chi of life and death combines into Yin and Yang. The beautiful creation of a technique combining the powers of ghosts and deities. Description: Contains the power of the lightning tribulation. Zhang Li looked at the ordinary pill in front of him and could not help but feel slightly excited. This was the golden core that Elder Duan Zhuang had risked his life to refine. After Zhang Li joined the inner sect, he had also learned about this aspect. He also knew how precious this special golden core was. Using lightning tribulation to refine a golden core was not something that could succeed with just any golden core. This sort of operation actually required one to use their own golden cores so that they could better fuse with each other. How could a cultivator refine 2 golden cores? In fact, 2 golden cores that contained the attributes of life and death respectively. Other than some cultivation methods that were powerful to the point of understanding the mysteries of the golden core, those who had succeeded in doing so in history were likely under 2 different situations. First, resurrect through possession. Second, reincarnate and recultivate. In short, they would first cut off their previous life's physical body cultivation. Sometimes, they would really have to die again before walking down the cultivation path again. In the end, they would find their previous life's legacy and use the power of heaven and earth to merge them. Although it was said that one would obtain an abnormally powerful golden core after succeeding, the risk and cost of this method made the quality-price ratio extremely low. Generally speaking, no cultivator would take the initiative to be reborn for this golden core. Most of the time, they would only attempt to refine a fused core after being forced to be reborn. Therefore, such successful examples were extremely rare in the current history of the cultivation world. This was also the reason why Zhang Li placed so much importance on this golden core previously. Fortunately, the 9 nether wood was sufficiently powerful. Under the condition that the spiritual root seed was damaged, it still protected the heavenly lightning indestructible zombie core. In other words, the 9 nether clone was now a golden core expert. However, because he had just created the golden core not long ago, he did not have time to replenish the empty spiritual chi inside. This golden core was where Zhang Li's confidence lay. Zhang Li did not hesitate to open his mouth and swallow the golden core. In the next moment, golden light shot out from his eyes, and a strange feeling surged incessantly in his heart. Consumed the heavenly lightning indestructible zombie core. Added status: Golden Core Deo Heart, Pseudo. Golden Core Deo Heart, Pseudo Mind plus 10, Enlightenment plus 10, Mental Resistance plus 100, Mental Reaction Speed increased by 50%. Duration: 7 days. Plus. Consumed the heavenly lightning indestructible zombie core. Added status: Golden Core Protection. Golden Core Protection increases all attribute resistances by 80 points. Increases the damage resistance of both ice and fire attributes by 50 points. Increases the resistance to spiritual chi reflection. Unification of the mind, qi, and spirit within the core palace. Increases the spiritual qi density. Duration, 7 days. Plus. Consumed Heavenly Lightning Indestructible Zombie Core. Added status, Heavenly Lightning Indestructible Zombie. Heavenly Lightning Indestructible Zombie, supports fusion of flesh and spirit. Increased resistance to instant death effects. Increases lightning damage resistance by 150 points. Duration, 7 days. Plus. After swallowing the golden core, 3 statuses immediately popped up. Zhongli clenched his fists. For a moment, he actually felt that he was omnipotent. The golden core was indeed worthy of being called a golden core. Although he was still unable to use much of the power of the golden core, just swallowing the golden core had given him a huge protective effect. Although the effects of consuming the golden core were not as he had imagined, the resistances gained were still very astonishing. In terms of fire resistance, Zhongli had already obtained a resistance status before. He had specially studied the meaning of this resistance number. From 0 to 50 points, it was the power value of fire in the mortal world. 0 to 100 points was the power of the Qi refinement realm spirit fire. 0 to 150 points was the power value of a foundation establishment realm spirit fire. After that, Zhongli did not test it anymore. Now that his golden core had entered his stomach, he could resist all external methods. Zhongli had obtained quite a bit of resistances, and he even had resistance to all attributes. One had to know that if the power of attribute attacks did not exceed the resistance of attributes, then one would be completely immune. Even if the power of the attribute exceeded the resistance, the damage received would be greatly reduced. It was a kind of buff that would always be beneficial. Elder Duanzhuang was originally of the ice attribute, so it was understandable that this golden core could increase his resistance to both ice and fire attributes. However, it could resist lightning damage too. This kind of domineering attribute that was completely unrelated to him was actually so high. It really made him feel a little shocked. It seemed that the cause was still with the description of contains the power of the lightning tribulation. Could it be that when the aura of life and death fused together, he even refined the power of tribulation lightning into it? Looking at this, Zhongli suddenly had a feeling that the elder had gone all out to refine this golden core for the sake of this lightning attribute resistance. Forget it. He was already dead, and the dust had already settled. What was the point of thinking so much? It was more important to deal with the core formation cultivator outside. These 3 statuses could be maintained for 7 days. From the looks of it, the gap between the golden core realm and the Qi refinement realm was indeed extremely huge. Under the situation where he could not replenish the energy and with less than 30% of its internal spiritual Qi, this golden core could still support Zhongli for 7 days. Indeed, on the path of cultivation, the further one went, the greater the difference would be. Of course, duration had never been an issue to Zhongli. After casually pressing the plus button for 15 seconds, Zhongli spat the golden core back into the coffin. This was another reason why Zhongli did not turn the spiritual root seed into an earth fruit to eat. He could have gotten the buffs for free, so why waste a golden core? Under this condition, Zhongli waved his hand and opened the tree wall in front of him, no longer hiding it as he walked out. Zhongli's aura did not seem to have increased much. However, the feeling in his eyes was completely different from before. As Zhongli's spiritual qi fluctuation was exposed, the core formation elder who was anxiously searching for Zhongli not far away immediately rushed over. In his hand, he was still holding the golden magical abacus. His right arm was red and blue veins were bulging. It seemed that holding back a powerful move for too long was not an easy thing for a core formation cultivator to endure. Kid, you're finally out. You're merely a Qi refinement realm cultivator. Be obedient and go down. When that fellow saw Zhongli, his eyes instantly turned red. He almost thought that Zhongli had already fled elsewhere. Now that he had done all the bad things, there was a high chance that the scripture storage valley would hold him accountable. The great mountain branch would probably not protect him, or rather, they could not. He could only hope that the envoy would be satisfied. Only the Immortal Ascension Pavilion headquarters could suppress the Scripture Storage Valley to protect him. However, the precondition was that he had to complete the mission given by the envoy and capture Zhongli before retrieving the artifacts. At the critical moment, it was not a problem if he beat Zhongli to death. Now, Zhongli had finally appeared once more. He smashed out the abacus that he had been holding back for a long time, and the explosive golden light seemed to be unstoppable. Zhongli's hands were still covered in chains, and then he stretched out his hand to face the flying artifact and grabbed it. Clang! His hands that were wrapped in the dragon imprisoning lock grabbed the golden abacus tightly. He allowed the abacus to push him back and had no intention of letting go. Zhongli's qi, mind, and spirit were all top-notch. Now, the three of them were combined together in the core palace formed by the status and condensed together. This allowed him to possess strength that could resist the core formation realm. After sliding for more than 100 meters, the golden light on the abacus finally dimmed. Zhongli's thumb and index finger trembled slightly under the chains. Driving his spiritual qi to collide savagely with his opponent, it also caused a trail of blood to appear on his nose. Before obtaining the support of the golden core, if he, as a qi refinement realm cultivator, collided with a core formation realm cultivator at full strength, not only would he lose, but his qi would also suffer injuries due to the backlash of the spiritual qi. It was even possible that his cultivation foundation might be damaged or his cultivation level might drop. Therefore, when he collided with his opponent previously, Zhongli basically used his physical strength. The use of spiritual qi was only a supplement. He did not dare to use all his strength without holding back. However, with the new status, Golden Core Protection, not only did his spiritual qi density increase, it was equivalent to having a golden core in his body to help him withstand the spiritual qi reflection. As long as his opponent's strength did not surpass his golden core, he would no longer be so restricted. With his full strength, he finally withstood this abacus and was not sent flying by the artifact. He did not suffer any injuries worth mentioning. Swoosh! Zhongli, who was panting heavily, suddenly felt a tug on his hand. The golden abacus in his hand was about to fly back under the summon of its master. Trying to run after hitting me? How naive! The injuries on Zhongli's hand had not recovered yet, so he could not exert any strength. However, the dragon imprisoning lock was not a useless artifact. The thick and long pitch-black chains were like slithering snakes as they separated from Zhongli's hand and wrapped around the golden abacus. The grade of the abacus was indeed not low, but against the dragon imprisoning lock, it would still be at a loss. The dragon imprisoning lock flickered with spiritual light and quickly suppressed this artifact into an ordinary abacus. Zhongli carried the abacus and chain and directly stuffed it into the yin burial coffin. Then, he looked at the well-dressed cultivator who was not far away and was still trying to recall the abacus with a dumbfounded expression. "Kid, did you use some secret technique? There's no need to damage your potential like this. Return the artifact to me. We'll leave immediately and promise that we won't find trouble with you again." The cultivator took out another ingot-shaped magic artifact. It was also golden in color, but its might was obviously inferior to the abacus. It was probably an artifact to make up the numbers. He held the ingot in his hand. Although he instinctively felt a little anxious, he still did not believe that he, who was at the core formation realm, would lose to a qi refinement cultivator. "Now, I'm going to cause you trouble." Zhongli tapped his foot on the ground, and his figure was like lightning and wind as he transformed into an afterimage and charged towards his opponent at extreme speed. The golden ingot was smashed by the shaking hand. It swelled up in the wind and transformed into a huge golden ingot the size of a millstone that wanted to crush the person in front of it into meat paste. However, Zhongli's reflexes had greatly improved, and he was no longer suppressed by his opponent's cultivation level. His figure flashed past the ingot. However, just as he bypassed the ingot, in the blind spot behind it, there were actually 3 copper coins in a triangle shape. Puff! 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 The 3 copper coins pierced through his body, drawing 3 lines of blood in the air. When Zhongli saw that the copper coins were not very powerful, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, directly colliding towards the opponent without dodging. With his current defensive ability, he could even endure being beaten up by Foundation Establishment cultivators for a long time, but when facing a core formation cultivator, it was not so smooth. After allowing the copper coins to penetrate his body, he arrived at the other party. Mountain Crushing Fist. As expected, his opponent was not skilled in close combat. After losing his main battle artifact, he lost his composure. His reaction when Zhongli approached him could be said to be flustered, and he could only rely on the passive defense of the luxurious clothes on his body. Boom! A fist smashed into the other party's stomach, but the expected situation of the fist sending him flying did not happen. His fist was blocked by a golden membrane. Although he repelled his opponent, his core formation realm cultivation was not to be trifled with. The spiritual chi that was several grades higher fueled the artifact's light membrane and neutralized Zhongli's brute force. It seems that my resistances have increased and I can withstand even more damage. However, if I attack, I still won't be able to break through the defense of a core formation cultivator. Zhongli moved closer and continuously attacked to test things out. The eyes, head, neck, spine, and heart. He continuously attacked different places. However, this elegant artifact seemed to have quite a good effect. The defense barrier that it created was abnormally strong. However, Zhongli's swift attacks could barely hold his opponent back, preventing him from using his spell techniques and artifacts. The enhancement of my golden core is a little insufficient, so I can only do this. After trying a few times, Zhongli temporarily retreated and tapped his opponent. Just as the core formation cultivator was about to counterattack in puzzlement, he saw Zhongli's skin begin to intensely flush red. Strands of white mist also began to rise from his body, which was sweat evaporated by the heat. Beast Blood Diagram. Blood Essence Ignition. From his body, there seemed to be several ferocious and violent beast roars. Demonic Ape. Lunar Bear. Vine-tailed Leopard. Dragon Tortoise. The blood essence that Zhongli had painstakingly accumulated surged into the 4 types of demon beast blood tattoos and began to burn fiercely. The 4 blood tattoos seemed to have come alive again. Under the power of Zhongli's blood essence, they displayed an even more violent strength. Consume 20 drops of blood essence to activate the beast blood diagram secret technique. Added status, Blood Essence Ignition. Blood Essence Ignition, attributes of the beast blood tattoo has been enhanced temporarily. Attribute enhancement effect increased by 100%. Duration, 5 minutes. Plus. Zhongli's muscles seemed to have a life of their own as they swelled and rolled under his blood-red skin. The body carried terrifying strength and contained a powerful aura that spread out like a wave. With just a glance, it could make living creatures instinctively turn around and run. Ordinary cultivators of the beast blood diagram could only carry 1 blood tattoo at a time at this stage. They could only burn 1 blood tattoo. However, Zhongli had lit up 4 blood tattoo furnaces at this moment. The sudden increase in physical strength made Zhongli unable to breathe properly. He only felt the desire to destroy. In front of him was the best target. Seeing Zhongli's abnormality, the core formation cultivator already felt that something was amiss. He wanted to dodge, but in the next moment, an even more terrifying strike sent him flying. While flying in the air, the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's elder was stunned. This Chi Refinement Realm cultivator was so strange. He was originally ridiculously strong, but after a while, he became much stronger. After fighting for a while, he could still grow again. This was too absurd. Before he could think of a solution, his body was bound by something. Demon Awakening. Dragon Vine Binding. When he punched earlier, Zhongli had used the mountain-piercing fist to send a vine seed into the light membrane. In the next moment, a dragon-shaped vine quickly grew out and bound the core formation cultivator. It was not easy to break free from the spirit vines strengthened by the 9 nether spiritual qi. Zhongli immediately released the restraints on the armored horse divine travel. With the enhancement of his golden core Dao heart, his reaction speed increased by 50%, allowing him to barely control the direction of this terrifying speed. His speed once again soared to the limit. He caught up to the core formation realm cultivator who was sent flying and kicked him into the sky. Under the burning of his blood essence, Zhongli's brute force was no longer something that his opponent could match. The dense fog was stirred up by the figure that tore through the air. Zhongli's vision was blocked, but his sensitive hearing could still lock onto his target. The pitiful air was trampled until it continuously let out mournful cries. Zhongli already exceeded his own speed, continuously chasing after his opponent and sending him flying. As his speed increased, the core formation cultivator did not even have time to fly. The impact of the attacks on his body from all directions firmly locked him in place, unable to move at all. It was just like the time when he was striking the iron target on the training ground. However, his speed was very fast this time. His attacks were even more compacted. His strength was even greater. His opponent had also gone from being a block of iron to becoming a void core expert at the core formation realm. In the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, the Qi refinement realm was the foundation with the greatest number of people. There were elites at the Qi refinement realm who had a certain talent that had been tempered by time. From the core formation realm, a certain amount of resources and luck were needed. Cultivators who reached this far were even fewer in number and stronger. In the various large sects, they could already be promoted to management level and were called experts. However, such an expert was caught and beaten up by a Qi refinement realm cultivator like Zhongli. Crack! Under Zhongli's concentrated attacks, a crisp crack sounded on the membrane. Zhongli's eyes lit up. He did not care about his 2 fists that were already bleeding from the damage, and he started pounding them even more crazily. The quality of the luxurious clothes on this cultivator was not higher than the lake heart earrings. However, how could a core formation cultivator and a Qi refinement cultivator have the same power when using the same artifact? Under Zhongli's heavy punch, the membrane of light forcefully endured more than 100 punches before cracking. However, 1,000 miles worth of dam would collapse under an ant's nest. Once there was a breakthrough point, things would be much easier. Zhongli's bloody fist with exposed bones punched at the crack in the membrane. He did not hold back at all as he smashed forward. Break. Chapter 164, Violent Master. The cracks on the golden light membrane quickly spread under Zhongli's heavy fist. The core formation cultivator still wanted to activate his artifact to restore the light barrier, but it was already too late. Bang! The thin screen of light shattered abruptly. Zhongli's fist that revealed pale white bones finally came into contact with his opponent's body. As it struck his stomach, the entire fist became dislocated from the wrist. The physical strength of a core formation cultivator was far from what an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could compare to, but under Zhongli's fist, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Wait a minute. The powerful core formation realm cultivator was instantly awakened by this punch. His fury and killing intent immediately turned to fear. He was just about to ask for mercy when Zhongli punched him in the chest again. It's not over yet. Zhongli did not intend to give the other party a chance to beg for mercy. 4 vines suddenly stretched out from his back and wrapped around the other party's limbs. Then, the vines tightened, pulling the 2 of them together until they were only an arm's length apart. The core formation realm cultivator from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion was pulled by the vines and could not even fly back. In the next moment, fists rained down on him. The intense pain instantly swept through his entire body, soon turning into numbness. He lost all feeling in his body, and the skin, flesh, bones, and even internal organs were suffering the continuous destruction of the terrifying force. There was only the void core left, firmly protecting his soul and his body. Otherwise, with such a barrage of fists, his soul would have dissipated already. Zhang Li's final punch struck the other party's eye socket, and the few bones that formed the eye socket shattered directly. The eyeball was filled with blood and deformed, and it was almost smashed by the punch. The powerful body of the core formation cultivator softened like a rag. The core formation cultivator, whose name he still did not know until now, had finally been defeated by Zhang Li's iron fist. At this point, Zhang Li heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Core formation cultivators were indeed in the core formation realm. They were really very strong. There was a considerable gap between the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator and those under it. His opponent was only at the void core stage of the core formation realm, and he was just an ordinary cultivator who was not good at fighting in the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. Even so, he still caused such a huge pressure on Zhang Li. Before the start of the competition, Zhang Li's overall combat strength had already been at the top of the foundation establishment realm, and he had obtained the third place in the sect martial arts competition. After arriving at the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm, Zhang Li had gone into seclusion to cultivate and consume the earth fruits. Later on, during the battle, he had also swallowed a golden core and burned his blood essence. In a short period of time, Zhang Li relied on his previous accumulation to greatly increase his strength 3 times in a row before he finally defeated an opponent of this level. The difference in his strength before and after this increase was extremely large. When he fought against foundation establishment cultivators, the few blood tattoos he had were enough to beat them. It was not as difficult as today's fight. It could be seen that the further one went on the path of cultivation, the greater the gap between realms would be. If the other party's cultivation was a little stronger, such as having reached the true core stage, Zhang Li would probably have no choice but to release his 9 nether clone to save him. Zhang Li cautiously checked again. Only after discovering that the other party had completely lost consciousness did he withdraw his fist. The feeling of his fists hitting on solid flesh was indeed stimulating. It was much more comfortable than hitting a defensive membrane. The flesh on his hand had already healed. He used the vines to carry the other party and released the dragon imprisoning lock from the coffin to tie him up. Only then did he pull the dying guy to the ground. Master! As soon as he landed, Huang Futai took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully. At his feet, the 2 foundation establishment realm cultivators who had just been sent flying by Zhang Li were also tied up and thrown there. This fellow understood Zhang Li's thoughts quite well. After throwing the core formation cultivators in his hands to the ground, Zhang Li took out 3 spiritual root seeds from the coffin and fed them. These 3 spiritual root seeds did not have much cultivation base, but they had been injected with a lot of wood attribute vitality that could help quickly recover from injuries. He might have some use for them. A few minutes later, in a forest in the inner region of the Misty Mountain region, a crimson bolt of lightning rose into the sky. After passing through the fog, a light source appeared in the sky. The fog-covered area of the Misty Mountain range was, after all, for the sake of the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm. It was naturally impossible to prevent sunlight from entering. Therefore, although the fog and clouds in the sky were thick, the effect of blocking light was actually one-sided. The scene inside could not be seen from the outside, but inside the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm, one could clearly see the sky above. At this moment, the lightning cracker emitted a red glow in the sky, instantly attracting the gazes of many people. This was especially true for those cultivators on the platform of the grand competition. All of them saw it and quickly noticed the abnormality. This lightning cracker was a special model of the competition authority, so it was quickly recognized. This kind of signal was usually used to seek help, and the special lightning cracker was only distributed to a few disciples of the large sects. This meant that a disciple of a large sect was requesting help. The big shots of the various sects who were watching the battle looked at each other's expressions. Clearly, they did not look happy. These old fellows had not died yet, but someone dared to touch their juniors right under their noses. Under such a grand occasion, there was actually someone who dared to commit evil. If this matter was not dealt with severely, it would not intimidate those people with ill intentions. When the disciples went out in the future, they would be completely bullied by these rogue cultivators. Without any words, more than 100 spiritual lights flew towards the direction of the signal. Under each ray of light, there were existences that even Zhongli could not match. On the scripture storage valley's side, Elder He, who was leading the team, felt uncomfortable after not exercising for a long time. He let the two masters of the Hall of Rejuvenation and the Foreign Affairs Hall stand guard while he brought Chu Yongsuan along and also transformed into a stream of light. Dozens of sects and hundreds of spiritual lights appeared outside the forest one after another. Then, they saw a figure with tattered clothes running through the air towards the outer area of the forest. Behind him, 4 figures pursued relentlessly. The leader in the rear even threw out artifacts at the fleeing figure from time to time. It was obvious that he had strong killing intent. It's junior brother Zhongli. Damn you! Do you think you can bully our scripture storage valley's disciple? Square Heaven Seal. After seeing Zhongli, Chu Yongsuan changed his usual calm and humble appearance. He shook his hand and threw out a golden square seal. The golden seal was extremely swift, and it brushed past Zhongli who was flying ahead. After that, its size suddenly rose explosively, and it smashed towards the people behind him. Zhongli was running when he was suddenly shocked by the terrifying might that erupted from behind. Even though he was not the target and had not been locked onto, he still felt a strong threat despite being so close. His hair stood on end and he instinctively wanted to stay away from the golden seal. The 4 good friends behind him were not so lucky. From the strongest core formation realm cultivator to the weakest Huangfu Tai, they were all enveloped in the attack range. They wanted to escape, but it was not that simple. If the square heaven seal was only used to smash people, how could it be considered the ultimate technique of the scripture storage valley? If one practiced it to the limit, under the envelopment of the square heaven seal, even heaven and earth would be locked down. There would be no place to escape. Chu Yongsuan's square heaven seal was naturally not so powerful, but it was virtually impossible for ordinary cultivators to escape from his seal. The 3 people with weaker cultivation levels were bound and oppressed by an invisible force at this moment. They stood on the spot and were practically unable to move a finger. Only the Void Core Realm cultivator could move slightly. He bitterly raised his golden abacus and waited for death. Even Zhongli could only mourn for them as he looked at the golden seal and felt sorry for his spiritual root seed. However, the golden light reflected by the raised abacus attracted the attention of 2 of the cultivators. They were naturally the 2 big shots of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. When they saw the spiritual calculation golden abacus that only the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's elders could possess, they already felt that something was amiss. Then, they saw the weak Qi refinement cultivator flying at the back. Both of their expressions turned ugly. Oh no! Why did this young master Huangfu come here to participate? Without any time to think, the 2 of them hurriedly attacked, intending to stop the terrifying golden seal. The 2 figures crossed the distance in an instant and caught up to the golden seal. The person flying at the front was dressed in a scholarly robe. He held a fan in his hand and opened it, wanting to stop the gigantic golden seal. This person was none other than the current pavilion master of the Great Mountain branch of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. He was a renowned expert in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain. Zhongli remembered that his surname was Sun, and his cultivation was that of a dignified nascent soul cultivator. Zhongli, who was the closest to him, only saw the word peace written on the fan of the middle-aged man in long robes. He waved it lightly at the golden seal at a seemingly slow but rapid speed. From the way he carried himself, an ordinary person might think he could not even chase away a fly. However, there was a mysterious rhythm as he moved the fan. It was as if the huge square heaven seal was not worth mentioning in front of him. After all, compared to a nascent soul cultivator, the difference in Chu Yongxuan's cultivation was too great. If the power of the square heaven seal was insufficient, it would be very difficult to gain any advantage in a confrontation. However, it was not as if only the younger generation had come from the scripture storage valley. The scene before Zhang Li's eyes flashed, and then a familiar robust figure appeared before the middle-aged man. Pavilion Master's son. What are you doing? Elder He grabbed his right wrist with one hand, making his fan unable to move at all. With his other hand, he grabbed the other party's collar and stared at him fiercely from top to bottom like a gangster fighting. Behind him, 9 terrifying beast shadows suddenly appeared and roared angrily at the middle-aged man in long robes. Elder He attacked bravely, shocking the other party until they did not move. They could only order another elder from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion with a stern expression. Elder Wang, save him. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. The middle-aged female cultivator who rushed out with him did not stop at all. This middle-aged female cultivator was a Golden Core elder who led the team from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion headquarters. Her duty was to ensure the safety of the 4 disciples. At this moment, how could she dare to hesitate? She used all her strength to charge towards the golden seal. Her cultivation was inferior to the pavilion master's, so she did not dare to let her guard down when facing Chu Yongxuan's square heaven seal. However, behind her were Huangfu Tai and the others. If she used powerful artifacts to counterattack without any hesitation, the aftershock would spread and the people behind her would definitely die. Therefore, there was nothing she could do. She could only activate her protective artifact and use herself as a shield to directly block it. However, as soon as she made contact, the pressure coming from the square heaven seal made her expression change drastically. Despite her cultivation level and strength, she, a golden core cultivator, was actually unable to stop this large golden seal. Looking at the 4 people behind her who were getting closer and closer, Elder Jin could only grit her teeth and erupt her spiritual qi. She resisted the golden square heaven seal and forcefully moved dozens of meters to the side, letting the people behind her pass. After the square heaven seal was moved away, the 4 people immediately relaxed. However, Huangfu Tai, who was in the qi refinement realm, no longer had the strength to fly. He directly fell from the sky. The other 3 people hurriedly landed on the ground together. Before many high-level cultivators, they did not know what to do. The 4 people escaped with their lives, but Elder Jin was very unlucky herself. She was suppressed by the golden seal and could not escape. She did not have the slightest chance to escape as she fell from the sky to the ground. In the end, the square heaven seal crashed to the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood and could only kneel under the golden seal. She could not escape at all. Chu Yongxuan's cultivation was definitely stronger than the core formation cultivator Zhang Li had defeated, but he should not have reached the golden core stage. According to Zhang Li's guess, there was a high chance that he was around the true core stage. In terms of cultivation, there was a considerable gap between the two. However, under the circumstances of forcefully facing the ultimate technique of the sect, the other party was still suppressed without any room for maneuver and was almost defeated in one move. From this, it could be seen how powerful the square heaven seal was. At this moment, Elder He also pushed aside the pavilion master of the Great Mountain branch of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. His burly figure appeared beside Zhang Li in a flash. Master! Zhang Li immediately bowed with an excited expression. This master of his was quite impressive. Initially, he had released a lightning cracker, but he had only planned to call a few organizers to maintain order and witness the Immortal Ascension Pavilion pursuing him. He wanted to see if he could extort the Immortal Ascension Pavilion again. He did not expect to call so many people over. It really surprised him. His backing was stronger than the other parties, which made him feel very comfortable. You used the secret technique. Elder He saw a special skin color after the redness vanished from Zhang Li's body. He even saw through the torn disciple uniform and noted that the dragon tortoise blood tattoo was about to disappear on Zhang Li's body, so he naturally guessed what was going on. The beast roar in his voice was even more obvious now. He looked at the few people on the ground and his expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Clearly, he was very angry. After all, in his opinion, although the secret technique of burning blood essence would not cause permanent damage, the loss of a large amount of blood essence was unavoidable. Moreover, there would be a period of weakness after this. Coupled with the fact that the dragon tortoise blood tattoo was about to disappear, Zhang Li's loss this time could not be said to be small. Not to mention that it was currently the Great Mountain Cultivator competition. This incident would affect Zhang Li's combat strength greatly, and it might even directly affect his ranking in the competition. The Immortal Ascension Pavilion had deliberately done such a thing. They were too vicious. Yes, Master. The situation was urgent and I had no choice. Zhang Li was stunned when he saw his master's angry expression, and then he recovered from his shock. Since his blood essence ignition status had appeared, it was naturally impossible for him to let it run out. In theory, the side effects after the status ended had nothing to do with him. However, he could not stay in the state of reddened skin. This was just like how the beast blood tattoo would slowly disappear. After burning his blood essence, the redness on his skin would naturally fade away. The cheat only retained the effects of the status. Other than that, physical modifications such as the remnants of pills in his stomach and the circulation of the various spells would dissipate with the passage of time. Even after checking, nobody could find anything abnormal about him. Therefore, in Elder He's eyes, Zhang Li's situation was a typical display of burning his blood essence. His favorite disciple had been attacked and had been forced to use a secret technique. If not for that lightning cracker, he might have died in this attack. Under such circumstances, how could Elder He not be angry? How could he not kill? Elder He raised his hand and slapped out. A huge palm print directly appeared in the air and slapped down, wanting to directly crush the four people into minced meat. Zhang Li's eyes revealed a pained expression once more. These four people were his good friends, and they would be really unlucky to be slapped to death because of a mere show. However, Elder He was standing up for him. It was impossible for him to stop his master from doing so. He could only sigh in pity. Elder He, please show mercy. A fan appeared again. The peace ink character on the fan shone, stopping the palm print. In the end, it turned into a gust of wind and dissipated. However, it could be seen that Pavilion Master Sun's figure still involuntarily took 2 steps back. It looked like he still suffered a little loss. Elder He, please calm down. The truth is still unclear. Please put away your technique. Peace is most precious. Let's sit down and talk peacefully, how about it? The middle-aged man, Pavilion Master Sun, had suffered a loss under Elder He's hands just now. Even his collar had been tugged. He had been humiliated, but because he could not win, he could only bite the bullet and smile. He believed that he was a Pavilion Master after all. His current attitude was already giving the other party enough respect. The other party should also be tactful. As he spoke, he waved his fan again, intending to break free from the golden seal and rescue Elder Jin first. However, when had Elder He ever been tactful towards outsiders? The burly figure disappeared from Zhang Li's side, and a rough hand landed on Pavilion Lord Sun's shoulder. The defensive artifact on Pavilion Lord Sun automatically emitted a glow to resist the external attack. However, when the palm pressed down, it was as if the claws of 9 terrifying demon beasts pressed down at the same time. The terrifying force even made the protective light of a nascent soul cultivator tremble. His fan movement naturally stopped as a result. The truth. What Pavilion Master Sun means is that they attacked my disciple because of your order. You want to kill the outstanding disciples of other sects so that the Immortal Ascension Pavilion can win. Pavilion Master Sun, you mean to start an all-out war with my scripture storage valley? Very good, my sect will grant you your wish. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted more strength. The soil beneath the other party's feet instantly cracked, and a large amount of soil collapsed, forming a huge bowl-shaped depression on the spot. Pavilion Master's son's knees buckled. Fortunately, he did not kneel down immediately. It took him a lot of effort to stand up. If he knelt down now, the reputation of the entire Great Mountain branch of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion would be completely lost. While this unreasonable and overbearing statement made Pavilion Master's son feel offended, he also recalled Elder He's reputation back then. No, it should be his reputation for being reckless. There was no point in reasoning with Elder He. That pair of fists specialized in subduing all kinds of dissent. Especially when they were the ones in the wrong. Chapter 165, Wish List. Elder He, this isn't a place for fighting. Please be magnanimous. The conflict between Elder He and Pavilion Master's son made many people shudder in fear. Which nascent soul cultivators did not value their reputation. Now that Elder He's disciple had been attacked, there were already quite a few times when he wanted to kill the other party. However, Pavilion Master's son stood in front of him and was suppressed several times in front of everyone. It could be said that he had been greatly embarrassed and was badly offended. With the conflict between these two, even if they directly fought on the spot, no one would be surprised. However, the conflict of two nascent souls was not so simple. If they really fought, everyone present would inevitably be affected. Previously, in the battle between several Golden Core cultivators in Cloudstream City, they had directly razed a city to the ground. Nascent Soul was far stronger than Golden Core. That destructive power could even be called a natural disaster. If a Nascent Soul cultivator attacked with their full strength, the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm might suffer great losses. This Mystic Realm was related to the benefits of the entire cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. Perhaps it was a huge opportunity that could raise the entire Great Mountain region to a higher level. Therefore, they could fight anywhere but here. When the matter was about to blow up, someone still came out to speak. It was an elder who held authority in the 100 Tempering Mountain. They valued this mystic realm and had large transactions with the Immortal Ascension Pavilion all year round. Both parties had a good relationship, so they came out to ease the atmosphere. With this interruption, the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's Pavilion Master seized the opportunity and used some unknown method to escape from Elder He's palm, appearing beside Huangfu Tai and the others. Young Master Chu, can you release Elder Jin first? The 100 Tempering Mountain Elder asked Chu Yongxuan. For a Golden Core cultivator to be suppressed here like this was too ugly. As the successor to the Valley Master, Chu Yongxuan had to consider more things when faced with problems. No matter when, he could not act excessively. He thought for a moment before speaking. I can release her, but you must give our Scripture Storage Valley an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, my seal will land on the entrance of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. His words were undoubtedly very unyielding. This was the attitude that all four great sects, including the Scripture Storage Valley, had towards the outside. They could not be provoked, so they had to tell others from all aspects that they were the boss of the region. However, Pavilion Master's son, who was opposite him, felt uncomfortable when he heard this. It was one thing to be suppressed by Elder He in front of the higher UPS of the other sects. But now, he was being threatened by a person of the younger generation. This caused him to feel extremely displeased. However, the situation was not in his favor. The other party was a top sect in the Great Mountain region. Unless the headquarters sent out a large number of cultivators, how could he, a mere branch, be their match? If the headquarters took action, it would be an invasion by external forces. The nature of the situation would change. How could the other sects in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region sit idle? There was no choice but to endure it. Humph. Of course. Chu Yongxuan nodded and put away the seal after hearing his answer. Zhang Li, tell me what happened. Elder He held back his anger and walked to Zhang Li's side. In such a situation where both sides were confronting each other, naturally, whoever spoke first would have the advantage. At the critical moment, they could even control the rhythm, so he naturally could not let the other party have the opportunity to speak first. Of course, Zhongli could let the other party slander him first, then use evidence and words to turn the tables and slap their faces. It would look more satisfying and more righteous. However, they were the ones with the advantage now. Was it not comfortable to bully others? Why did he have to mistreat himself? Thus, he started from the encounter at the Misty Mountain Range and exaggerated everything. Actually, this was not a big issue. Everyone was a competitor in the competition. Huang Futai made the first move, and Zhongli retaliated. There was only the difference between winning and losing, and there was no right or wrong. The problem was that after leaving the competition venue, even if the Immortal Ascension Pavilion wanted to retrieve the artifacts, they should have used the sex channels to negotiate the price and not directly pull a core formation realm cultivator over to threaten him. This method was a big taboo. Taking a step back, if they had succeeded and took the artifacts back, they could bring Zhongli back to his sect and apologize to them. Looking at it this way, after solving the problem of the younger generation, they did not injure anyone during the process and even came to apologize after the incident. Ordinary people could not find much fault with it. However, this core formation elder was not capable enough to catch him. While he was still chasing after Zhongli, he was hit by a group of cultivators who rushed over to help. The key was that their backing was not as strong as the other party. If they could still explain it clearly, it would be strange. Under Zhongli's words, the matter did not become too outrageous. He did not want his sect to start a war with the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. That would not be beneficial to him. Zhongli only said that after the other party tricked him into coming here, they wanted to kill him because they could not take back the artifacts. In the current situation, there was no one to deny what he was saying. His words were reasonable and convincing. If they did not have killing intent, why would Zhongli be willing to pay a huge price at such a critical moment during the competition period and burn his blood essence to escape? Then, it was the victim's defense. At this time, the acting skills and talking skills of the people from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion could be of use. If the four of them cooperated seamlessly, they might really be able to turn the tables and cook up a great story. But now, the four victims were also Zhongli's own puppets. This caused their defense to be extremely weak. When Pavilion Master Sun heard what they said, his expression darkened. He did not know that his subordinate was actually so stupid to not even know how to lie. The result of a face-to-face confrontation was that Zhongli stood on the high ground of justice and received the support of most of the other sects. Of course, the reason why the other sects were so supportive was because the few leaders from Shu Mountain spoke up for Zhongli. It was very normal for two top sects to stand together and cause a lopsided situation. Pavilion Master Sun, looks like the truth is already clear. You can't take these people away. However, we can make the decision to return their corpses to you. Elder he sneered and immediately wanted to kill again. His attitude was very obvious. If his disciple suffered a loss, others would not have a good time either. The cultivators from the other sects did not say anything else. Instead, they felt that the Immortal Ascension Pavilion deserved it. The Immortal Ascension Pavilion had just exposed a serious problem. They had gone to the headquarters outside the Great Mountain region to seek external help. This was akin to stirring up everyone's displeasure. This matter had not even been resolved, and now this situation had developed to the point where their foreign aide tried to kill a local genius. Whether or not it was instigated by someone, this was a very vile act. Elder he, wait a moment. Although they are in the wrong, their crimes do not warrant death. How about this? Brother Zhongli, if you have anything you need, feel free to tell me. My Immortal Ascension Pavilion will definitely satisfy you as compensation. Please forgive their recklessness. If you like those artifacts, you can keep them. If you don't need them, we will redeem them at a high price. Pavilion Master Sun stopped Elder He again, and then he forced a smile on his face before turning around and starting to convince Zhang Li. It had to be said that Pavilion Master Sun's move was very clever. Zhang Li was the victim of this matter. He could not deal with Elder He, so it was the same outcome if Zhang Li willingly forgave him. How big of an appetite could a Qi refinement realm cultivator have? Zhang Li had probably never seen such valuable artifacts in his life. Even if he allowed Zhang Li to speak freely, it was nothing to the wealthy Immortal Ascension Pavilion. Elder He looked at Zhang Li. He trusted this disciple of his who was rather opinionated. After all, the victim was Zhang Li, and Elder He was willing to accept his decision. Zhang Li pretended to think for a moment, and then he nodded and indicated that he was willing to accept the compensation in exchange for appeasement. In fact, this development was a pleasant surprise to him. Normally, the sects would negotiate with each other. If there was compensation, they would directly give it to the sect. How could there be any involvement of the disciple? However, Zhang Li was Elder He's disciple and was very valued, which was why he had such an opportunity. Pavilion Master Sun, since you said that, I will not dare to disagree. Zhang Li smiled and cupped his hands politely. All right, what do you want? Hall Master Sun was overjoyed and wanted to quickly settle the matter. Since Pavilion Master Sun is so polite, it would be too untactful for me to refuse. However, I can't think of anything in this short period of time. How about this? In 4 hours, I'll make a list. Pavilion Master can send someone to come take it. The sun is shining brightly here. It's not good for our skin to be exposed to the sun for too long. Thank you for your help, seniors. This junior is extremely grateful. Master, senior brother, let's go back. Zhang Li threw out the dragon imprisoning lock and tied up the 4 of them. Then, he thanked all the seniors present and stood behind Elder He. Together with Elder He and Chu Yongxuan, they flew back to the encampment. 4 hours. A list. Pavilion Master Sun's expression instantly darkened. How could this junior be so shameless? Couldn't he be a little more polite? The attack this time was not out of Zhang Li's control. It was still in line with his interests. On the way back. You were really too careless this time. Why didn't you come find us after your seclusion? You ran around by yourself. How long have you been cultivating? If you want to go out alone next time, you should at least wait until you reach the Foundation Establishment realm. Junior brother Zhang, recuperate well in the next few days. Don't be too pressured about the competition. Just work hard and don't force yourself. When Zhang Li and the others returned, Elder He and Chu Yongxuan instructed him to be more careful in the future, to be more wary of this dangerous world, and so on. There was also the matter of the competition. Their emotions were filled with worry and pity, but they constantly consoled Zhang Li. Regarding this, Zhang Li could only silently accept their concern, and then he said, all right, I understand, I understand. After all, to ordinary cultivators who relied on the beast blood diagram, the difference in whether or not they had beast blood tattoos was too great. He had lost a large amount of blood essence as well. Furthermore, it was uncertain if he could recover his blood essence in the next few days. Under such circumstances, a 20% reduction in his battle strength was the best situation. The originally certain victory in the Qi refinement realm arena was now filled with worries. Zhang Li could only smile and reassure them, saying that his Qi refinement cultivation was also very strong. He could not tell others that not only was he not weak, he could even fight a core formation cultivator now. This kind of thing was too shocking. He had to slowly display his strength. When they returned to the sect, Zhang Li's 4 unlucky good friends were locked up by the sect disciples. When those senior brothers heard about this, they even planned to teach them a lesson. However, they were stopped by Zhang Li, who acted quite benevolently. It was fine as long as they were placed under house arrest and not treated too badly. What a joke! These few brothers of his had only been with him for less than 2 hours and they had already been met with life and death crises. If they were to be punished personally, that would be terrible. Subsequently, Zhongli pulled a group of senior brothers and sisters who were close to him to discuss the wish list that he had to give the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. If there was anything they wanted, there was no need to stand on ceremony with them. There was also senior sister Little Four and Yan Hong, who had not come to the competition venue. He specially called them with the communication spirit stone. After a round of discussion, they directly produce a huge list written on both sides of the paper. There were all kinds of things that Zhongli had never heard of. Senior sister Little Four wanted all kinds of precious spiritual herbs and spiritual materials. This extremely talented newbie alchemist had too many pills that she wanted to try making but could not. After that, he prepared all sorts of small gifts for Shen Shan Kai Hua. Zhongli directly prepared the gifts needed for the 100th time they met. Yan Hong was even more daring. He requested to fill up their store's shelves and let their store escape the situation of being run by debt. There was also senior sister Chi Yu's 4 deity soup and rootless rain. Shen Ruoji wanted the floating soil and waterless dust. Ma Dongui wanted the black lightning rock. After they finished saying what they wanted, Zhongli secretly sneered. Now that there was a big boss paying the bill, they were still too polite. Then, Zhongli started to write crazily. First, there were all kinds of medicine to replenish his blood essence, then there were all kinds of spirit pills to gain more statuses. Next were all the spiritual plant seeds that Zhongli knew the name of, as well as some special materials needed to grow the spiritual root, 9 nether wood. There were also various items that could be used to fill a market but did not have any obvious characteristics. This was the preparation for the ghost market. In the end, he also requested to go to the Immortal Ascension Pavilion's treasure vault and choose a few items to take away. Due to the influence of some books and works in his previous life, Zhongli had a trace of anticipation towards the treasure vault, library, ancestral hall, junk pile, and even the junkyard and cliffs. Although he had been to many places like the scripture storage pavilion, the outer sect trading area, and the ghost market, he had not really found anything heaven-defying that could change his fate. However, no matter how poor the treasure vault of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion was, it should not disappoint them. Zhongli happened to know the cultivator from the Immortal Ascension Pavilion who came to collect the list. It was the plump deacon, Fu Zhong. Perhaps they had found out that Fu Zhong was the guide when Zhongli first started his cultivation journey, and they hoped that Zhongli could be a little gentler on account of their relationship. In the end, when Fu Zhong saw the list, his narrowed eyes widened like balloons. When Zhongli told him that there was still the other side of this piece of paper, Fu Zhong almost had a heart attack and could not walk out of the scripture storage valley's encampment. Speaking of which, this was the ransom of a core formation cultivator, 2 foundation establishment cultivators, 1 chi refinement cultivator with a deep background. There were also several profound rank artifacts included in this transaction. In that case, the conditions Zhongli offered could not be considered to be excessive at all. Zhongli pondered over those artifacts. Apart from the storage bag, he planned to return them all to Huangfu Tai. These things were no longer of much use to him. It was better to give them to Huangfu Tai. Perhaps they could be of use and he could exchange them for more items. Chapter 166, Weakest Target. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Zhongli's actions had undoubtedly offended the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. However, he had done this after much consideration, and if all went well, it might only be the beginning. Because at this moment, Zhongli felt that he already had a certain degree of ability to protect himself, and it was impossible for the Immortal Ascension Pavilion to do anything to him. Therefore, since he had already offended them, he might as well get the maximum benefits for himself. After receiving that list, Pavilion Master Sun was naturally extremely depressed. He did not expect that there would still be such a shameless person these days. He really dared to write down everything. However, although the number of items on Zhang Li's list was shocking, they were not of high quality. Combined together, their value was barely within the acceptable range of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion. He took a deep breath and accepted it. Amongst them, the most controversial was the request Zhang Li made to choose items in the treasure vault. In principle, the Immortal Ascension Pavilion wanted to reject it, but because of their consideration for the Scripture Storage Valley, they could only give in and let Zhang Li choose one item. However, if it was only an item, Zhang Li felt that he had really lost out. After a long discussion, it was decided that Zhang Li could choose 2 items from their treasure vault, but it was also stipulated that Zhang Li could not choose their few ultimate treasures. Soon, the agent of the Scripture Storage Valley store stationed at the Immortal Ascension Pavilion received a large amount of supplies. After checking everything according to the list, they were transported by the sect's flying ship and temporarily brought back to the sect to wait for Zhang Li to return after the competition. After the basic distribution was completed, Zhang Li very graciously released the 4 captives. He also returned all the artifacts other than the storage bag to Huangfu Tai. This matter temporarily came to an end. On the other hand, Elder He proposed to help Zhang Li capture another Foundation Establishment Realm Demon Beast and get a new blood tattoo to recover his combat strength. However, Zhang Li hesitated for a moment before rejecting this suggestion. He had his own consideration about the next blood tattoo. The Great Mountain Cultivator Tournament was currently held in the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm of the Misty Mountain Range. Somewhere thousands of kilometers away, 2 golden sword lights descended together and landed on a wide and slow stream. This was the Mother River that had experienced a great battle back then. Going downstream along the river, the slow-moving area was no longer as dark and smelly as before. As the river water flowed, the repulsive yin corpse blood was washed even farther away and even flowed into the sea. The poisonous river water had already changed, but the aquatic creatures that had been poisoned by the yin corpse blood could not recover so quickly. Moreover, the yin corpse blood had also affected the downstream, causing a large number of creatures to be exterminated. The fishermen who relied on the Mother River to fish would probably lose their livelihood. As for these 2 sword cultivators, they were the ones who had been sent here to verify the situation after hearing the information about the sword cultivator clone. "Big brother, let's go down." The 2 sword cultivators checked on the shore for a while and did not find any abnormalities. This was natural. At that time, hundreds of cultivators had searched thoroughly and did not find any clues. The hiding talent of the 9 Netherwood was extremely powerful. However, according to the information, the problem was underwater. Since they had flown so far here, they could not report to the sect if they did not go down and take a look. Elder Zomo nodded. The 2 of them took out 2 blue pearls at the same time and threw them into the water. 2 whirlpools soon appeared on the surface of the river, growing larger and deeper. The 2 beads actually pushed away the water that was more than 100 meters deep, forming 2 vertical air columns that reached the riverbed. This was a water attribute artifact, Water Repelling Pearl. Due to its practical function and simple refinement method, many skilled blacksmiths could make it. It was not a rare item. "Go!" The 2 of them stepped on their flying swords and cautiously activated their protective light before descending along the pillar. Soon, the light became dim, and the moist, muddy riverbed appeared beneath their feet. The bottom of this riverbed is also very clean. There's no sight of corpses and ghost flames everywhere. I think that Tang Yan was most likely hallucinating while on the verge of death. There's no underwater graveyard at all. What a waste of time. The sword cultivator Zhou Luo held the water-repelling pearl and slowly checked the riverbed as he walked. He suddenly kicked something and bent down to retrieve a damaged sword from the mud. Judging from the looks of the damaged weapon, there were not many rust stains on the sword and it should not have been abandoned for long. It was very likely the weapon left behind by the cultivators who died in the battle over there. "Brother, look at this." Elder Zhou Luo's voice paused. He suddenly realized that no one had responded to him since just now. He hurriedly turned his head to look for it. Rich spiritual light blossomed in his eyes as his gaze pierced through the murky river water and surveyed his surroundings. The river water that had been poisoned by the yin corpse blood was clean, but there was no sign of his elder brother, who had just come down with him. Not far away, he could only see the pillar of air that repelled the surrounding water. Where was he? A bad feeling arose in his heart. However, Brother Zomo was a golden core cultivator. How could he have disappeared without a trace? Had he returned to the shore? Elder Zoluo rode his flying sword and hurriedly rose into the sky, wanting to leave the bottom of the lake to search. However, in the next moment, his ankle was instantly bound by something. He felt a terrifying force that even Golden Core Realm cultivators could not resist. Elder Zoluo was startled. The momentum of his flying sword stopped abruptly. What? What was that? A golden sword light slashed down. The sword technique that had always been unstoppable due to the enhancement of the sword heart felt an indescribable sluggishness this time. The incomparably sharp golden sword light sliced apart the thing binding his feet bit by bit. A drop of cold sweat dripped down the golden core cultivator's forehead. After he was grabbed, the originally calm riverbed suddenly wriggled strangely. The golden sword light slashed with all its might. After a few breaths, his foot felt lighter, and the thing as thick as his wrist was finally cut off. This was the first time Elder Zoluo felt that several breaths of time was actually so long. He did not stop for a moment. He stepped on the flying sword and was about to leave the bottom of the river. However, in the next moment, more than 10 huge roots suddenly crawled out from under the riverbed and instantly bound the golden core sword cultivator. A terrible force pulled him downward. The golden core sword cultivator was still resisting desperately. The incomparably sharp metal flying sword directly pierced into one of the roots. He even spat out the golden core in his body. However, it was still useless. These tree roots possessed a terrifying absorption force. Once one came into contact with them, the spiritual chi in their bodies would be continuously absorbed. Especially after the golden core was wrapped up, the speed at which the spiritual chi disappeared was like a floodgate being opened. The golden core sword cultivator fell to the left and his body quickly became weak. In the end, he was pulled into the riverbed. 00 meters to the north of the riverbed, Elder Zomo, who was holding the water-repelling pearl, also turned his head in confusion. Second brother, where are you? If Zhongli was here, he would definitely be extremely shocked. That was because the spiritual root branch in the underwater graveyard only knew how to pull corpses back then. Why did it seem like it had started to target living cultivators now? Moreover, the ability displayed by this spiritual root branch was much richer and stronger than the one in his hand. Even though they were both branches, the environment they grew in was different. The disparity was actually so huge. When the two were compared together, Zhongli's spiritual root clone was really useless. Back in the Misty Mountain Range. At this moment, the second round of the competition had gradually come to an end. There were currently only 100 cultivators left in the Foundation Establishment Stage competition venue, while there were 200 Chi Refinement Realm cultivators left. In this grand competition, the two Jade rankings that recorded the names of the participants would continue to pass through to the end. In the end, there would be 50 names on the black list representing the Foundation Establishment Realm and 100 names on the white list representing the Chi Refinement Realm. In each of the two competitions, 50% of the total output distribution of the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm was determined. Apart from the two most special first place winners, who would obtain 10% of the share each for their respective sex, the 2nd to 10th places on the two rankings would have a total of 15% of the garden's share. This meant another 30% of the total production. Generally speaking, although the value of the 2nd to 10th positions decreased, they also represented a considerable portion of more than 1%. Therefore, this was the importance of strength in the cultivation world. The top 10 on the black and white rankings, these 20 people, already decided half the share of the entire Medicine Garden Mystic Realm. On the two rankings, there were a total of 130 people outside the top 10 who could split the remaining 50%. As the first ranked of the first round of the grand competition, Zhang Li arrived at the scene today. Next to him was the second-ranked Shenshan Kaihua and the others behind her. The 200 Qi refinement realm cultivators who had experienced the baptism of the second round of the competition and ultimately won were staring at them like tigers targeting their prey. According to the rules, while the top 10 obtained huge benefits, they also had to endure the greatest pressure. Even though the top 10 of their current rankings had directly skipped the intense elimination of the second round of the competition, they would receive the most severe test at this moment. The 2nd to 10th cultivators were about to face 3 consecutive intense challenges. As the first on the rankings, Zhang Li had to face 5 consecutive challenges that he could not refuse. If he could survive this challenge, then he would be able to keep his spot in the top 10. After this challenge was over, these 200 cultivators could only contend for the 11th to 100th position and were no longer qualified to challenge the top 10. Therefore, logically speaking, the best solution at this moment should be to choose a 5th to 10th place opponent with a relatively low ranking first. After passing 3 rounds, they would see if they could challenge a higher ranking person. If one lost, their ranking would plummet. After the opportunity for the challenge passed, if one did not stay in the top 10, there would be no more opportunities. On the other hand, as the first on the rankings, Zhang Li was undoubtedly standing at the center of the storm. Not everyone could handle facing 5 experts of the same realm in a row. Among the crowd, there were the most cultivators who looked at Zhang Li with strange gazes. First of all, being fast in the first round of the competition did not mean that this person was strong. It could also be that he was purely lucky. Most importantly, the incident of Zhang Li being attacked a few days ago had caused an uproar, and almost everyone knew a little about it. Although most people did not know the exact details, rumors of Zhang Li being chased by a core formation cultivator and 2 foundation establishment cultivators and unleashing a secret technique to severely injure himself while fleeing were very popular. There were even rumors that Zhang Li had already been beaten to the point of near death at that time, and he had barely survived under the joint treatment of the elders who had rushed over. He was originally a body cultivator, but later his body cultivation was crippled. He had more than 200 broken bones and had to use the bones of several demon beasts to reconnect them. There were also those who said that his chi was damaged and unstable, his cultivation level was less than 10% of before, and now, even a child could defeat him. In short, according to them, even if Zhang Li escaped, he would definitely suffer heavy losses when dealing with a core formation cultivator. Naturally, they would exaggerate as much as they could. Zhang Li had become the weakest target in the eyes of almost all the cultivators, and he was the type that had already been crippled. However, if they really got what they wanted and faced a pushover like Zhang Li, they might feel the biggest surprise of their lives. Zhang Li. Have you heard of it? In the second round of the competition, a few impressive dark horses appeared. Under the covetous gazes of so many people, Shenshan Kaihua also appeared a little nervous at this moment. She repeatedly touched the 2 swords in her arms. This pair of fire and water swords could give her a sense of security like a toy bear. However, Zhang Li was utterly not concerned about all this now. No matter how strong the dark horse was, he was still at the Qi refinement realm, and it was utterly impossible for anyone to be a threat to him. He was now concerned about other rewards other than the share of the spiritual medicine. Long before he left the sect, he had heard that under the joint exploration of the sect, they had discovered an extremely long and strange spiritual fruit in the depths of the mystic realm. At that time, the group of spiritual plant masters argued endlessly about what this spiritual fruit was. They only knew that it was very precious and powerful. Later on, there were rumors that this spiritual fruit would appear as the reward for the winner of the competition, but there was no conclusion. Only a few days ago did someone finally compare the ancient texts and analyze that this thing was very likely the legendary Dao Foundation spiritual fruit that could fortify and strengthen the Dao Foundation. The importance of a Dao foundation to a cultivator was self-evident. In the future, all aspects of cultivation would be affected by it. Its importance was almost equivalent to the spiritual root. After establishing a Dao foundation, it would be nearly impossible to recultivate. Even if one shattered the Dao foundation to rebuild it, the success rate of this method was very low. It was very likely that the reconstructed Dao foundation would be worse than before. At this time, the value of the Dao foundation spiritual fruit was revealed. It could fortify and strengthen the Dao foundation. Be it Qi refinement cultivators, who had yet to reach the foundation establishment realm, or high-level cultivators who had already built their Dao foundation, they all had needs for it. To Qi refinement cultivators, the effects of the Dao foundation spiritual fruit would be better. However, to some high-level cultivators who were restricted by the Dao foundation and could not advance an inch, this was like a medicine for regret. It was actually very difficult to determine just who this thing was more important and valuable to. However, the upper echelons of the sect who held authority and had strong demands were usually unwilling to give such good things to the juniors. This made it difficult for Zhongli who wanted to obtain this fruit. Chapter 167, Abstinence Monk. Helpless, Zhongli could only take the initiative to influence the outcome. His method was also very simple. Through the secret gathering of the Good Friends Network through the spiritual root branch, he would let those talented disciples with good backgrounds influence the elders of the various sects. In the Misty Mountain Range, among the cultivators who were parasitized by Zhongli, a total of 11 were from various sects. Zhongli had thought that they might be useful at that time, so he did not kill them. Instead, he turned the spiritual root seed that he had taken control of into the 9 nether earth fruit and fed it to them. Not long after, it came in handy. One had to know that this medicine garden mystic realm actually did not have a true master. It was a place jointly managed by the various sects in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. Everything here was decided by the representatives of the various large sects. The opinions of these sect elders meant the decision of the competition authorities. It was up to these elite disciples to make requests. Not to mention that it could play a decisive role, as long as the outcome was slightly affected, 1 or 2 fruits would actually be enough. Zhongli himself also made a rare request to Elder He. Elder He's answer was that even if 2 Dao Foundation spiritual fruits were to be distributed as rewards, they would at most be the first 2 places in this competition. If Zhongli was at his prime, there would naturally be no reason for him to not agree. But now, wouldn't it be better to distribute it to the sect before obtaining it through the sect's channels? With the status of the scripture storage valley, obtaining a number of the Dao Foundation spiritual fruits was inevitable, but Zhongli was worried that something unexpected would happen if it was delayed. Right now, in the medicine garden mystic realm, the sect leader was far away. Elder He's status as the head elder of the Demon Vanquishing Hall allowed him to directly make decisions and participate in a joint resolution. However, if that spiritual fruit returned to the sect, there would be more than 1 or 2 people who would covet it. Powerful experts, sect elders, and descendants of high-ranking elders. There were only a few fruits in total, and the probability of it being Zhongli's was truly quite low. But here, if they decided to distribute it, then as long as he became the final winner, he would definitely obtain it. To him, this was much simpler. However, the final result was not out yet. It was hard to say if the competition authorities would agree to take out this kind of fruit. After waiting for a long time, the final round of the competition finally began. 12 beautiful female cultivators flew out in long dresses that were dozens of meters long. They danced in the air dreamily. The beautiful dance of immortals was mesmerizing to the tens of thousands of cultivators below. On the other hand, Zhongli noticed that senior sister Qi Yu of the Rejuvenation Hall was surprisingly amongst them. In this grand meeting of the cultivation world, besides the official black and white rankings, there was also a goddess ranking board spread among unofficial channels. On the goddess ranking board, strength and cultivation were not important. It only judged the female cultivators' looks and figures. Those female cultivators from the sects usually stayed in their own territory and rarely went out. There were not many opportunities for outsiders to see them. Now, they had gathered in this distinguished meeting. In an instant, hundreds of flowers blossomed. Since ancient times, everyone loved beauty. This naturally attracted the enthusiasm of many cultivators. Especially among the rogue cultivators, the discussion about this was no less intense than the official competitors. There were also many talented people who made a killing by selling the portraits and statues of many female cultivators on the goddess ranking board. The female cultivators' dance quickly ended. They flew towards the two mountains in the fog and scattered two spiritual lights. As the spiritual light descended, dense fog slowly scattered, revealing the final battlefield of this competition. The two mountains had clearly been modified by the competition authorities. On the mountain, many of the tall trees that could easily obstruct one's sight had already been eradicated. There was a flight of steps around the mountain. Along the way, flat and hard arenas were distributed all the way to the top of the mountain. On these two mountains, on one side were 50 arenas for the Foundation Establishment realm and 100 arenas for the Chi Refinement realm. Two stone paths on the mountain circled upwards. When one reached the end and held on for 3 days, they would obtain the highest honor among the younger generation of the great mountain cultivation realm. When one was at the peak, he would become famous overnight and everyone would know about it. Zhang Li looked at the highest combat ring on the mountain. Who else could be there but him? Standing at the top of the mountain and trampling on everyone was not very polite. At that time, he liked it. Of course, before reaching the peak, the 10 of them still had to accept the challenge first. As first place, Zhang Li would be the first to attempt to reach the top. Junior sister Kaihua, I'll wait for you at the top of the mountain. Before they left, Zhang Li smiled at the sword cultivator woman by his side, and then he took out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to her. It was a painting of her. Shen Shan Kaihua took the portrait and looked a little red as she replied softly, "Senior brother Zhang Li, you can do it." After that, Zhang Li took a few steps forward and flew to the entrance of the stairway. Going up the stone staircase that had just been built not long ago, after only moving 100 meters, a figure blocked the stone staircase. Amitabha. Junior brother Zhang Li, sorry for offending you. The person in front of him had 9 dots on his bald head. His yellowish-brown monk robe was stretched open by his strong muscles, revealing bronze skin that glowed with a metallic luster. This image did not look like compassion at all. As the top of the rankings, Zhang Li would encounter 5 people who blocked his path. If Zhang Li lost, the person who blocked his path would continue to ascend the peak in Zhang Li's place and accept the test of another 5 people blocking their path again. Furthermore, as long as one stepped onto this long ladder, they would no longer receive any external assistance. No medical cultivator would heal the challenger from the 5 consecutive battles until they lost. They could only rely on medicinal pills and themselves. If one did not have strength that surpassed those of the same level, it was actually quite difficult to reach the top. Due to the rumor of Zhang Li being attacked, most cultivators treated him as a weakling. As long as they defeated a person who had yet to recover from serious injuries, they would have a chance to become a disciple of the peak. The competition for the right to stand here as one of the 5 obstacles was naturally quite intense. The person standing in front of him was a monk from Benevolent Travel Temple. His Buddhist name was Zheng Tu. People called him the abstinence monk who guarded his precepts and did not kill. Zhang Li had heard his senior brothers mention this person before. Supposedly, he was extremely renowned in the grand competition, and it was even to the extent that many people felt he was a hot favorite to win the championship. However, although this person was known as the one who did not kill, it seemed that the casualties of the cultivators he fought were very high. Of the cultivators he had fought, not many were left intact. Zhang Li walked forward and bowed to the other party. Observing the other party's body at a close distance, he had to admit that Benevolent Travel Temple's body refinement methods were quite good. His muscles were simply like a mountain of flesh that was piled up. At least in terms of appearance, no matter if it was his body size or the extent of his muscle mass, he was much more exaggerated than Zhongli. Zhongli himself wore a larger disciple uniform. His strong body did not appear too conspicuous, but the other party simply had a few pieces of cloth barely covering his body. His clothes were simply like decoration. I heard junior brother Zhongli is also a body cultivator. Today, we will have a proper spar. Please. The other party waved his hand and led Zhongli towards the combat ring at the side. Senior brother Zheng Tu is too polite. Please. Under their humble and friendly appearance, they revealed a sense of hostility. Benevolent Travel Temple had always been recognized as the overlord of body cultivation in the Great Mountain region, and practically no one could surpass them. Buddhist cultivation methods and body cultivation methods complemented each other, causing them to be renowned in the cultivation world. As for the scripture storage valley's elder he was an exception. The physical cultivation of the disciples under his faction were extremely shocking. They could compete with Benevolent Travel Temple's monk cultivators and sometimes even suppress them. Ever since ancient times, only first place mattered, nobody cared about second place. This situation made Benevolent Travel Temple very dissatisfied. Despite how the group of monks from Benevolent Travel Temple chanted Buddhist scriptures every day, the vigorous vitality of body cultivators determined that they did not have a gentle personality. They usually abstained from greed, anger, and hatred, but as long as they were following their principles, they could boldly and righteously fly into a rage in battle. Ever since they had a conflict with Elder He's lineage in terms of body cultivation status, these monks wanted to compete with him whenever there was a chance to prove their dominance in body cultivation. The two of them turned around and walked into the ring beside the staircase. As for Monk Zheng Tu, the moment he turned around, it was revealed that he had been carrying 4 huge blades on his back. Monk Zheng Tu was more than 2 meters tall. The 4 huge blades were almost the same height as him. As he walked, they would drag across the ground, bringing about sparks. The width was even more astonishing. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if he let Shen Shan Kaihua and senior sister Little Four hide behind the huge sabers, they would still be able to cover them completely. Senior sister Chi Yu could not hide completely. A part of her was too big. Zhang Li glanced at the 4 overlapping sabers, and his expression could not help but become strange. This was the first time he had seen a monk use such a weapon. Furthermore, it was said to be a monk who did not kill. Could it be that the 4 sabers were just for show? There was still some blood on the blade. Clearly that was not the case. When they entered the arena, the two of them immediately pulled apart a distance. Because there was no referee in the arena, as long as they entered the arena area, it meant that the battle would begin. If either side was ambushed and defeated, there was nothing much to say. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out as Monk Zheng Tu grabbed a saber in his hand. He looked more like a butcher than a monk. How did senior brother Zheng Tu manage to not kill with these weapons? Can you enlighten me? How hard would it take to survive a slash by those giant blades? Zhang Li looked at the bloody weapons and felt that it was still a little strange, so he asked. Abstinence. Monk Zheng Tu opened his mouth and smiled. Then, he raised his hand and threw the saber in his hand. The white saber landed on a corner of the arena. The metal hilt was completely inserted into the ground, leaving only the 1.8 meter wide blade standing there. Following that, 3 metallic sounds were heard as the other 3 sabers were thrown out. The 4 large swords stood in different directions of the ring, the blades facing inward, surrounding the 2 people standing opposite each other. About that, there's no harm in telling junior brother. I don't hold the sabers in my hand, and I don't brandish them either. Cultivators who fight with me all commit suicide by charging into the blades. As for why they are so eager to reincarnate, junior brother will soon know. The smile on his face vanished instantly. His burly figure still exploded with terrifying speed. However, in the next second, a smile that had already turned ruthless appeared before Zhang Li, and then a large hand pushed towards his chest. From the direction he was pushing, it seemed like he was going to push Zhang Li towards the large blade behind him, making him collide with it and be directly cut into two. Zhang Li was speechless at this forced realization. The twisted logic and double standards of the Buddhist sects really made people speechless. Zhang Li's figure flashed to dodge the hand, and then he turned around to stand behind it before pushing the other party forward. He immediately increased the speed of his opponent's charge to a point where it was difficult to control. Zhang Tu's control of his speed was obviously inferior to Zhang Li. After being pushed from behind, his burly body could not stop at all and directly collided with the blade. Phew! The hot blood of a body cultivator splattered across the sky. The other party's chest directly collided with the blade that was nearly his height. The saber was still very sharp. It easily broke through the body cultivator's skin and stabbed deeply into his flesh. Hot blood flowed out and dyed the saber red. If you're eager to reincarnate, I should help you like this, right? Senior brother Zhang Tu, you're right. This kind of feeling of not killing has indeed calmed my heart greatly. After all, senior brother, you crashed into it yourself, right? Zhang Li had a smile on his face. He seemed to have truly understood some philosophy and seemed to have gained some enlightenment. When the monk heard this, he did not dare to breathe or speak, because the blade was still embedded in his body. Even the slightest movement would cause his injuries to worsen. Phew! More blood spurted from his body. There were already many open wounds in the chest and abdomen. Even the bladder had a small incision. However, this kind of injury seemed to be nothing to a body cultivator. It was not to the extent where it could incapacitate him. Both his hands grabbed the blade and he pulled himself away from it. A bloody line that did not stop bleeding from top to bottom seemed to want to split the other party into two, but the burly figure still did not fall. Zhang Li gave him a thumbs up. This guy was a ruthless person. The muscles on the cut area of the wound tightened. He forced himself to block the long and narrow wound and stop the bleeding. He could still barely fight. Let's go again. I was just careless. Zhang Tu raised his head to look at Zhang Li, and he was about to retaliate. However, in the next moment, Zhang Li's hand appeared on his chest and pushed forward lightly. Abstinence monk Zhang Tu collided with the huge blade again. The blade was 70% bone deep this time. If it was any deeper, this guy would have been split into two. It's over. The abstinence monk was actually defeated so quickly. How is this possible? Isn't the first place, isn't he heavily injured? When the large number of cultivators at the foot of the mountain saw such a strange battle, an uproar arose. They were completely unable to understand it. With Zhang Li's current speed, it was already very rare for a foundation establishment cultivator to be able to catch his shadow. Most of the ordinary cultivators watching the battle at the foot of the mountain did not see what he did at all. They only saw that the famous monk who did not kill had inexplicably collided with his own saber. After 2 strikes, he lost the ability to fight and was defeated cleanly. In this strange battle situation, some people even felt that Zhang Tu had really committed suicide because he regretted using the method of not killing to kill too many people. The way he was defeated was the same as those cultivators he had defeated before. It was abnormally tragic. Just looking at the terrifying wound made one's scalp turn numb. After leaving this arena, Zhang Li started to continue climbing the stairs. Not long after, another cultivator in an arena appeared before him. What slightly surprised him was that this person seemed to be a rogue cultivator. Chapter 168, Anti-Spirit Mortal Weapon. The cultivation of the male rogue cultivator in front of him was extremely obscure. If one did not sense carefully, they might subconsciously ignore him. This situation was obvious at a glance that it had been concealed by the aura concealment spell. To most rogue cultivators, the best way to protect themselves was to hide themselves. Therefore, concealing aura, disguising appearance, and changing clothes were typical rogue cultivator behaviors. However, because they did not have a fixed inheritance, the spells they usually used were all pieced together. It was fine as long as they could be used. The grades of such spell techniques were naturally not very high, and it was very easy to see flaws. For example, although the person in front of him had concealed his cultivation level, the traces were very obvious. After being discovered to have used the aura concealment technique, it was easy to raise vigilance, so it was very difficult to make people look down on him and let their guard down. Even the aura concealment technique that Zhang Li had casually learned had a better effect than his. Zhang Li could even use his internal martial arts cultivation to confuse his enemies. At the very least, it was easy to cheat a foundation establishment cultivator. The female ghost, Qin Shuman, could vouch for him. "Greetings, Lord First Rank. It is my, Wu Shi's, honor to be able to fight on the same stage as you, Lord Zhang Li." This person seemed to be called Wu Shi. Zhang Li had a slight impression of this name. When he was waiting for the opening ceremony earlier, his fellow disciples had been introducing him to those formidable qi refinement cultivators. He had probably explained Wu Shi's information to Zhang Li before, but there was too much information and Zhang Li did not listen carefully, so he was slightly unable to remember it now. When he saw Zhang Li ascend the stairs, Wu Shi had bowed since the beginning, and his attitude seemed to be extremely respectful. The clothes he wore were slightly different from the rogue cultivators in Zhang Li's impression. There were no bulging bags stuffed everywhere. Instead, his light clothes looked a little elegant. The other party was not a disciple of the top 4 sects, so he naturally did not have the qualifications to address Zhang Li as senior and junior like the disciples of the 4 great sects. Instead, he politely and respectfully called Zhang Li Lord First Rank. This was the first time Zhang Li had heard someone address him as such. It had to be said that all the rogue cultivators were talented and well-spoken. If it was not for the fact that they were generally not doing well, Zhang Li would have had the dream of being a free rogue cultivator. Zhang Li also noticed that this flight of steps was obviously much cleaner than the previous steps, and there was actually a broom made of palm fronds beside Wu Shi. He had actually swept the ground in advance to welcome Zhang Li. It was simply unbelievable. Zhang Li's face twitched. He was a little surprised by this weird start, but he still walked steadily to the other party. Only then did the rogue cultivator, Wu Shi, finally straighten his back. However, he still spoke incessantly about his admiration and reverence for Zhang Li. He said that the sect he wanted to join the most was the Scripture Storage Valley. It was just that he always suffered from having no recommendations, so he could only waste his time as a rogue cultivator. He also said that he had never thought of winning this time's arena challenge and only hoped to display himself in front of Zhang Li. The chance to enter the Scripture Storage Valley was his greatest hope. Wu Shi spoke with deep emotions and logic, it seemed to be flawless. However, this kind of enthusiasm made Zhang Li inexplicably recall the experience of being chased by a credit card promoter in his previous life. If it was an ordinary 13 or 14-year-old youth, after such a round of compliments, they would have long become complacent and arrogant. However, in his previous life, the overwhelming number of scams and dubious sales made Zhang Li sharpen a questioning mind. In this situation and facing such eloquence, it made him wary. This was a rogue cultivator that he did not personally know. The credibility of his words was probably not high. It had always been the style of rogue cultivators to act respectful and polite in front of him while having evil intentions behind his back. When he was in the Scripture Storage Valley's cultivation hall, the lecture elder had repeatedly warned him not to easily trust a rogue cultivator. They would always stab him in the back. Of course, it was not that Zhang Li felt their actions were wrong. On the path of cultivation, rogue cultivators had no resources, no background, and it was even difficult to find a cave abode suitable for cultivation. In order to walk further on this path, they naturally developed all kinds of profit-based habits. Sir Wu Shi is too polite. You can just call me Zhang Li. It's all luck that I got first place. In addition, the Scripture Storage Valley is a united and stable family. We welcome all those with ambitions to join us. Don't worry. The Scripture Storage Valley originated from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The conditions for foreign rogue cultivators to join was much easier. Elder Lin Fengying, who had taught Zhongli many things, joined the Scripture Storage Valley midway after offering up her family's legacy. Thank you for explaining, Lord First Rank. Please come in. This lowly one was presumptuous to ask you for guidance. Lord, please show mercy. After saying so much, the many cultivators watching the show outside grew impatient. Wu Shi bowed again and led the way. His solicitous actions and words easily made people let down their guard. However, the rogue cultivator was 2 steps behind. His eyes flashed with a hint of smugness. These arrogant sect cultivators were really gullible. As long as he praised them, they would forget their safety. They had often died at his hands because of this arrogance. Zhongli had just taken a step into the ring when a pitch-black sharp blade silently stabbed at his waist. It was a black dagger with a strange green luster on its surface. The two of them stood extremely close to each other and Wu Shi's attack was extremely swift. This sword was directly stabbed into Zhongli's lower back. The elder of the cultivation hall did not lie to him. When he said that rogue cultivators would stab them in the back, he meant it literally. Judging from the color, the short sword was obviously covered in poison. It was not surprising for a weapon held by a rogue cultivator. The cost of applying poison was not high and the effect was good. As long as he applied a few drops on the sword, the threat of the weapon in his hand would be greatly increased. It was cheap and useful, and could be said to be a must-have for travelers. However, Zhongli seemed as if he did not see this strike. He did not dodge at all and allowed his opponent's trick to succeed. Ding! The pitch-black short sword pierced through the layer of spiritual chi barrier formed by his lake heart earrings, and then it was blocked by the metal-like anti-demon golden skin. After letting out a light sound, it stopped. Hey! Zhongli was a little surprised when he felt the coolness of the blade. This strike could not even force out Zhongli's armament hard skin or overlord body art, so it was still far from being a threat to him. However, it easily pierced through the outer layer of his lake heart protection. It had to be known that this status was a spiritual chi defense that even late-stage foundation establishment attacks could not easily break through. Moreover, it had the ability to spread out damage and was quite an effective counter to sharp weapons like swords. Naturally, to the current Zhongli, this level of defense could barely be useful. However, to an ordinary chi refinement realm cultivator, this defense should be an insurmountable chasm. However, this natural barrier that filled Zhongli with confidence was directly broken by a short sword. In fact, the short sword did not show any spiritual chi fluctuation from the beginning to the end. This was a little exaggerated. His first reaction was that he really could not underestimate the heroes of the world. The second reaction was that there was definitely something wrong with the short sword. Zhongli turned around in surprise and grabbed it with his hand. On the other hand, the other party revealed a horrified expression. Ever since he obtained this short sword after narrowly escaping death, he had almost always been successful in breaking through defenses and poisoning the enemies. Unexpectedly, he actually encountered a monster in this competition. His sword strike that was filled with confidence was actually unable to pierce through Zhongli's skin. Wu Shi was greatly shocked when he faced Zhongli's outstretched palm, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Spare me." The killing blow did not succeed, so the rogue cultivator was already panicking. When he saw Zhongli stretch out his hand to grab at him, how could he dare resist head-on? After shouting loudly, he swiftly flashed towards the side of the combat ring. However, 3 seconds passed and Zhongli's attack still did not arrive. That rogue cultivator, Wu Shi, looked at Zhongli with a puzzled expression, but he noticed that Zhongli utterly disregarded him. Instead, he held a slightly familiar short sword in his hand and was studying it excitedly. Wu Shi was stunned. He looked at the ace weapon in his hand. It was actually gone. Only then did he recall that Zhang Li's hand earlier had not grabbed at him, but was aiming at this short sword from the beginning. The rogue cultivator Wu Shi's eyes reddened. He knew about his own situation. He was actually not that special among the rogue cultivators. It was only by relying on this short sword that could break the spiritual qi defense that he was able to gradually thrive and make a name for himself in this distinguished competition. If he did not have this short sword, not to mention getting a decent ranking to enter a famous sect, it was unknown if he could still maintain his former status among the rogue cultivators after the competition ended. Give it back to me. Lord Zhongli, that short sword was left behind by my father, and it's not an artifact. It's only an item from the mortal world, please return it to me. That rogue cultivator, Wu Shi, was very agitated on the surface, but his thoughts were clearly a little naive. After Zhang Li grabbed it, this weapon was basically destined to be with him from now on. How could such an obvious lie affect him? Demon Awakening. Plant Army. He casually threw out a handful of beans and used a large amount of spiritual qi to turn them into green wooden soldiers 2 meters tall. These wooden soldiers held sabers and shields, forming a formation as they attacked their opponent. Cultivators with good knowledge could tell that the spiritual qi fluctuations on these wooden soldiers were not low. After a rough estimate, each of them was no weaker than the late-stage qi refinement realm. This was the result of Zhang Li restraining himself. With his current 9 nether spiritual qi, it was very easy for him to send out 20 Foundation Establishment wood demons. Regarding this, the low-level cultivators at the foot of the mountain only watched the show. However, the group of sect elders in the sky saw through the trick. Senior brother He. I thought your disciple was a body cultivator. The expressions of the 2 head elders of the Rejuvenation Hall and the Foreign Affairs Hall were a little strange. Zhang Li, who was called the new generation king of the scripture storage valley in the sect, displayed his shocking body cultivation strength in the sect martial arts competition. Fighting a Foundation Establishment cultivator with qi refinement cultivation was not unprecedented, but he was definitely an astonishing super genius. Due to the serious injuries he had suffered previously, his body cultivation strength was believed to have been greatly reduced. When he encountered the abstinence monk of Benevolent Travel Temple last round, many people broke out in a cold sweat. Even though Zhang Li had won, he had changed his usual bold and powerful combat style, and he had utilized his speed and dexterity to seize the opportunity to defeat his opponent. In the eyes of those who were concerned, they were naturally even more certain that his body had indeed been greatly affected by the previous attack. If he met another powerful enemy later, this weakness would be exposed soon. However, they did not expect that at this moment, this Scripture Storage Valley's new generation Iron Fist King would reveal a similarly exaggerated proficiency in spells. With just this plant army alone, not many of the cultivators present could match him. Martial Uncle He, don't tell me that even you don't know junior brother Jiang's Dao technique. Chu Yongxuan looked at Elder He's similarly confused expression and already guessed the answer, but he still could not help but ask. I mean, I've never taught him anything regarding qi refinement. Elder He scratched his bald head. While he felt a little embarrassed, he was also overjoyed. As expected of my disciple. Impressive. Everyone was speechless. In the ring, 20 wood demon soldiers lined up and attacked the other party. After losing the special anti-spirit short sword, the rogue cultivator Wu Shi's strength was greatly reduced. He could not even defeat an ordinary wooden soldier. If there were 20 of them, it would be equivalent to taking his life. He was driven to a state of chaos in the arena, and he fled all over the place. Not to mention counterattacking Zhang Li, being able to maintain himself from being thrown off the arena was already his extraordinary display. When he looked at Zhang Li, this guy was studying the short sword by the side. Name: Poisoned Black Sword. Type: Weapon. Grade: None. Status: Damaged, Poisoned Surface. Material: Unknown. Note: It seems quite ancient. Zhang Li touched the bumpy marks on the sword, feeling surprised. This short sword had once been extremely rusty. It had only become like this after being polished by someone. The runes and spirit patterns that might have once existed on it had long disappeared. Now, there was not even the slightest spiritual chi on it. However, it was precisely because of this that Zhang Li felt even more curious. A short sword that could not even store any spiritual chi could not be called an artifact by the standards of the cultivation world. It could only be considered a mortal weapon. However, such a mortal weapon could easily pierce through a foundation establishment level barrier. If it was not the weak poison that was applied to the surface of the sword, then it should be the material used to forge this sword. This guy was really lucky to have picked up such a treasure. This was just like Zhang Li's original intention when he opened the prosperous Zhanghong Inn. Never look down on small figures. In the hands of these small figures, there might be a powerful tool that could change the world. Of course, such a good thing should still be obtained by a virtuous person like Zhang Li. Zhang Li quietly put the short sword into his bosom. His expression was calm. In the eyes of outsiders, they had no way of determining how strong the defense of a protective shield formed from his cheat was. In their opinion, it was just that the rogue cultivator was stupid enough to use a mortal weapon to attack Zhang Li. After that, he naturally did not break through Zhang Li's defense and was immediately pursued by Zhang Li with a spell technique. Naturally, they would not notice the dagger in his hand. The cultivators were more concerned about the stupidity of the rogue cultivator and the wasteful use of Zhang Li's spell technique. From the perspective of normal combat, 5 wooden soldiers of this level were enough to deal with such a guy. There was no need to waste spiritual chi like this when he had to face continuous battles later. If his spiritual chi was exhausted, wouldn't he be at the mercy of the others? The rogue cultivator was still fleeing for his life under the pursuit of the 20 wooden soldiers. However, he seemed to have run out of tricks. Under the pursuit of the wooden soldiers, his injuries kept increasing. Zhang Li's eyes flickered as he noticed that on the other party's wrist was a wristband of the same color as the dagger. With a thought, he got 20 wooden soldiers to rush up and knock him out before throwing him out of the ring. At the same time, the wristband vanished from his hand. Zhang Li naturally did not believe in the nonsense of the other party that this was his father's legacy. There was a greater possibility that such an ancient product of the same material came from an ancient ruin. After the appearance of a large ruin like the Medicine Garden Mystic Realm, this kind of fortuitous encounter that depended on luck became extremely popular in the cultivation world. What if he really found a legacy site? He would be able to rise up and build a rich sect of his own. Such a great opportunity could nearly satisfy all the desires of a cultivator. Even Zhang Li was no exception to this point. After all, just look at the help that the spiritual root branch brought him. If he could encounter another great opportunity, it would suit a person with a cheat like him. Chapter 169, Savage and Polite. Zhang Li won 2 consecutive rounds cleanly, but he did not kill anyone. There was no need to kill that person from Benevolent Travel Temple and offend them for nothing, and that rogue cultivator still had value to him. Apart from that, in such a public place, he was more inclined to create a righteous persona. It was fine to kill people. In private, one could kill as many as they wanted. However, in public, compared to a slaughter, people still preferred to see a dignified gentleman. If there was a chance in the future, he could find a few unlucky demonic cultivators to slay them and uphold justice. Then, his legend would be established. In the current cultivation world of the Great Mountain region, the Righteous Path Alliance was the only flourishing path. Those demonic cultivation sects had been torn apart hundreds of years ago and could only struggle at death's door. Therefore, if he wanted to climb up in this kind of environment, besides strength and influence, a good reputation could make the person in charge see him more pleasing to the eye and could also bring him a lot of help. Ignoring the rogue cultivator, Wu Shi, who had fainted on the ground, Zhang Li led the 20 wooden soldiers and continued walking up. He had only walked a short distance when he saw the ring from afar. Before he saw his opponent, he had already smelled his opponent. Good lord, so smelly. Zhang Li frowned. Did someone die up there? How long would it take an ordinary person to accumulate such a smell without bathing? This kind of concentrated stench could likely cause an explosion if there was fire. A green light flashed in his hand, and a moment later, a half-mask appeared on his face. Wood armor technique was one of the first few spell techniques that Zhang Li had learned. After obtaining the enlightenment of the 9 nether wood, his understanding of the yin and wood spell techniques naturally rose to a greater level. Now that the wood armor technique had reached the maximum level, it could be said to be perfected and could be used at will. The material of this half-face mask was soft and transparent, and it was shaped like a mask. It was weaved together by him using a thin root structure, and it could filter out poisonous fog and let in fresh air. After testing, the filter rate of harmful substances could reach 99%. It completely matched the health standards of the 9 provinces. Zhang Li pressed the mask on his face, and the smelly air immediately became much fresher. Only then did he lead the wooden soldiers forward. This mountain was indeed very high, but it could not withstand 100 arenas, causing the gap between each arena to not be too far. However, his opponent this time was obviously not as polite as the previous 2. Not to mention welcoming him, he did not see anyone waiting for him on the stairs. That person had already entered the competing grounds long ago. It was only when Zhang Li walked to the edge of the stage that he finally noticed him. Moreover, he did not seem to have any manners. He. My children. Your lunch is here. His voice was hoarse and he sounded slightly deranged. From his voice, one could tell that he was a little crazy. After Zhang Li saw the situation on the platform clearly, he finally understood the origin of the stench. 17 different types of demon beasts were currently surrounding a youth who was wrapped in beast skin and begging for food. They were grabbing piece after piece of meat from his hands. However, Zhang Li only fought 2 arenas before walking up again. In such a short period of time, around the ring, there was already a large amount of feces accumulated. A few groups of flies were flying excitedly on the feces. The culprit was none other than the 17 demon beasts, and judging from the appearance of this young man, he might be a part of it as well. The young man also had a wild appearance. There was a thick layer of filth on his body, and his eyes were densely covered in blood. Even the hair on his body was much thicker than ordinary people. Coupled with his uneven yellow teeth and his inhumanly crazy voice, no one would doubt that he was a barbarian. However, despite his dressing and appearance, this guy was actually quite famous. The genius disciple of the beast control sect from the Great Mountain region, Man Xiao Chuan. Speaking of the beast control sect, they had really benefited greatly from the rules of this competition. Amongst these lower sects, the beast control sect's performance in the grand competition could be said to be extremely eye-catching. At one point, they even suppressed the disciples of the 4 major sects. There was no other reason than their advantage with numbers. These participating disciples of the beast control sect were basically only raising and contracting 1 or 2 demon beasts. For Qi refinement realm disciples, their energy and wealth were limited. It was normal to choose a few demons with good potential and slowly nurture them. However, the sudden competition in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region made the higher UPS of their sect think about it. Thus, their high-level cultivators took action and captured a large number of low-level demon beasts in a short period of time. Through the special methods of the beast control sect, they used some inhuman spell techniques and drugs to forcefully wear down the will of these demon beasts, allowing them to be weakened enough and get contracted by the disciples in a short period of time. If Zhang Li was not wrong, there was definitely something unusual in the meat that Man Xiao Chuan was holding just now. This method was harder to use the higher one reached, but in the Qi refinement realm and the foundation establishment realm, there was a lot of room for maneuver. This was especially true for the Qi refinement realm competition. The 10 Qi refinement realm disciples of the beast control sect had all been forced to contract around 10 demon beasts, giving them an absolute advantage in the battle. After several rounds of fights, almost no disciples were eliminated. In fact, those beast pets that were killed in the fights would be replenished as soon as possible. This method was not beneficial to the future growth of these disciples. It was even possible that because they contracted too many demon beasts, the pressure on their mind would be too great, resulting in irreparable damage. The blood vessels in Man Xiaoquan's eyes looked like they were about to explode. With the physique and mind of a qi refinement cultivator, he would have to spend at least half a month without sleep to become like this. It could be seen that contracting too many beast pets gave him quite a bit of pressure. In the end, he would definitely have to break the contract. Otherwise, how could he raise as many as 17 demonic beasts? Even if he could, his mind and spiritual qi would definitely not be able to withstand it. Sooner or later, he would die. However, the situation was special now. The greatest benefit was right in front of them, so long as they obtained a sufficient share of the spiritual medicine production. Not to mention sacrificing their potential, so what if they sacrificed the lives of a few disciples? As a way to increase the disciples' strength in a short period of time, this was already very cost-effective. Other sects could not be more envious. After all, they were not beast tamers. Demon beasts were equivalent to the beast tamer's own strength. Even the competition authorities could not find fault with them. That was simply the biggest loophole in the rules of the competition. The other sects naturally had similar methods, but they were basically only limited to giving more talisman papers and better medicinal pills, such disposable items. A better sect might open up the exchange of spell techniques and artifacts, but casting spell techniques and controlling artifacts required the support of the cultivator's own spiritual qi. It was impossible for them to directly increase their combat strength like the beast control sect. Of course, life was often not so easy. They wanted to rely on this to ascend to the top of the rankings. It could be considered their bad luck to have encountered Zhongli. Zhongli stepped onto the stage. The bloodshot eyes of Man Xiaochuan from the beast control sect revealed madness and disdain. However, as the group of wood demons behind Zhongli surged into the ring, his expression could not help but become solemn. This savage actually knows how to talk? If I capture him, I'll definitely be able to sell him for 2 spirit stones, no, maybe 3. Zhongli smiled and retorted. Without a word, both sides started fighting. The green wooden soldiers and the multicolored demon beasts collided. The difference in numbers between the two sides was actually not too great, and it could not form an overwhelming advantage. The demon beasts on the other side were more agile and ferocious, but the 20 wood demons were also more tanky. As they fought, the two sides were evenly matched. However, as a key figure that could influence the situation of the battle, Zhongli himself did not have the intention to step forward to help. He stood at the side and watched idly. The other party took the lead. He rode a black wolf that was 2 meters tall and charged around among the wood demons. He held a spear that emanated spiritual light and was extremely sharp. It could easily pierce through the head of a wood demon. The black wolf under Man Xiaochuan should also be his initial beast pet. It had been nurtured quite well. As it brandished its claws, it could actually suppress 2 late-stage Foundation establishment wooden soldiers. Wood shavings flew everywhere as Man Xiaochuan slowly led a group of demon beasts to gain the advantage. More and more demon wood soldiers were torn apart and fell. They were about to be wiped out. Impressive, impressive. You can contract 17 demon beasts at such a young age. Your mental talent is really not bad. Zhongli could not help but praise the other party. It was already quite good for the other beast control sect disciples to be able to contract 10 demon beasts. The death of a contractual demon beast would cause certain damage to the beast tamer. Since the other party had reached this stage of the competition, he must have lost some demon beasts already. If he was at his prime, 17 was probably not his limit. Young man, let me give you a little more pressure. Perhaps you can break through at the last minute. Wood armor technique. A max level wood armor technique could not only do all kinds of tricks, but could also be used on others. A spiritual light shone out and spread towards the remaining 13 wood demons. A green light appeared on their bodies, and in a blink of an eye, a thick wooden armor grew out and wrapped around them. With the current strength of Zhongli's 9 nether spiritual qi, the wood armor technique he executed was no longer the same as before. The claws of those demon beasts landed on the wooden armor but could not even scratch it. For a time, the disadvantageous situation was reversed. A violent bear demon beast suddenly pounced on the wood demon. Its sickle-like claws scratched crazily, and its smelly mouth landed on the wooden helmet as it tried to bite. However, it could do nothing to the wooden armor. Phew! The wooden saber was sharper than steel. It pierced through the thick beast skin and stirred fiercely inside. In this kind of close combat, the advantage of not being able to break through their defenses was simply overwhelming. As the demon beasts were killed one by one, Man Xiaoquan's mind became even more fragile. Soon, 2 lines of blood flowed out from his nostrils. His bloodshot, wild eyes looked past the wooden soldiers and looked at Zhongli, who was standing not far away calmly. The 2 gazes collided, and Zhongli had no doubt that the other party intended to tear him apart. As the saying went, capturing the leader was the best course of action. Even the slow-witted Man Xiaochuan thought of this when he was forced into a corner. Man Xiaochuan did not have the time to wipe the blood from his nose. He put away his spear and nocked an arrow. The bowstring shook lightly 3 times, and the 3 arrows that shot out had already arrived in front of Zhongli. The 3 arrows were engraved with dense spiritual runes. While carrying terrifying power, they flew through the air without making any sound. With the methods of cultivators, it was not a problem to be accurate within 1,000 meters. If this was outside, it would be a fatal blow that was impossible to guard against. In the end, they were all Qi refinement realm cultivators ranked in the top 200 in the cultivation world of the Great Mountain region. There were no weaklings among them. Although the 3 arrows were casually grabbed by Zhongli and did not have any effect, it did not mean that this savage was not strong. He was just not strong enough. These spiritual runes were not bad. He could analyze them when he returned. Man Xiaoquan's fighting style was extremely wild. When he saw that the arrows were ineffective and more demon beasts around him died, he stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth, suppressing his brain that was about to explode from the mental damage. Then, he urged the black wolf beneath him to charge out. The encirclement formed by the 13 wood demon soldiers was not that tight. Under the other party's fearless charge, he still tore open their formation and rushed out. Because of this, the black wolf had multiple wounds on its body. Even its tail had been cut off by the wooden saber, looking extremely miserable. However, so long as he was able to deal with Zhongli, all of this would be worth it. He brandished the spear in his hand and aimed it at Zhongli's face. Phew! There was a sharp sound like something had been pierced. It was obvious that the person who was stabbed was definitely not Zhongli. A black wooden pole suddenly emerged from the ground and pierced through the black wolf and Man Xiaochuan who were running over it. They were pinned to the ground and vomited blood. This was an attack style that Zhongli had imitated using the 9 Nether Dao scripture by referencing the tiger staff artifact. It could barely be called a spell technique. Its power was passable, so it was temporarily called the wood spike technique. After the black wood spike pierced through the 2, a special toxin from the 9 nether wood was released. It directly poisoned the man and wolf, causing them to be hung on the wooden spike and not move anymore. The beast pets that were being beaten up had no choice but to give in under sinister methods in the first place. Now, seeing that their master had been defeated, they no longer had any fighting spirit. They directly turned around and ran away, disappearing into the deep mountains. Looking at this smelly stage, one could only imagine how the later cultivators would feel when it was their turn to fight. After walking out of the 3rd ring, Zhongli walked forward for a long time before removing his mask. Out of the challenge of the 5 people, 3 had already lost. He did not know what kind of powerful opponents awaited him next. A moment later. Senior brother Rusty Sword? Long time no see. Zhang Li saw the person standing on the staircase with a sword in his hand and immediately recognized him as a Shu Mountain disciple. He had actually seen this person before. Rusty Sword? Who's called Rusty Sword? Junior brother Zhang, I'm Chong Wanzhou, titled Shu Mountain's Golden Light Sword. When the Great Golden Light Sword was called Rusty Sword, even the Shu Mountain sword cultivator could not keep a cool expression anymore. It was written all over his face. Junior brother Zhang, although I'm not as famous as you, please don't casually give me a nickname. Haha, sorry. I was wrong. Senior brother Chong, you are the Golden Light Sword, I'll remember that. Zhang Li laughed. He really did not remember the other party's name. The reason why he called the other party Rusty Sword was because of that sentence, a sword may rust but not the heart. He remembered that at the Immortal Ascension Assembly back then, it was this Chong Wanzhou who stood in front of the small courtyard of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak and tested their sword heart. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Zhang Li did not have the talent in the sword heart, so he missed the opportunity to become the #1 sect in the Great Mountain region. He did not know if the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak would regret missing out on him, a disciple without the sword heart, once he completely rose up and stood at the peak of the cultivation world on the Great Mountain. Forget it, junior brother Zhang Li. Before the battle, please accept my bow. Senior brother Chong straightened his expression and suddenly bowed to Zhang Li. Senior brother Chong, what are you doing? Zhang Li was stunned why someone bowed to him again, and then he hurriedly went forward to help the person up. Junior brother Zhang, you saved junior sister Shen Shan, so our Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak are indebted to you. You have yet to recover from your serious injuries. Today's battle is unjust. However, this is my duty. I will do my best and win. This bow is to apologize to you in advance. As he spoke, this fellow actually took out a vine and intended to whip it against his body. Zhang Li was shocked and hurriedly went forward to stop him. The disciples of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak were too righteous. No. Senior brother Chong, you must not do this. Why don't you give this vine to me as an apology? Zhang Li snatched the vine and discovered that it was actually an artifact. Although the quality was not high, with the weak physique of a Shu Mountain sword cultivator, being struck by it would immediately cause flesh to split open. What kind of education was this to be able to teach such a group of righteous disciples? It was simply unbelievable. From another point of view, even such righteous Shu Mountain disciples could sit firmly on the throne in the vicious world of the Great Mountain region. This showed just how strong their strength and heritage were. No tricks and schemes were useful against them. Junior brother Zhang is so righteous. If I injure you during the competition, I will definitely compensate you twice as much in the future. Zhang Li was speechless. At the same time, 2 golden sword lights flew out from a huge river. They looked at each other without any expression on their faces. They turned into sword lights and fled in the direction of the nearby Southern Seal Kingdom's capital. Chapter 170, Shu Mountain Sword Battle. The Southern Seal Kingdom was a small and weak country situated in the desert. It was located in a remote area, the culture was backward, the land was barren, and the economy was poor. Even in a war between mortal countries, the surrounding countries were not interested in invading it. But 10 months ago, a sudden incident of comatose children had changed that. Although the rogue cultivators' chaotic battle and the arrival of the Scripture Storage Valley's flying ship had made this country experience the fear of being dominated by the immortal cultivators. News that 2,000 disciples with spiritual root aptitude appeared and were taken away by the Scripture Storage Valley spread like wildfire. This piece of land that could nurture spiritual root aptitude disciples naturally became a treasure land in the eyes of many people. As it turned out, the next Immortal Ascension Assembly was about to arrive. The external affairs personnel of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion and other small sects had arrived early to begin the recruitment event. Their goal was to snatch more people before the Immortal Ascension Assembly. However, to their disappointment, as they used the Immortal Opportunity Stone, they had only tested 5 children with spiritual root aptitude after half a month. Sigh, I've been busy the entire day and there's still not a single one. It seems like those 2,000 children are the limit of the Southern Seal Kingdom's potential in the following few years. We made a wasted trip this time. An outer sect disciple of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion threw the Immortal Opportunity Stone to the side with a gloomy expression. Originally, they had been full of confidence and wanted to make a huge profit. However, after half a month, they had not even managed to make a single gain. Old Luo, don't be lazy. Come and help. In this era of the cultivation world, population was productivity. One more child meant one more person to work. It was very normal for a farmer's family to have 8 or 9 children. Therefore, the workload of these recruiters every year was really quite a lot. I know. Look, someone's coming again. Old Luo leaned back in his chair. Under the urging of his companions, he reluctantly got up and continued working. He looked up and saw 2 sword lights flying over from the distant sky. Haha, let them come. We can't be the only unlucky ones. Another person looked up into the distance and saw the golden sword lights flashing brightly. It was extremely eye-catching under the midday sun. These are sword cultivators. The sword lights were unexpectedly fast, and it did not take long before they arrived above their heads. The low-level cultivators on the ground all looked up. The noisy venue suddenly became quiet. Apart from a few Foundation establishment cultivators leading the team, the cultivators below were basically all at the Qi refinement realm. Although they did not have much experience, the altitude of the swords was far from what they could reach. This meant that there was a big shot flying above them that they could not afford to provoke. Swoosh! The golden lights on the 2 flying swords suddenly expanded as the air seemed to tremble slightly. Old Luo noticed that the dust on the roof beside him was falling slightly. Then, a silent pressure suddenly filled his entire body. A few drops of sweat rolled down his face, leaving a few obvious marks on the ground. No matter how ordinary he was still a Qi refinement realm cultivator. If a high-level martial artist could be immune to both heat and cold, he naturally would not be inferior. He did not feel anything after working under the scorching sun for a long time, but under this pressure, he immediately started to sweat profusely. In just a moment, his clothes were completely soaked. Looking left and right, all the Qi refinement disciples' faces were pale and their teeth were chattering. None of them could maintain their calm. Seniors, is there anything I can help you with? A deacon of the Immortal Ascension Pavilion wiped his cold sweat and asked with difficulty. However, what answered him was a sword light that horrified him. Golden scale light splitting sword. The huge sword light fell and suddenly split into hundreds and thousands in midair. It rained down like a golden shower and enveloped a large area of the ground. Below was the testing ground for the various sects using Immortal Opportunity Stones. A large number of children of suitable age were gathered here under the guidance of their parents. The number of people gathered was comparable to that of the train carriages in Japan. The golden sword light rained down without any room to dodge. The sound of flesh being pierced and cut rang out. With just one slash, all the mortals and cultivators on the street were reduced to pieces of flesh and blood. The cruel scene only made people feel that there was nothing more hell on earth than this. The power of those resplendent sword lights was obviously not limited to this. After they penetrated the flesh and blood body, they even ravaged the ground. It could be seen that this attacker did not hold back at all. Shu Mountain. The Shu Mountain sword cultivators are killing people. Run! Everyone, run! The other cultivators who were lucky enough not to be within the sword light range turned pale with fright and scattered outside the city. Someone with sharp eyes recognized the clothes of the 2 sword cultivators and shouted. Then, the cultivators ran even faster. The 2 Shu Mountain sword cultivators did not pursue them. They only continued to rain sword light on the dense crowd. Elder Zomo and Elder Zoluo had no other intention but to kill. The might of 2 golden core cultivators was enough to devastate a city. Amidst the continuous shower of the large-scale sword techniques, buildings collapsed one after another, and guard towers shattered. The flesh and blood of countless people mixed together with this city. This was the power of the golden core. Not long after, the sobbing city was suddenly shrouded by thick, rolling clouds. Then, bolts of lightning poured down, unleashing destructive forces that sent the city into the abyss. Outside the city, a group of cultivators who were fortunate enough to escape the city looked back at the dark clouds behind them in shock. The flickering lightning illuminated their pale faces. What are they doing? Massacring a city. The Shu Mountain sword cultivators are actually massacring a city. Report it. You must report it to the sect. Who has the communication spirit stone? Oh no, they've noticed us. Run. The group of cultivators began to flee frantically again. The Shu Mountain sword cultivators slaughtered their way through the city. What big news was this? This was different from Elder Duanzhuang's situation back then. When Elder Duanzhuang committed evil, there were no outsiders in the city. After that, he was chased by the sect's troops in time, so there was no adverse effect. The 2 golden core sword cultivators had committed a heinous crime in public. Once these cultivators escaped, they spread the news. The reputation of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak as the leader of the righteous path would definitely suffer a serious blow. Back in the Medicine Garden mystic realm of the Misty Mountain Range. After Zhang Li and the sword cultivator Chang Wanzhou exchanged praises, they finally walked into the ring. Junior brother Zhang Li, I apologize in advance. Chang Wanzhou unsheathed his flying sword. The resplendent sword light flickered as if it would cut him with a single glance. The values of the Shu Mountain sword cultivators were indeed terrifying. However, the confidence that seeped from their bones could not be concealed. From the beginning until the end, he had actually never thought that he would lose. He was only worried that he would injure Zhang Li, and it was not in line with his principles. Senior brother Chang, I seek your guidance. Zhang Li smiled and did not mind it. In fact, this confidence and determination to win were qualities that every sword practitioner had to develop. From Shu Mountain to the Scripture Storage Valley, the sword cultivators that Zhang Li had seen were almost all of the same character. Zhang Li had once heard rumors that some sword practitioners were extremely confident when they left the mountain. However, once they encountered failure and their drive was dampened, if they were unable to recover their past vigor, then losing half of their strength would be a small deal. It was very likely that they would waste their time and achieve nothing in this life. Therefore, the cultivation of the mind was really too important to sword cultivators. As a Qi refinement realm sword cultivator, self-confidence and fearlessness were the typical characteristics they had to possess. This was the second Shu Mountain sword cultivator that Zhang Li had faced as his opponent. Let me see how strong the Shu Mountain sword cultivators are. Raising his hand and pointing forward, the wood demon soldiers behind him immediately rushed forward. Zhang Li had just learned the demon awakening technique, and its level was still too low. It was completely up to luck if the demons he awakened would have a permanent form. Normally, these awakened soldiers could not last long. In the previous battle, 7 of them had been killed, and 8 of them had automatically dispersed while walking. Now, the remaining 5 wooden soldiers had rushed out, and they were also on the verge of collapse. However, it was enough to test the waters. Qi refinement cultivators with insufficient strength might be directly defeated. Swoosh! An extremely thin golden sword light instantly slashed across the necks of the 2 wooden soldiers. Without even having time to react, the 2 wooden heads were sent flying. This was despite the fact that the wood armor technique that Zhang Li had executed was still active. They had defense that had reached the foundation establishment realm, yet they were actually defeated in a single strike. Amazing! Zhang Li stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword light, and then he squeezed it into a ball of spiritual qi before dispersing it. He could sense that there was definitely the sword heart's amplification in this sword light. Although Zhongli's sword cultivator clone was also called a genius, he was actually only average when placed on the Shu Mountain 5 Elements peak. The speed and extent of his sword heart awakening could only be considered outstanding. There was still a certain gap between him and the few top geniuses. In fact, the reason why the sword cultivator clone could enter the top 5 under the age of 30 was not because of his sword heart, but because of the spirit surging technique that Zhongli had planted in his body. Relying on the endless supply of high-grade spiritual qi, he could unleash powerful sword techniques without any hesitation to crush his opponents. As for this Chang Wanzhou, he was the number 1 qi refinement realm disciple of the Shu Mountain Metal Sword Peak. When he was at the qi refinement realm, he had already awakened his sword heart, and it was obvious that he was even more skilled than the clone. The attack just now was not the sword heart slash. He had only lightly activated the sword heart to greatly increase the defense penetration ability of his sword technique. 2 more sword lights flashed, and the remaining 3 wood demons had their heads removed. They fell to the ground and turned into rotten wood. Shu Mountain lived up to its reputation. Just this sword technique alone made it difficult for the other qi refinement disciples in the scripture storage valley to match him. After dealing with the wooden soldiers, Chang Wanzhou formed a hand seal and pointed at Zhongli. "Junior brother Zhongli, what weapon do you use?" He actually did not use the opportunity to attack first. Seeing that Zhongli was unarmed, he even reminded him to take out his weapon. "Since senior brother Chang is using a sword, I'll use that too." Zhongli's interest was piqued. At the same time, he wanted to experience it himself and learn how the other party used his sword heart. Speaking of which, after the sword cultivator clone returned to the sect, he had always been busy with various cultivation missions and had never had the time to properly study his sword heart. Now that he saw another sword heart user, he naturally had to secretly learn the tricks of using it. The spiritual qi in his hand lit up, and a green spot quickly sprouted, growing to a length of 1.2 meters. After that, the leaves fell off, and when it was held in Zhongli's hand, it had already transformed into a slender and ancient pitch-black wooden sword. "Junior brother Zhong." Chang Wanzhou frowned and was about to ask if Zhongli was belittling him, but before he could say anything, the terrifying spiritual qi that erupted from the black wooden sword made him swallow his words. He had a suspicion now. Was the person standing in front of him really only at the qi refinement realm? "Senior brother Chang, be careful." Zhongli's figure instantly vanished, and the black sword transformed into a stream that stabbed forward. Ding! The 2 blades faced each other. The tip of the metal attribute flying sword perfectly pressed against the top of the wooden sword. The 2 forces began the purest confrontation. One side had an unstoppable wave of thick and violent spiritual qi, while the other had a strand of sword qi that was extremely sharp and unyielding. However, in less than a second, the metal attribute flying sword was sent flying by Zhongli's wooden sword. The other party's sword qi was powerful, but it was not to the extent where it could cross the huge gap and resist the great demon king Zhongli. After easily sending the metal sword flying, Zhongli took the opportunity to slash at his opponent. The dark green sword light, or rather, the 9 nether spiritual qi that had been compressed by the wooden sword slashed forward violently. It directly started from under Zhongli's feet and cut the arena into 2. Chang Wanzhou, who had dodged the attack at the critical moment, felt a lingering fear in his heart. What happened just now? He was almost killed on the spot. "Senior brother Chang, don't underestimate me." If people respected him, he would respect them back. Chang Wanzhou had modestly given way several times, so Zhongli would not attack for a trivial advantage. He held the wooden sword for a while and allowed the other party to recall the flying sword to regain his composure. "I have been too arrogant. Junior brother Zhongli, please don't hold back. The Shu Mountain sword cultivators are not afraid of failure. Don't hold back. I'm really afraid you'll be slashed to death if I do that." Zhang Li smiled and raised his sword to attack once more. Through his sword cultivator clone, he had naturally peeked at many wood attribute sword techniques from the secret collection of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak. However, he did not cultivate a flying sword and had no time for that. Therefore, he had never cultivated those extremely precious Shu Mountain sword techniques. However, speaking of which, it was not that he did not know how to use a sword at all. When he was a martial artist, the level 3 mortal martial arts mountain splitter was still on his interface. As it was a mortal technique, it was quite ordinary without many exquisite moves. However, in the hands of the current Zhang Li, it was enough to force the Shu Mountain sword cultivator into a sorry state. Every time the two swords collided, the one who was sent flying would definitely be the other party's sword. The dignified Shu Mountain sword technique was unable to even parry Zhang Li's attacks. After another collision, the sword cultivator, Chang Wanzhou, summoned the flying sword back into his hand. He executed his movement technique and retreated repeatedly, pulling apart a buffer distance from Zhang Li. Immediately, spiritual qi surged into the flying sword endlessly. He even bit his finger and forced out his blood essence to smear it on the flying sword. Spirit Division. Tripartite Golden Light Sword. From the expanded flying sword, two golden sword lights that had condensed into corporeal bodies suddenly flew out and floated beside him with the might of the tripartite sword formation. This was the trump card of the golden light sword, Chang Wanzhou single-man sword formation. The swords of the two sides collided again. However, this time, Chang Wanzhou's sword turned from 1 to 3. The profundity of the tripartite sword formation was that the swords were intertwined with each other as they advanced step by step. Sometimes, the three swords would attack continuously, and sometimes, when combined, it was impossible to guard against. Due to the fact that there was no need to consider the restrictions of telepathy, the power of the single-man sword formation was actually even more terrifying than having three people control three swords in a formation. Even Zhang Li, who was controlling his strength to be in the Foundation establishment realm, was firmly entangled by the tripartite golden light sword and could not break free for a short period of time. Genius! During the Scripture Storage Valley's sect martial arts competition, even many Foundation establishment cultivators had not been able to do this. Zhang Li was surprised by the other party's talent. However, how could Chang Wanzhou not be shocked by Zhang Li's strength? That was only a mortal martial technique, right? It was clearly a mortal martial technique. It was one thing for Zhang Li to be strong, as he was an extremely talented body cultivator. However, it was clearly the simplest form of slashing and stabbing. Why did it always appear at the spot where his sword had to pass? Could it be that although the other party did not have a sword heart, his understanding of sword techniques and sword arts was actually above his? He had completely seen through his sword formation and sword trajectory. In reality, Zhang Li had indeed seen through his opponent's sword trajectory. However, he did not rely on his understanding of sword techniques, but purely on his golden Cordeo heart. With the enhancement of his golden Cordeo heart, whatever exquisite sword array was nothing in his eyes. Following the instinct to slash left, slash right, and stab right. It was that simple. Zhang Li was not in a hurry to defeat his opponent. Instead, he controlled his strength and guided his opponent to continuously use his sword heart talent. The sword cultivator clone also connected to his consciousness and learned to comprehend the other party's sword heart from the first person's perspective. The golden light and wooden sword continuously collided intensely in the arena just like that for a moment. The spiritual qi and sword lights that scattered in all directions tore open deep ravines in the arena. Such a dazzling and exciting battle made the audience at the foot of the mountain unwilling to blink, afraid to miss a single scene. This was the peak battle they had imagined. In the previous 3 rounds, the battle had already ended before they could process anything that happened. There was nothing to see. However, since when did this great demon king Zhang Li learn how to use a sword? Chapter 171, Zhang Li's Sword Heart? The intense sword light collision continued. Using the tripartite sword formation, Shu Mountain's Chong Wanzhou even cleverly combined all kinds of brilliant sword techniques. This sword cultivator genius had clearly put in a lot of effort to study them. The way his sword light shone was quite wonderful. The three swords in the air could even unleash three different sword techniques at the same time. One sword was sharp and cold, one sword was clearly in a defensive stance, and one sword was heavy and simple but powerful in every blow. In such a sword formation, the style of the three swords would change at any time. It was really full of strange moves and was extremely dangerous to deal with. Any sword cultivator of the same level would probably be flustered in a single exchange. In 2 or 3 exchanges, they would be slashed by the sword on the spot. However, his opponent, Zhang Li, had only exchanged a few moves at this moment. He slashed horizontally and vertically, and there was nothing new anymore. In terms of strength, speed, spiritual qi, and reaction speed, he was completely above the other party, or even far beyond. No matter how simple his moves were, they were still useful in this situation. Even if Zhang Li's swordsmanship could not even be considered second-rate, under the enhancement of his extraordinary foundation, he was able to walk amidst the rain of sword lights without getting a single scratch. In the eyes of others, Zhang Li was either an expert who had studied sword techniques for decades or a genius in the sword Dao who had a unique spiritual intuition towards sword techniques. Clang! Chong Wanzhou struck out with the tripartite golden light sword again. The three swords collided with Zhang Li's wooden sword for a moment, and amidst the exploding spiritual qi, the two of them separated. Zhang Li stood with the wooden sword in hand, and he was still calm and composed as before. It was as if the intense collision from before was only a breeze to him, and it did not affect him at all. On the other hand, the sword cultivator Chong Wanzhou opposite him had already lost his originally confident and elegant posture. The hand holding the flying sword was trembling, and his entire body was gasping for air and filled with weak spiritual qi. Sword cultivators were cultivation professions that dealt high damage and consumed a lot of energy. With their small bodies, not only was their vitality low, but their spiritual qi was also limited. This point was very difficult to change until the core formation realm. After fighting for about 15 minutes, the Shu Mountain's golden light sword could no longer hold on. Junior brother Zhang Li, you're really very strong. I apologize for my contempt earlier. Chong Wanzhou barely managed to catch his breath as he cupped his fists towards Zhang Li again. In fact, he could not be considered to have looked down on Zhang Li. Who would have thought that a disciple who had just entered the sect 10 months ago would be able to fight him to this extent now? In this day and age, it was no longer possible to tell what kind of person could be considered a genius. Senior brother Chong, you're too polite. I was just a little lucky. Senior brother Chang's golden light tripartite sword is truly powerful. The power of a single person formation is boundless. Zhang Li waved his hand and acted very modestly, casually praising the other party. His mood was not bad. In this 15 minutes of sword combat, the sword cultivator clone had already gained a deeper understanding of the method to use the sword heart. As long as he tried a few more times, he believed that he would be able to master this technique very quickly. Junior brother Zhang Li, I'll use my final strike now. Let's decide the outcome with a single exchange. This was another advantage of sword cultivators. When they invested all their strength, they could often unleash a stunning strike that far surpassed their own strength. Moreover, almost all sword cultivators knew this technique. Therefore, when sword cultivators realized that they could not beat the enemy, they would use this final strike to take them down. However, this situation was exactly what Zhang Li wanted. This time, the other party would definitely erupt his sword heart without holding back, allowing him to see through it more directly. Come. Let's decide the winner with one strike. Swoosh. The three swords on the other side combined into one again. Then, a bone-chilling sharp qi seeped out from his body and enveloped the flying sword that was flickering with golden light to the limit and beginning to converge again. The sharpness seemed to be able to break through everything. Zhang Li looked at the wooden sword in his hand. It would definitely be right to infuse more spiritual qi into it. In the confrontation, the auras of both sides became stronger and stronger. The spiritual qi that leaked out blew away fist-sized rocks everywhere. A moment later, both sides suddenly moved. Their figures disappeared on the spot, leaving an afterimage as they crossed paths in an instant. Divine light flashed, and the swords moved gracefully. The two attacks started at the intersection point and spread straight forward, splitting the arena into two. The two figures that passed by each other slowly stopped and stood with their backs facing each other. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the final outcome. Rib. The clothes on Zhang Li's shoulder were directly torn apart, revealing the pitch-black skin that was suffused with a metallic luster beneath. On the pitch-black skin, there was an extremely fine scratch. 2 drops of blood seeped out. The surface layer of the lake heart protection, the inner 2 layers of the armament hard skin and armament hard skin were actually penetrated by this sword strike, injuring Zhang Li. Needless to say, the scratch disappeared in less than a second. However, to a Qi refinement realm cultivator, it was already a terrifying achievement. Chang Wanzhou attacked his shoulder. He had probably discovered the dragon imprisoning lock wrapped around Zhang Li's waist in the sword battle just now, so he changed his target and slashed at the shoulder. Fortunately, he did so. Otherwise, if his sword struck the dragon imprisoning lock, then this final strike would have been completely useless. I lost. The sword cultivator, Chang Wanzhou, recalled the metal attribute flying sword that had been knocked away and solemnly put it back into the scabbard. Then, he took a deep look at the flying sword in his hand, his eyes filled with helplessness. On his chest, a pitch-black and simple wooden sword pierced straight through. In that strike just now, both sides did not think of defending and almost completely took the other party's attack head-on. Zhang Li lost 2 drops of blood that could only be seen with a magnifying glass. Chang Wanzhou, on the other hand, had his chest pierced by a sword, and he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. If not for Zhang Li contracting his power at the critical moment and diverting the sword trajectory to dodge the vital part of the heart, the overflowing damage would have shattered the feeble sword cultivator's body. Chang Wanzhou slotted the flying sword back into his waist before completely losing consciousness. Zhang Li's eyes were sharp and he quickly moved to support the other party. He withdrew the 9 nether spiritual qi that had been destroying the other party's body, and then he used normal wood attribute spiritual qi to heal the other party's heart meridians before pulling the wooden sword out of his chest. The Shu Mountain's golden light sword was defeated. The Shu Mountain sword cultivator, who had always been thought to be the strongest, had actually been defeated. This result was unbelievable to everyone except for the scripture storage valley. In fact, if Zhang Li were to fight in the foundation establishment stage, the situation would actually not change at all. The 9 Nether Dao scripture, the Yin-Yang golden core, and the blood essence ignition status did not let Zhang Li down. In a single day, his strength had surpassed the restriction of his cultivation and arrived at a new height. Zhang Li helped Chang Wanzhou up. Soon, a medical cultivator landed on the arena and picked him up. After all, he was a top genius of Shu Mountain. He still had to receive such preferential treatment. The foreign spiritual qi in his body had already been taken back by Zhang Li. When he was injured earlier, Zhang Li had used a high-purity wood attribute spiritual qi to protect his heart meridians, so his injuries had not worsened again. Although there was a penetrating wound on his chest, it was not a big deal to a cultivator. As long as they handled it well and threw in a few healing spells, it would not be long before he could return energetically to participate in the competition. As for his sword heart ultimate technique, it was mostly learned by his opponent who had planned to do that from the start. Zhang Li was not in a hurry to continue accepting the last challenge. Instead, he quietly stood on the spot and looked at the wooden sword in his hand. On the other side of the arena, the sword cultivator clone, who was ranked 6th on the ranking board, found a corner to sit cross-legged. A moment later, his body softened slightly, the first parallel mind inside had already returned to Zhang Li's sea of consciousness. Then, let's give it a try. In his mental world, the first parallel mind held the light sword that represented the sword heart in his hand again. He did not slash out and only carefully communicated with that mysterious feeling. In next to no time, the sword of light that was formed from the sword heart gradually lit up with rays of light, and it illuminated Zhang Li's mental world. This seemed to be the case, but the extent was far from enough. What should he do? Zhang Li and his parallel mind seemed to have understood something at the same time as they raised their heads to look up. After hesitating for a moment, the parallel mind directly threw the sword heart light sword into the sky above the mental world and landed in the round moon. The originally gentle moonlight became much brighter and purer after the light sword was thrown in. At the same time, a strange and incredible feeling arose in Zhang Li's heart. This feeling was similar to when his clone used the sword heart slash, but it was not so direct. It was like an invisible and untouchable aura, field. As this aura took shape, the wooden sword in his hand was gradually enveloped by a layer of sharpness, stabilizing the awakened sword heart. Added status: Sharp Sword Aura Field. Sharp Sword Aura Field. When using a sword-type weapon, the sharpness will increase. Ignores the target's defense by 30 to 50%. Duration: 20 seconds. Plus. With a thought, Zhang Li decisively set this ability to an infinite duration. Sure enough, it worked. Zhang Li was slightly surprised by this, but it was understandable. Originally, when he used the Great Carefree Bodhisattva Heart Sutra on the sword cultivator's corpse, he had intended to try to obtain the sword heart talent if possible. However, it was hard to say if it would succeed in the end. He did not expect that he would enjoy a portion of the effects of the sword heart talent in advance. Zhang Li had noticed it when he was fighting with the other party earlier. The method to continuously stimulate the sword heart talent to increase the effects of the sword technique was very similar to a status. He let the sword cultivator clone imitate the other party's method and indeed successfully triggered this effect. Zhang Li waved the wooden sword and casually drew a line on the ground. A deep cut immediately appeared on the surface of the stone arena. It was not surprising that he could do this. However, the difference was that the feeling of brandishing the sword was much easier and smoother than usual. Under the effect of the sharp sword aura field, the rock layer on the ground was forcefully broken in front of Zhang Li. The wooden sword in his hand also became much sharper. To a swordsman, this was undoubtedly a super status that they dreamed of. Unfortunately, Zhang Li did not cultivate flying swords. To him, it was better than nothing. Zhang Li casually dispersed the wooden sword in his hand, relaxed his muscles, and continued walking up. However, unlike his nonchalance, the group of Shu Mountain sword cultivators flying in the sky widened their eyes. What? Peak Master, I think I was drunk. That Zhang Li kid seemed to have used his sword heart earlier. An elder who was originally holding a gourd to drink suddenly spat out all the wine in his mouth. Then, he looked at his wine gourd in disbelief. He had not been drunk for decades. What was going on today? I don't think you are seeing things. Outsiders can mistake that sharp aura, but will us Shu Mountain sword cultivators sense it wrongly? That's definitely the sword heart talent. It should have awakened when he was fighting intensely with Wanzhou earlier. Damn it! As I said earlier, Zhang Li possesses such talent in the sword Dao. He was able to rely on his mortal sword technique to fight equally with Wanzhou, and he even won in the end. How can a person with such talent not have a sword heart? Damn it! Why didn't he join Shu Mountain? Instead, he went to the scripture storage valley to become a damned body cultivator. This peak master of the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak was fuming. He cursed incessantly. It could be seen that his mood was about to explode. Originally, if Zhang Li did not have the sword heart, there was nothing he could do. Shu Mountain was not suitable for him after all. However, the situation was different now. Zhang Li had actually awakened his sword heart in the blink of an eye. Since he had this talent, he should be a Shu Mountain disciple. How could he have missed this opportunity? This Peak Master, Zhongli seemed to have tested it in front of our Shu Mountain sect during the last Immortal Ascension Assembly. However, he really did not possess a sword heart at that time. In fact, the person who tested him was junior brother Chang. A Foundation establishment disciple stepped forward and said embarrassedly. This made the Shu Mountain's Metal Peak Master, Wei Wangxuan's expression turn even uglier. Go back and break that rusty sword. What kind of outdated testing method is this? It's not accurate at all. The Metal Peak Master's beard was about to fall off from rage. To be able to cultivate to such an extent in less than a year, he was definitely a perfect piece of unpolished jade. With a little carving, he would be able to produce a piece of top-quality jade. If he did not die prematurely, it was not impossible for him to guard the sect for another 100 or 1,000 years. No, I have to discuss this with old he. This disciple should join our Shu Mountain. Elder Wei made up his mind immediately. He suddenly left a sentence and flew towards the scripture storage valley's spectator area. His actions frightened the others greatly. They hurriedly wanted to dissuade him, but it was obvious that with their strength, it was impossible for them to convince a nascent soul sword cultivator. In the blink of an eye, their metal sword peak master was gone. Of course, Elder Wei was not that serious about it. He was not really a fool. No matter how outstanding Zhang Li was, he was still a member of the Scripture Storage Valley now. He had already been accepted by the Scripture Storage Valley. Even if he really became a disciple of Shu Mountain now, there would still be some discomfort in his heart. However, not entering Shu Mountain did not mean that he could not be taken in as a disciple. One had to be flexible, and cultivators also had to think out of the box. In the end, Wei Wangxian went to look for Elder He. However, from the location of the Shu Mountain sword cultivators, not only did the two of them not have any conflict, they even seemed to be chatting happily. What were they talking about? The group of sword cultivators looked at each other blankly. The head elder of the Metal Peak, Elder Wei, went there aggressively but returned happily while smiling. The Shu Mountain elders were all at a loss. Head elder, what's going on? Could it be that they've agreed to let Zhang Li become our disciple? The sword cultivator clone Tang Yan's master, Zhu Menzi, had yet to figure out the reason and could not help but ask. Join the Shu Mountain? Of course not. Why would you have such a strange thought? It was clearly him who had just said those words earlier. This Elder Wei who was getting older and more shameless was now acting as if he had never heard of it. Instead, he questioned the rest for saying such weird things. Everyone already knew this guy's personality, so they were not surprised. Head elder, what did you talk about? Another elder asked. Other than this, what else could this Elder Wei be doing? I invited that kid to come visit our Shu Mountain. Isn't the little girl from the Shenshan clan quite close to him? We can get even closer. Chapter 172, Medicine Man. Elder Situ, the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak seems to be very close to the Scripture Storage Valley. Should we consider their attitude? In the spectator area of the 100 Tempering Mountain, the cultivators here had also noticed the situation over at the Shu Mountain and Scripture Storage Valley. An elder asked their head elder for some reason. The second elder of the 100 Tempering Mountain, Situ Tingzin, pondered for a moment and was a little hesitant about this. However, he quickly threw away this concern. Shu Mountain? They're troublesome. Ignore them. The share of the medicine garden this time is extremely important to us. We have to obtain first place no matter what. Isn't it just killing a Qi refinement realm disciple of the Scripture Storage Valley? Even if Chang Wanzhou won just now, the plan won't change. This is a cultivation competition. You can't blame others if you die in the arena. Situ Tingzhen's sharp gaze looked at Zhang Li below as if he was looking at a dead person. It was true that the 4 major sects were united, but that was established on the front line to maintain their dominance. Now that the medicine garden mystic realm had appeared, it formed an impact on this kind of alliance. Especially the 100 Tempering Mountain, their ambition to reach a higher level of power made them develop many thoughts. Even if Zhongli was a disciple of the scripture storage valley, for the sake of their victory, they had to eliminate him as soon as possible. They were already considering how to deal with the pressure of the scripture storage valley after killing Zhongli. However, Elder Ma, that Zhongli is actually able to defeat Chang Wanzhou. His strength is slightly troublesome. How is it? Are you confident? The person who spoke to him was also an important figure. He was the head elder of the 100 Tempering Mountains medicinal pills, Maliku. Elder Situ, don't worry. With the strength of the medicine man, Ding Chui, it won't be a problem to deal with Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhongli will definitely die. Maliku was also filled with confidence, and he utterly did not take Zhongli, a Qi refinement realm disciple, seriously. As for the medicine man they were talking about, it was unknown what kind of existence he was. After all, Zhongli was at the top of the Qi refinement realm competition. This concerned an entire 10% of the production share of the medicine garden mystic realm, and it had a huge impact. Naturally, there were many high-level cultivators who were paying attention to him. However, among them, there were clearly not many good intentions. Zhongli did not know what happened to the big shots above him. Even if he knew, it would be pointless. After studying the sharp sword aura field, he continued to walk up. According to conventional standards, the 5 people in this challenge were all very outstanding. There was no doubt about this. However, to Zhongli who had just smashed a void core cultivator, they were like weak mayflies that wanted to shake a tree, and they would only make him feel bored. Only the Shu Mountain 5 Elements Peak's golden light sword was worth fighting. The others were still far from him. Which sect's disciple would it be this time? When he walked up another step, Zhongli smelled a familiar smell. Of course, it was not a stench this time, but the fragrance of medicine. Zhongli had stayed in the alchemy hall for a period of time after all, and he had a senior sister that he was familiar with who was skilled in alchemy. The scent that he smelled now was very similar to those alchemists in the sect. However, the smell was so exaggerated that even Elder Red Hair could not compare to it. It felt like this person was soaked in a medicinal vat and had just stepped out. When he entered the arena, a cultivator was quietly standing there, waiting for Zhongli's arrival. As if he heard Zhongli's footsteps, the other party raised his head and looked at him expressionlessly. I, Ding Chui of the 100 Tempering Mountain, am under orders to challenge you here. Are you Zhongli? As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket. After opening it, it was actually a portrait of Zhongli. Ding Chui took the portrait and compared it with Zhongli. It seemed that it was the right person, so he stuffed the portrait back into his pocket. I am. Please enlighten me. The other party's attitude and actions made Zhongli feel slightly strange. He actually held a portrait to confirm Zhongli's identity. This behavior did not look normal at all. Was the 100 Tempering Mountain planning to send an assassin to assassinate him in public? Target's identity confirmed. Mission: kill the target. Ding Chui muttered to himself in an extremely stiff manner, and then he withdrew a crimson-red saber and directly pounced towards Zhongli. His aura was not bad. He was indeed at the top of the Qi refinement realm. The long saber that slashed at him went straight for his vital points, but that was all. Ding! Zhongli casually grabbed the saber artifact, and the blazing flames on the saber were directly extinguished by Zhongli's 9 nether spiritual qi. This move revealed a terrifying strength that was sufficient to crush his opponent. However, even so, the other party's expression did not change at all. When their eyes met, Zhongli could tell that Ding Chui was not pretending to be calm. When they looked at each other from such a distance, Zhongli noticed that the other party's eyes were different from ordinary people. They were suffused with a sickly grayish-yellow color, and there was no expression in the eyes. They were like a pool of stagnant water without any fluctuation. What was going on? Zhang Li was puzzled in his heart, but this did not stop him from moving. He raised his leg and kicked the other party in the stomach, causing this Ding Chui to fly out and smash into the edge of the ring before barely stopping. The feeling of his feet told Zhang Li that he had shattered the other party's liver. The injuries caused by that strike were enough for a Qi refinement realm cultivator to walk around the gates of hell. However, right when Zhang Li thought that the battle was about to end like this, Ding Chui suddenly sat up from the ground without any warning. As if nothing had happened, he grabbed a porcelain bottle from his bosom and directly poured all of it into his mouth. The sound of the pills colliding within the porcelain bottle exposed that there were more than 10 pills inside. The way he ate the pills was comparable to Zhang Li. The effect of eating pills like this was very obvious. The sunken abdomen swelled up again as if it was filled with air. Zhang Li could see that this fellow's injuries had not recovered, but he actually stood up as if he utterly did not notice it. Not only that, the spiritual qi in his body even gushed out uncontrollably, and his aura and cultivation were rising steadily at an abnormal speed. Medicinal pills to raise strength temporarily? Interesting. When Zhang Li first started cultivating, he relied on this type of medicinal pill to gradually increase his strength. However, the effects of this kind of medicinal pill in the market were relatively ordinary, and there were not many types. He had already eaten everything that could be bought. Of course, the effects were there, but it was very difficult to bring about a considerable increase in his cultivation level. However, the 100 Tempering Mountain was indeed worthy of being the leading sect in the alchemy industry in the Great Mountain region. The effects of those medicinal pills on the market were far inferior to the bottle that Ding Chui had eaten previously. Has he already surpassed the limit of the Qi refinement realm and reached the foundation establishment realm? To be able to rely on medicinal pills to break through the gap of a major realm, even if it was only temporary, was already very astonishing. However, such an increase should have terrifying consequences. With Zhang Li's years of experience in taking medicine, he would either end up dead or crippled. Was such a sacrifice worth it? Wait a minute, his surname is Ding? No wonder. Are they trying to use cannon fodder to exchange for my defeat? Zhang Li suddenly recalled the information he had learned when he chose a sect in the Immortal Ascension Assembly. The 100 Tempering Mountain, one of the 4 major sects of the Great Mountain region, had always been controlled by the Ma family and the Situ family. Foreign disciples had no chance of rising up in the 100 Tempering Mountain. Now, it seemed that not to mention having an opportunity to rise up, the life of ordinary disciples of the 100 Tempering Mountain was probably even worse than Zhang Li had imagined. Ding Chui's gaze was the best proof. He had already been kicked by Zhang Li, and now that he had to endure such an intense medicinal effect. In spite of that, the other party was actually able to endure soundlessly. This was truly shocking. Or rather, what level could he reach with this bottle of pills? Out of his own considerations, Zhang Li did not stop the other party from doping. However, the other party clearly did not know what manners and modesty were. After his strength erupted to the limit, a strange ball of orange and yellow flames struck towards Zhang Li. 5 Internal Organs Pill Flame. The power of this fire spell technique had already reached the level of a foundation establishment cultivator. The temperature was scorching and the might was extraordinary. However, it was insufficient in front of Zhang Li. Zhang Li stood confidently on the spot without moving. A palm wrapped in spiritual qi directly scattered the 5 internal organs pill flame. Everything looked very easy. Even if a foundation establishment cultivator came, it would be useless. This guy was only at the qi refinement realm so. However, the extinguishing of this flame was not the end. Instead, it had just begun. The flames were extinguished, and then a dense medicinal fragrance erupted. The medicinal fragrance then made Zhang Li's expression change as it spread around him. The medicinal fragrance was absorbed into Zhang Li's body, and there was no concept of the incubation period at all. A scorching feeling suddenly arose in Zhang Li's body, and it quickly spread and became more and more intense. In next to no time, Zhongli's internal organs seemed to be enduring the burning of flames. It seemed to be, no, it was real. There was really a flame burning in his body. Zhongli opened his mouth, and an orange flame suddenly surged out from his throat. The air in front of him distorted as the flames spread out. What? What a sinister spell technique! What terrifying flames! Absorbed the fire poison pill chi. Added status, 5 internal organs pill flame. Due to golden core protection, detoxification, fire resistance, and poison resistance statuses, the effects of the 5 internal organs pill flame are resisted. 5 internal organs pill flame burns the 5 internal organs with pill flame 0. Health points will be deducted every second. Duration, 10 minutes. Plus. The methods of the 100 Tempering Mountain were too ruthless. This kind of technique that hid the fire poison in the pill chi which was hidden in the original fire attack was simply impossible to guard against. Zhongli had reason to suspect that this was absolutely not a technique that a chi refinement disciple could master. There had to be someone behind this fire spell technique who had used some special method to make Ding Chui able to unleash this kind of flame. While it was impossible to guard against, once one was hit, the dual attribute poison and fire damage that appeared from within the body could definitely destroy the body of a Foundation establishment cultivator. If Zhongli did not have these statuses to protect himself, he would at least be half dead. The 100 Tempering Mountain was obviously trying to kill him. Zhongli's favorability towards this sect instantly fell to the abyss. The heat in his body made him feel a little uncomfortable, but as the interface showed, this could not hurt him at all. His figure disappeared on the spot. Bang! Zhongli no longer held back, and his fist directly struck Ding Chui's chest. The powerful fist directly entered the other party's chest, smashing his heart into mush. Their eyes met again, but to Zhongli's surprise, there was still no fear in the other party's eyes. Ding! The crimson saber artifact slashed over once more, and it was easily grabbed by Zhongli with 2 fingers. His strength had already reached the level of the Foundation establishment realm, but to Zhongli, it was still very weak. However, this guy's heart had clearly been destroyed. Why could he still move? Bang! In order to avoid any melodramatic events like the heart growing on the right side, Zhongli punched the other party's right chest again. Phew! Ding Chui spat out another mouthful of blood, but this blood ignited in midair and condensed into a blood sword that flew towards Zhongli. Fire poison blood sword. The strange colored flames on the blood sword told Zhongli that this was another extremely vicious and sinister move. At such a distance, no one could dodge this blood sword when it was taken by surprise. However, Zhongli's reaction speed was different from before. He directly dodged the sneak attack. What's wrong with you? The effects of the 2 punches earlier could not be faked. The other party's chest had completely collapsed, and all the internal organs inside had been shattered by the violent force. Logically speaking, he should have died long ago from this kind of damage. But why was this guy still able to fight? Zhongli appeared behind Ding Chui and grabbed the other party's neck from behind, and then he squeezed lightly. With a light crack, the fragile neck bone had already shattered into pieces. Without the support of the neck bone, Ding Chui's neck naturally could not stand anymore. He fell 180 degrees back, and his eyes met Zhongli's for the 3rd time. It was still that lifeless gaze. If it was a zombie with some cultivation, it might be even more lively and cheerful than him. This fellow's head was already hanging behind his back, yet he actually still wanted to attack Zhongli. Soon, he was kicked far away along with his saber. Although Ding Chui had eaten some potent medicinal pills, the essence of his body was still at the chi refinement realm. After getting hit by Zhongli 5 times in a row, even a core formation cultivator would be suffering badly. However, he held his head and swayed as he stood up from the ground. Zhongli was shocked. He could actually still stand up in this state. This 100 Tempering Mountain disciple's strength could only be considered not bad, but there was definitely something wrong with him. Zhongli suddenly thought of something, and with a command in his heart, the 9 nether spiritual chi surged into his eyes. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the other party again. This. In ancient times, the 9 nether wood was used to build the pillars of the netherworld palace. It was extremely specialized in dealing with ghosts. The 9 nether spiritual chi adhered to his eyes, and Zhongli directly saw through the other party's body and soul. This guy was long dead. In Zhongli's field of vision, Ding Chui's body was filled with the aura of death, and his soul was extremely thin. Such a soul should have left the body long ago and waited to dissipate. However, at this moment, he was bound by an unknown force and still firmly fused with his body. What did the people from the 100 Tempering Mountain do to their disciples? SSSS. At this moment, a puff of white smoke rose from the ground. Zhongli lowered his head to look at his fist. A few drops of blood that carried a strong medicinal smell landed on the ground. When the blood touched the ground, a violent reaction arose. In a short while, a hole was actually corroded. Zhongli felt extremely displeased as if he had eaten a fly. He raised his fist and saw that the blood on it was trying to corrode his skin. Although he did not succeed, he was still a little upset after being targeted several times. Although this was useless to him, using a poison of this level to deal with a Qi refinement realm cultivator was making a mountain out of a molehill. Zhongli shook off the poisonous blood in his hand in disdain and felt the deep malice of this world towards body cultivators. It was one thing for body cultivation to be difficult to cultivate, but at close range, all kinds of traps could be used. From his flesh to his aura, Ding Chui's entire body had been poisoned. When ordinary cultivators faced him, it was not strange for them to injure themselves when they hurt him. In order to deal with him this time, the 100 Tempering Mountain had paid a huge price. It had completely disgusted him. Fortunately, he was not a pure body cultivator now. Zhongli tapped the ground with his foot, and a strand of spiritual qi surged along the ground until it arrived below the other party. The spiritual qi suddenly transformed into a wooden spike that pierced through the ground and shot up. The wooden spike that was covered in blood instantly blasted the top of the other party's head flying, and it directly pierced through Ding Chui from bottom to top. This time, even if the other party was still alive and his eyes were still moving, he no longer had the ability to resist, probably. Chapter 173, The Right to be Willful. In his eyes that were covered in the 9 nether spiritual qi, Zhongli could see that even if he suffered such a blow and his central nervous system was completely destroyed, Ding Chui's soul still did not intend to leave his body. His limbs were still waving in vain as he persevered in attempting to continue attacking Zhongli. At this point, even a blind person could tell that something was wrong. How could this be considered a human? This situation was much more sinister and strange than zombies and ghosts. Elder Situ, aren't you going to explain yourself? The Shu Mountain sword cultivators, who had always been the leader of the righteous path and had always flaunted their morals in the human world, also took out the bearing of the number 1 sect in the Great Mountain region and questioned the other party first. However, this time, the 100 Tempering Mountain did not seem to intend to give face to the number 1 sect of the region. Peak Master Wei, I don't understand what you mean. The disciples under us are sparring normally. What's there to explain? Situ Tingzhen pretended to be confused. Since he dared use such a method in the ring, he was not afraid of being discovered. With the size of the 100 Tempering Mountain, even if there was a little bit of corruption, it would still be forgiven by this world. You call this a normal sparring match? You know better than anyone what's going on with your disciples. What's the difference between the 100 Tempering Mountain and the demon sect for doing this to your disciples? Elder Wei glared at him, but it was obvious that he, who had not scolded anyone in hundreds of years, was not very good at talking. His words were not very sharp. Peak Master Wei is worrying too much. I also did not expect that there was actually someone secretly cultivating a demonic technique among the disciples. Peak Master Wei and everyone, don't worry. After the competition ends, I'll definitely personally investigate this matter and punish the disciples involved. Situ Tingzhen obviously knew this well. With just a few words, he pushed the responsibility to his disciples, clearing himself and the sect completely. What a pity. Looks like that disciple is afraid of the sect's punishment and has already chosen to end his life. Peak Master Wei should be satisfied now, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Chui, who was skewered by the wooden spike, swelled up like a balloon. Without waiting for anyone to react, the ball-like body suddenly exploded. The blood mist and flesh fragments that carried intense poison instantly enveloped the entire combat ring. Even if he died, this fellow wanted to give Zhang Li another fatal blow. Situ Tingzhen. You. Humph. Your 100 tempering mountain better watch out. The challenge has ended. Go save him. Peak Master Wei was completely certain that the 100 tempering mountain was stirring up trouble again, but he did not have any evidence on the surface. From his standpoint, it was indeed impossible for him to let his sect and the 100 tempering mountain start a war over such a matter. Regarding this, all they could do was to get the medical practitioners present to quickly save the participants. There's no need for Peak Master Wei to worry about this. You should first take care of your Shu Mountain's matters. Situ Tingzhen smiled in his heart. His words implied something, and Elder Wei faintly felt that something was off, but he did not probe deeper. On Zhang Li's side, he was not feeling too good at this moment. As it turned out, suicide attacks were always the most troublesome type. This was because the enemy had no reservations and could use everything they had. Ding Chui was only an ordinary disciple at the late-stage Qi refinement realm. There was a high chance that he was the type who relied on low-grade medicinal pills. Others were not like Zhang Li, who could retain his status forever after eating a medicinal pill. If an ordinary person wanted to quickly increase their cultivation through those ordinary medicinal pills that were not too expensive, they could only consume large amounts over a long period of time. However, Zhang Li knew very clearly how troublesome the accumulated pill toxins and other side effects were. Originally, such an opponent should be someone he could easily destroy. It was impossible for it to cause him any trouble. However, in reality, Ding Chui was only a tool, a medium. The fact was that Zhang Li was actually going against the alchemists of the 100 Tempering Mountain. They used the 5 internal organs pill flame at first and the fire poison blood sword after getting close to him, and finally the self-destruction of the blood poison. These were all killer moves that the alchemists of the 100 Tempering Mountain had painstakingly stuffed into Ding Chui's body. Any of these killer moves could easily kill a foundation establishment cultivator. Especially the final self-destruction, the power was truly shocking. At this moment, in the ring that was covered in blood mist, a huge wooden dragon was coiled on the ring without moving. However, the wood dragon's body was also covered in bumps and bruises. Clearly, it had just been summoned and was used as a shield. Before the explosion just now, Ding Chui's body showed signs of swelling in an extremely short period of time. Zhang Li, who had not completely let down his guard, immediately reacted. He used the demon awakening technique to create a wooden dragon and protect himself. Then, a violent explosion occurred. The power of that explosion far exceeded the combined energy of a Qi refinement realm cultivator. Even Zhang Li's wood dragon could not completely resist it. His body hurt a few times. It was actually a few sharp bone fragments. Under the influence of the self-destruction shock wave, they penetrated the wooden dragon and struck his body. After the shattered bones collided with Zhang Li, they were directly bounced back to the ground. However, even though it clearly did not break through his defense, the fierce poison actually penetrated his defense and touched Zhang Li's skin. Although it was removed in a second by the cleansing status, Zhang Li still had a poison status that deducted 20 health points per second. Even with Zhang Li's resistance, he was still poisoned. It could be seen how terrifying the poison attached to the person was. It was unknown how Ding Chui carried this kind of poison previously. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would have turned into a pool of blood in minutes. After removing this slightly uncomfortable status, Zhongli reached out and patted the wooden dragon that was protecting him. Under the infusion of the 9 nether spiritual qi, the parts of the demon wood dragon that had already been corroded by the bloody fog quickly regenerated. Immediately, the ferocious dragon raised its head, opened its mouth, and a gust of cold wind swept out. This was the yin wind art. Zhongli had used the wooden dragon's mouth to execute it. Zhongli never paid attention to expenditure when he executed his techniques. A surging cold wind constantly blew past the entire arena, and the dense blood mist was blown away into the distance, causing a large area of the surroundings to be corroded. The constantly dissipating pus and blood fog forced the few medical cultivators who wanted to save him to stay away from the ring, including senior sister Chi Yu. It was not until the elder of the rejuvenation hall used the cloud rain technique and waved his hand to create a dark cloud that a partial rain fell on this place that the troublesome blood fog was finally washed away. The coiled wooden dragon automatically dispersed, revealing Zhongli who was standing within. Fortunately, Zhongli was currently unscathed. Only then did everyone in the scripture storage valley heave a sigh of relief. Zhongli cupped his hands and bowed to the sky, and then he lightly leaped onto the wooden dragon's head. The huge wooden dragon actually could not fly, but it slithered up the steps of the mountain in circles. Its speed was not slow. The opportunity to challenge him had already ended. They were all in the Qi refinement realm, so no fool would design the kind of brainless rule that required one to defeat 100 people in a row to reach the top. Therefore, the staircase above was no longer obstructed. This bit of climbing height was clearly not worth mentioning to Zhongli. Before long, Zhongli who was standing on the wooden dragon had already arrived at the peak. A thin layer of fog lingered around him. Looking at the small crowd at the foot of the mountain, Zhongli could not help but feel proud and heroic. Seeing such a vast scene, some people would recite poems and draw emotional sighs. Some people would forget their worries and throw away their worries, while others would think of unrealistic ambitions. Mine. Mine. One day, everything in front of me will be mine. That emotion seemed to have stimulated the few drops of dragon blood in his body. While the blood in his body was boiling slightly, the wooden dragon under his feet also underwent an inexplicable change. Its eyes that were lit up by spiritual qi seemed to have a little more intelligence in them. Roar! Roar! A loud and clear dragon roar that had a wooden texture and a thick and penetrating force roared from the wooden dragon's mouth. A unique frequency vibrated the air and spread into the distance. That voice seemed to have come from the distant ancient times. It was ethereal and shocking, and it possessed a power that struck directly at the heart. This indicated the birth of the first true wood demon under Zhongli, and it was also announcing that Zhongli had ascended the highest ring of the stairway. Is that a dragon? Lord Zhongli actually rode a dragon to the top. Could it be that he's the reincarnation of a deity? The cultivators at the foot of the mountain were in an uproar, and they were greatly shocked by the wooden dragon beneath Zhongli's feet and the dragon roar from before. It looked like an ancient dragon had reappeared. Coupled with Zhongli's absolutely formidable strength and talent. Not to mention rogue cultivators, even many ignorant sect disciples could not help but have such doubts. Could Zhongli really be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal or Buddha? It was not entirely impossible in the cultivation world. The image of the demon wood dragon was really too similar to the legendary true dragon. After all, there was dragon blood as the catalyst, and it was Zhongli's intention. If not for the leaves on his tail that could not be removed, this thing could have grown even more similar. Of course, such rumors would only spread among ignorant low-level cultivators. The dragon roar from before was indeed stimulated by the dragon blood in Zhongli's body, but that voice did not carry much strength. It was only a clumsy imitation that was similar to a descendant carrying dragon blood. Moreover, although the size of the demon wood dragon was not small, it was still a big question whether its actual combat strength could defeat a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was just a hollow puppet used to create a cool scene. However, Zhang Li originally did not expect this wooden dragon to do anything. It was already a pleasant surprise that he could successfully awaken it and hold the fort. After enjoying the cheers and glory that belonged to him, Zhang Li was temporarily free. Next, only the other 9 people in the top 10 had the right to challenge him. Before passing the latter challenge, the list of the other 9 people had not been finalized. Therefore, before this ranking was confirmed, there was actually no need for him to stay on the arena at the top of the mountain. Leaving behind the demon wood dragon to bathe in the essence of the sun and moon on the mountaintop, Zhang Li decisively jumped back from the mountaintop that disappeared into the clouds. After creating an exaggerated hole in the ground, he landed steadily. The dust on his body automatically disappeared. If not for the existence of the hole, this jump would have been as if nothing had happened. After returning to the contestant area and encouraging a few familiar faces, he ran to the scripture storage valley's seats to watch the battle. As soon as he returned, all the senior brothers were filled with intense indignation. Anyone could tell that the fellow from the 100 Tempering Mountain had ill intentions and was cheating to try and kill Zhang Li. However, the friction between large sects naturally could not cause an all-out war without a word. There were still many things to take into account. However, the seeds of conflict had already been planted. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future. The hot-tempered head elder of the demon vanquishing